morning. You are watching CNN Philippines coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Ria Tanwat Cotrillo.
I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas, and throughout the day, we'll give you the results of the 2019 midterm elections as they come in.
CNN Philippines will give you news that is fair, accurate, and balanced. I'm Andre Felix. Good morning.
Good morning indeed. It's been 12 hours since polling precincts closed and millions of Filipinos cast their ballots. Over 18,000 national and local candidates will be proclaimed winners after COMELEC's canvassing of votes. 12 of them are senators. Our correspondents are placed in strategic locations nationwide and will be reporting to us throughout the day. The Commission on Elections finally updating its transparency server again after a 7-hour delay last night. Trisha Terada is at the PICC for more. Trisha, what's the latest?
Well, Ria, after 7 hours, the transparency server of COMELEC has finally worked. Later today, we will be trying to get more information as to the details of the delay, what really caused it, and why it took that long. Because yesterday, the canvassing actually closed earlier than expected. It adjourned just an hour after it opened and closed even before the polling places closed. So we will be trying to get more information about that. What happened yesterday was just they opened the canvassing and consolidation system box, which was witnessed by party list representatives and representatives also of senatorial candidates. You know, this is actually crucial because it's a CCS box that receives the transmission of election returns. The canvassing will, the COMELEC commissioners will convene again later in the day at around 1 p.m. and that's when the canvassing will start. So while the COMELEC commissioners haven't reconvened yet, and while there's no canvassing, the election returns that you see, that you're supposed to see behind me, cannot just be opened yet. So later at 1 p.m. that's expected to be opened, and we're also expecting for more questions to be addressed later in the day. Ria?
Trisha, you mentioned yesterday that some polling places experienced delays in opening. Did they also end by 6 p.m. or were they able to extend voting hours in those areas? And what was the reason for the delays?
Right, Ria. Yes, there were areas that experienced delay, but COMELEC was firm that they will not extend the voting hours. But however, when they said that, they had to still accommodate the people who were still in line by 6 p.m. So while they did not extend the voting hours, they had to accommodate these people until they were done voting. So there were some areas that closed the polls late. Ria?
All right, Trisha, there quite a lot of problems that COMELEC had to face. Is it considering declaring a failure of elections in some areas?
Yes, Ria, COMELEC understands that there were 400 to 600 vote counting machines that did not work, that had to be replaced during the midterm elections, even though there was a longer hours dedicated for this midterm elections. But COMELEC says it's not yet considering a failure of election, at least for now, because they haven't received any recommendation yet. But it's also good to note, Ria, that while COMELEC considers this generally peaceful and successful, the number, the 400 to 600 vote counting machines that had to be replaced is quite a larger number, or quite a bigger number, compared to the number of vote counting machines that had to be replaced during the 2016 presidential elections. Ria?
All right, Trisha Terada, thank you. Administration candidates still leading in the latest partial results from the COMELEC. Re-election is Senator Cynthia Villar is #1. She's among the 8 bets endorsed by the president who are in the so-called Magic 12. Meantime, no members of the opposition slate are included in the list. And we now head on over to the PPCRV in Manila. Our AC Nichols has the latest partial and unofficial tally for the senatorial race. AC.
Yes, Ria, based on the unofficial parallel count of the PPCRV, administration bets are dominating the senatorial race. Results from over 81,000 clustered precincts have been transmitted. That's pretty close to 100% transmission from over 85,000 clustered precincts for the midterm polls. Cynthia Villar stays at the top of the senatorial race with over 24 million votes. Grace Poe follows her with a little of over 21 million votes. Former Special Assistant to the President Bongo stays at third place with close to 19.5 million votes. Rounding up the top 12 are Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sonny Angara, Lito Lapid, Amy Marcos, Francis Tolentino, Coco Pimentel, Nancy Binay, and Bong Revilla at 12th place. Now, none of the opposition bets made it so far to the top 12, including Mar Rojas and re-electionist Bam Aquino. Ria?
AC, last night there were delays in the PPCRV's quick count due to technical issues with the COMELEC transparency server. Can you tell us more about that? Has this issue been fixed?
Yes, the first wave of digitally transmitted results came in at a little past 6 o'clock last night, and the PPCRV was quickly able to flash or display those numbers at around 6:30 p.m. And then after that, there was a 6 to 7 hour gap before the next update. So apparently what happened was there was a problem with COMELEC's transparency server, particularly with extracting of data or the extraction of data from the COMELEC transparency server and transferring the data to the other servers connected to it, including the PPCRVs and the media outlets. And apparently it was not an easy bug to fix, and they had to get the permission or the go signal from the COMELEC on-bank before they were able to open the transparency server to fix that bug. So that explains why it took a while before the next update following the first initial data that came in from the COMELEC survey. And COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez even personally came over the PPCRV command center late last night to clarify the issue, and he made it clear that it was not a transmission issue and that it has something to do with application in the transparency server in terms of pushing data or transferring data to the other servers connected to it. He clarified that as of 11 p.m., in fact, they were already at 80% transmission. But since then, since the next update came in at around 2 a.m., there have been no problems. The PPCRV continues to receive transmitted results, and they continue to update the numbers that they're flashing on their LED screens here at their command center. Now, in terms of the manual encoding of the PPCRV, they have not started their manual encoding of the election returns, but based on the information that we've received, they already have with them some of the election returns from certain areas, including Manila and Makati City. But they will not begin the manual encoding until later this morning after a welcome mass with the PPCRV officials and the volunteers happening at 9 a.m. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the opposition slate, Ocho Derecho, calls out COMELEC for the 7-hour delay in updates of its transparency server last night. In a statement, campaign manager Kiko Pangilinan says the delay is casting doubt on the results of the elections. He even writes, quote, "May niluluto ba ang hindi dapat malaman ng publiko? Hindi pa ba tapos ang script?" COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez says the delay was caused by an application which sends data from the COMELEC transparency server to different media outlets. Again, as of the latest partial and unofficial tally, no opposition candidate has landed in the so-called Magic 12 in the Senate.
Abby Binay gets to keep her post as mayor of Makati after winning against her brother, returning politician Junjun Binay. Meanwhile, Kid Peña, who used to serve as acting mayor in Makati in 2014, beat former Vice President Jejomar Binay in the race for Makati 1st District Representative. Joyce Ilas tells us more.
It was a landslide victory for Makati Mayor Abby Binay. She won against her brother, former Makati Mayor Junjun Binay, by a wide lead of about 80,000 votes. The city of Makati has 452,000 registered voters, but only 320,000 or 70% actually voted on Monday. Abby's running mate, Monique Lagdameo, also won by a large margin against Junjun's running mate, Monsur del Rosario. Luis Campos is returning to the Batasan in the 18th Congress after winning by a wide lead against Councilor King Yabut in the Makati 2nd District Representative race. They were proclaimed as winners at around 4 in the morning. The Binay Campos couple, however, were a no-show in the proclamation. The canvassing of votes was delayed due to several technical errors in the transmission of results and faulty SD cards. Meanwhile, former Vice President Jojo Binay was beaten by his staunch critic, former acting Makati Mayor Kid Peña in the Makati 1st District congressional race. It was a tight race, with Peña winning by a slim margin or just 5,806 votes. During the proclamation, Peña did not look very excited when he arrived at the Makati Coliseum. When asked why, he just said he wants to show respect. He admits he has always considered the election an uphill battle.
Hard work. Nag-campaign lang kami. Daming respeto.
During the proclamation, the Binay camp tried to move for the deferment of proclamation of Peña due to the null votes in District 1, which supposedly totaled to about 8,000 votes, and the alleged disenfranchisement of voters due to alleged vote buying incidents and the numerous blackouts that happened on Election Day. The Makati City Board of Canvassers, however, rejected the motion.
Considering the timeliness and orchestration of these events, Your Honors, we actually move for the deferment of the proclamation of Kid Peña.
There are only two issues that can be raised during the canvassing. Yun nga, yung illegal composition of the board of the members of the Board of Canvassers, and number two, the illegal proceeding committed by the board.
Binay's camp insists they will file a pleading questioning the proclamation of Peña. But the board chairman, J.V. Villagracia, says that because the canvassing is now over, all pleadings should be filed before the Commission on Elections. Joyce Ila, CNN Philippines.
In San Juan, Francis Zamora won the city's mayoral post, ending the Estrada family's 5-decade hold of the city. Tristan Nodalo has this to report.
San Juan, the smallest city in Metro Manila, is no longer a stranger to historical battles and political rivalries. Since 2016, the Estradas and Zamoras have been fighting it out to win the city's top post. And this midterm elections, the Zamora family makes history as they end the almost 50-year reign of the Estrada family in San Juan City. Former Vice Mayor Francis Zamora was proclaimed as the next city mayor. He is the first non-Estrada member to occupy the post since 1969. Zamora received 35,060 votes, while his opponent, Janelle Estrada, managed to get 24,813 votes. This is completely different from 2016's tight race where Zamora lost by 1,224 votes. The mayor-elect vows that he will deliver to his promises.
Pasalamat ako sa Diyos sabagat tinulungan niya kami magtagumpay dito sa lungsod ng San Juan. Ito na po ang pagbabagong hinihintay namin sa mahabang panahon. At ito po, nakamit na natin. Nagsalita na po ang mamamayan ng San Juan. Tandaan niyo, ang kalaban natin, ang pamilya nila, 50 taon na nandito sa San Juan.
Although reconciliation between the two families may still be a long shot, Zamora tells Janela it was a good fight. In San Juan, Tristan Nodalo, CNN Philippines.
Meantime, in a Facebook post, Janela Estrada says, quote, "Maraming salamat San Juan sa mga panahon at pagkakataon na mapaglingkuran ko kayo. Mahal na mahal ko kayong lahat."
And now, let's take a look at the partial and unofficial results based on the latest data from the Comelec media server. And as of 5:20 in the morning, still leading the way in the Magic 12 is Cynthia Villar, re-electionist with over 24 million votes. She was also number 1 at the latest Pulse Asia survey over the weekend. And following her at number 2 with over 21 million votes is re-electionist, the only independent candidate, Grace Poe. At number 3 is former Special Assistant to the President, Bongo, with over 19 million votes. Then at number 4 is former Senator Pia Cayetano with 18,800,000 plus votes. Then rounding out the top 5 is former PNP chief, also running from the administration's party, Bato de la Rosa, with over 17 million votes. Then at number 6 is re-electionist Sonny Angara with close to 18 million votes. Then at number 7 is also former Senator Lito Lapid with 16 million votes. Then at number 8 is former Ilocos Norte Governor Amy Marcos. At number 9 is former MMDA Chair Francis Tolentino with close to 15 million votes. At number 10 is Coco Pimentel, re-electionist and former Senate President. Then at number 11, as of 5:20 a.m., is Nancy Binay, also re-electionist. And rounding out the magic 12 is former Senator Bong Revilla with close to 14 million votes. If we take a look at numbers 10, 11, and 12, they're closely, the numbers are close. And then if we take a look now at the party list, and the top 5 so far as of 5:20 is ACT-CIS with 2.5 million votes. Number 2 is Bayan Muna with 1 million votes. Number 3 is Ako Bicol with close to 1 million votes. Number 4 is Sibak, and number 5 is Ang Provinciano with 700,000 plus votes. Again, what you are seeing are partial and unofficial results based from the COMELEC media server. Time right now, let's check. Motorists are back to the daily grind, 6:16. Good morning to all our viewers. Let's check the latest on EDSA now. Cubao and Quezon City, the lanes heading south are starting to get filled with vehicles. If you are on your way this morning, you can expect delays at certain points, headed toward Green Hills, Ortigas, and Mandaluyong. You are watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Coming up, we head to Manila, where Isko Moreno is poised to dethrone Joseph Ejercito Estrada as mayor of the capital. We also find out what the president has to say about the midterm polls, including his thoughts on vote buying. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Manila City will soon have a new mayor, as its former vice mayor, Isko Moreno, is already celebrating his win in the mayoralty race, ending incumbent mayor Joseph Estrada's winning streak in the last 2 local elections. Our correspondent, Caroline Bonquin, filed this report.
Partial results show Manila City would have a new mayor as Isko Moreno consistently takes the lead in all the election returns from over 1,000 precincts transmitted here in San Andres Sports Complex. Moreno got over 100,000 votes more than his strong opponent, Mayor Erap Estrada. Moreno and his running mate, Honey Lacuna, are just waiting for the official proclamation of the Board of Canvassers. Earlier, Moreno thanked Manila City residents for their trust and promised them a more active Manila City under his administration. Moreno hopes that he and Mayor Erap will finally have a harmonious relationship, starting with Moreno's request for a smooth government transition.
Para lang wala lang animosities in the transition. I hope they will, we wish that they can cooperate. I hope he can find happiness with this family. He deserves his family to be with his family. Total, hindi na rin naman niya masisisi ang sarili niya din. Nakapaglingkod naman na siya ng mahabang panahon. So I think he did his part already.
Meanwhile, early this morning, the Board of Canvassers already proclaimed the winners for the 4th District of Manila, where they have already completed the transmission of all the election returns. Edward Maceda is the 4th District representative, while for members of Sangguniang Panlunsod for 4th District are Chris Bacani, Doc Louis Chua, Wardy Quintos, Science Reyes, JTV Villanueva, and DJ Bagaching. Reporting from Manila City, Caroline Bonquin, CNN Philippines.
President Rodrigo Duterte does not believe there have been any incident that would affect the results of the elections. He spoke to the media after casting his vote at a precinct in Davao City Monday afternoon. And our Ina Andalong has more.
President Duterte arrived with his longtime partner, Hanilet Avancenia. There weren't much people in his precinct. He scanned his finger at the voter registration verification machine, got his ballot, filled it up with the help of a list he brought with him, and in 20 minutes, he's done. President Duterte says he's not received any report that would significantly affect election results.
Well, I have yet to receive something that is more than just the ordinary, the vote buying and violence there, violence here, but nothing of a big one that would maybe probably disturb the conduct of the elections throughout the nation.
But the president did talk about reports of malfunctioning vote counting machines in different provinces. He said it's an issue that COMELEC should deal with and, if necessary, explain to the people. President Duterte had more to say about incidents of alleged vote buying. For him, it's a reality in Philippine politics, which he says will not go anywhere until poverty persists.
Ganito yan. If they are caught, they should be prosecuted to the fullness of the law. Now, the practice of buying votes has been an integral part of an election in the Philippines. Yang pagboto, lahat yan. Walang hindi nagbibili ng boto.
These midterm polls are seen as a referendum of his administration. The president agrees. But even if recent pre-election surveys show that his senatorial bets may win big, he says he's not one to celebrate too soon.
I would always place it at 50-50 ang odds. Baske na malakas ako sa survey, baske wala akong kalaban, it is always a 50-50 proposition.
In Davao City's local elections, though, there's not much doubt on who's going to win. 3 of the president's children are running. Mayor Sara is seeking re-election, Sebastian is running for vice mayor, and former Vice Mayor Paulo running for 1st District Representative. All of them expected to be elected. Apparently, though, President Duterte would prefer to see his kids out of politics.
The earlier that they go out of politics, the better. And Inday, I am publicly warning her. The presidency will not educate you. It will just destroy you. Especially with the kind of media ngayon.
Ina Andolong, CNN Philippines.
Good morning. You're still watching the Filipino Votes, CNN Philippines continuing special election coverage. Well, you can expect a hot and humid, weather today for Metro Manila and the rest of the country. Pagasa says that they are not monitoring any low pressure area or LPA that is within the Philippine area of responsibility. There's an LPA outside the Philippine area of responsibility located 2,935 kilometers east of Mindanao, but the Weather Bureau says there's little chance that it will develop into a storm or even enter the Philippine area of responsibility. Now, how hot will it be in your area today? Well, let's find out. Now we head on over to the CNN World Weather Center for an update on conditions here and around the region. It's going to be rainy in some parts of Asia, including eastern China, Taiwan, and parts of Japan, including Tokyo and Osaka.
Hello, CNN Philippines. Tom Sater here. I hope you enjoyed your day yesterday, getting out and, of course, voting. 61 million of you. Had some pleasant weather. Satellite issue looks much like it did yesterday, so hopefully if you had to stand in line at a polling place, you had your rain gear if need be, but the heat also as well was kind of baking in some regions. Most of the rainfall we're going to find in the region is going to be in northern Luzon up into southern China. Taiwan looks good today. I would expect maybe in Tokyo and Osaka to have the possibility of some flight delays only because of the thicker cloud cover. And the rain in the forecast, temperatures really warming up. Korean Peninsula, northeastern China as well. I think by the middle of this week, mainly Wednesday, we'll start to see the rains coming down from just south of Shanghai out toward Chongqing. And again, even though this is mainly interior sections, we'll toss a chance in now and then to Hong Kong. But it looks pretty good there at 28 degrees and even getting close to 30, though, at Taipei with the sunshine beaming down. More dry spots than wet, although any time in the afternoon when you get that onshore flow and you get a little convergence, you know the story. The thunderstorms start to develop. They were coming down again in parts of Thailand up to the north in Myanmar. Nice to see some of the rain in the northern areas where the farmers were burning their fields, what seemed like for about 2.5 months. But again, the temperatures are quite warm there, even despite some of the rain. Most of it seems to be on the lighter side. We'll watch it a little bit heavier, parts of Myanmar and southern Thailand. Thunderstorms will make their presence known in Jakarta and Singapore. Kubang, 31 degrees, but sunny skies waiting for the dry season to start to move in. And here are your numbers. 33, Tacloban, 35 in Manila. Hot and humid. You know the story, but we got a little bit more rain to the north and a little bit more to the south. So based on the forecast around the region, flight delays are possible in Tokyo, as mentioned. There's a chance in Manila with some of the fog, but again, maybe an isolated shower to the north could cause some regional flights. And then you get from Singapore and to parts of New Zealand and Australia. Have a great day, everyone, and we'll take a look at weather around the region again tomorrow. Back to you.
Again, that was CNN meteorologist Tom Sater giving us the regional forecast straight from the CNN World headquarters in Atlanta. And when the Filipino Votes return, we'll give you the latest tally on the senatorial results of the 2019 midterm elections. And then we head over to Quezon City to know who's leading in the mayoralty race. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. Do stay with us. Million votes. And next in second place is Grace Poe with 21 million votes. PDP Laban Bongo in third. And you can also see in the map on our screen as to where they have garnered the most number of votes. Pia Cayetano in fourth place, following closely to Bongo at 18 million. Batol de la Rosa in fifth with 17 million votes. We have LDP Sani Angara in sixth with 17 million votes. Lito Lapid, NPC, 16 million, followed closely by Amy Marcos from the NP party at 15 million. Next, we move on to the ninth place with Francis Tolentino at 14 million votes. Coco Pimentel, 13 million votes. And we are seeing a lot of our senatorial candidates at the 13 million range. We have Nancy Binay from the Una party at 13 million votes, followed closely by Bong Revilla at 13,900,000 votes, and Estrada Ejercito at 13 place with 13 million votes. So again, we have 13 million votes, and they are closely knit together from number 10 all the way to number 14. So we have the tight race between Coco Pimentel, Nancy Binay, Bong Revilla, Ejercito, and from the opposition party, we have Benigno Bamakino, re-electionist, at 13 million votes. From Mar Rojas is still at 16 with 9 million. We have Sergio Mena at 17th with 9 million votes. So these are still all our partial and unofficial tally as of 5:20 this morning, and this is all from the Comelec media server.
We are starting to see some clarity in the results of the hotly contested local polls in Metro Manila. The Estradas are set to see the end of their dynasty in local politics, with former President Joseph Erap Estrada losing to his former Vice Mayor Isko Moreno in the city of Manila. Erap's granddaughter, Janela Salvador, is also poised to lose to rival Francis Zamora in San Juan. Meanwhile, incumbent Abby Binay is set to triumph over her brother, former Mayor Junjun Binay, in Makati. Joy Belmonte leads in Quezon City polls over Bingbong Crisologo. There are 6 districts in Quezon City, but only half have been proclaimed so far due to delays in the delivery of SD cards containing the election returns. Our Zian Arcangel gives us the latest. Zian.
3 new district representatives have already been proclaimed in Quezon City as the canvassing of votes continues. Precious Costello was proclaimed the winner in the 2nd district, while Alan Benedict Reyes is the new congressman for the 3rd district. Councilor Bong Suntay won the congressional race in the 4th district. New councilors for districts 2, 3, and 4 have already been proclaimed. Winners of the mayoralty and vice mayoralty races, as well as the congressional and Sangguniang Panglungsod contest in District 1, 5, and 6 have yet to be proclaimed since the City Board of Canvassers is still waiting the arrival of 2 SD cards. These SD cards have to be manually uploaded onto the election canvassing and consolidation system for their results to be tallied. But as of 11 p.m. Monday, Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte is leading the mayoralty race with over 456,000 votes over her closest rival, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo, with 356,000 votes. Belmonte's running mate, Gian Soto, is also leading the vice mayoralty race. He has over 372,000 votes compared to the second placer Drop It Season, who got 334,000 votes. We received information that the missing SD cards are from District 1 and 5, but we don't know yet what is causing the delay in their delivery to the City Hall. Ria?
All right, our Zian Arcangel, they're reporting to us from Quezon City. And
it's already 6:36. Good morning. It's time to check the roads again. This morning, here's the latest on EDSA White Plains Avenue in Quezon City. And if you are southbound, let's take a look. Traffic here is moderate to heavy. You can expect delays heading toward Mandaluyong. And on the right, if you are northbound, vehicles are also zipping through, heading toward Cubao. This is a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019, when we return an assessment of the polls from constitutional law professor Tony Lavinia. We also find out what netizens think about the elections. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
this is a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Welcome back. To give us an assessment of the 2019 polls, we are now joined by constitutional law professor Tony Lavinia from the University of the Philippines. Good morning, sir. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, Ria.
Okay, it's been just a couple of hours since polling precincts closed, and we're seeing a partial and unofficial tally of votes. What's your assessment so far of these midterm polls?
Well, clearly, in terms of the result, it's a big day for the Duterte administration. I mean, the right headline there is not 12-0, right? That's actually a mistake. It's 9-3-0 because you have 3 independents winning. The polls itself, in terms of it was conducted, disappointing in my view. Lots of problems. The 7-8 hours yesterday when we didn't have any idea of the win because of some glitch, I thought was bringing us over the edge, and it could give people, if this were much closer, people would be angry. And there are people saying now that they were cheated, and I don't. There's nothing there There's nothing to prove that and to show that, so I wouldn't echo that allegation. But the outcomes, it seems to me, is quite clear. But I don't consider this a catastrophe for democracy, a catastrophe for the country. I think there are quite good lessons to learn here and moving forward. Certainly, I don't know if Bam Aquino can still catch up, so at least there'll be at least one opposition that wins. But in terms of the makeup of the Senate, we really just lost two opposition voices there. That's Senator Trillanes, who's leaving on an expired term, and Senator Bam Aquino. And we gained one independent in the case of Senator Lapid, right? So actually the Senate is more Duterte followers, Duterte supporters, but also a big middle of independents. And very, very big mistake to think that those independents will automatically be with Duterte on all issues, like especially charter change, which needs 18 votes, right? So let's not catastrophize on that. In terms of the Senate, the votes are still there to do the right thing, but we have to work hard. And we have to be, the opposition, those of us who are in human rights, democracy, we have to have a broader, we have to have a strategy that brings in a broader alliance. Now, I think that Ocho Derecho, and I admire the volunteers, I admire the candidates. They would have been much better if they aligned with Grace Poe and Nancy Binay and Nery Colmenares of the left. If they're the broader, from the very beginning, a list of 12 versus 12.
So you're saying that would have potentially have been a more
much
powerful
better. You might have a result
coalition.
that's more 4-7-5 or 8-4. It would still be the administration. You have to understand, Ria, that in our system, the midterms is not a referendum on the administration unless the opposition chooses it to be. The administration, there's only one instance when the administration lost. That's when 2007, because former President Arroyo was very unpopular. Hello Garcia, the perception that he cheated in 2004. Parang bumawi yung mga tao, diba, naglaya ka, babawi kami sa'yo. But always the administration wins. The first election after EDSA, 20-2. Only two opposition won. So
why is that the case in this country?
Because of the resources. You have to understand the president comes in cold, usually. Not necessarily have all the alliances that he has. In 3 years, he consolidates all of that. And this time, in fact, I would have thought that they could even do better because they really have. I think President Duterte has consolidated 99.9% of the political elite. And so that's really the story of this. It follows the usual pattern. It is not an aberration, which tells you the strategy, right? The strategy of making this a referendum about President Duterte was maybe problematic. That maybe the better strategy was what do you stand for, and a broader one. I always say that, a broader one.
I can understand why candidates would want to align themselves with the president, as you said. The administration would have all the resources. But from the voters' point of view, why do they tend to favor those allied with the current administration?
Well, because right now, because you have a popular president, right? So that's very important. The one thing that could have diminished its popularity, the inflation, improve over the last 6 months, both because of aggressive action by the government, but also because of oil prices. The decline of oil prices. So that doesn't work in favor of the opposition. The resources of the administration are enormous. And I know that in this particular case, you have a president and a president's political team that's very ruthless in terms of those resources. I think affecting the ability of the opposition to also raise funds. In the past, I know that businessmen would give to everyone.
Is that still the practice?
I can't reveal sources on this, but many have said that this time around, businessmen chose to give only more to administration. If they gave to opposition very small amounts of money. Well, because of fear, because of a clear message from the administration that this administration has from day one has been very strong on business, that we don't want you to object. We don't want you to stand against us on anything.
So if you have a climate where businessmen have those fears, you have a Senate where the president has tremendous influence because he's got his people in there. Where do we find checks and balances now?
Well, first, the Senate, because as I said, you have a whole range of independents there that you can work on unless you give up on them. That's carelessness, that's laziness, and that's being judgmental. Which is a very big issue here when people are being judgmental and they say, like for example, Grace should have topped the polls, but there's people very judgmental. She's not opposition, she's not with us, and in fact campaigned against her. It's not just not voting for, but campaigned against her, right? That is so shallow, that kind of thinking. But it's a given. So my view is the main lesson here is you have to have a broader alliance. Now, I mean, one list. When I did a lot of non-partisan political education, which was I have to present everyone and every side. So I have the very clear 2 administration slates, but more or less common, right? With 2 or 3 that are not in both. And then there were 4 slates that of the opposition, or that's not administration. You had Ocho Derecho, you had the Labor Win coalition, you have the People's Choice movement, you have the Makabayan list, right? So, of course, people will get confused. Who's the real opposition here, right? I mean, those 4 groups should have gotten together and had 12 names, right? Not 8, not 7, not 5. 12 names. I mean, people were even telling me that Ocho Derecho favored actually Sani Angara the most because Sani Angara is number 8. Ocho Derecho was not in the list of options for you to vote on, but a lot of time and money, maybe not so much money, but energy was spent on that. By the way, can I talk about the local trip? Because
yes, that's where I wanted to go.
There's a lot of hope there in the local.
Yeah, so of course the big news being that it looks like the sort of end of the road for the Estrada dynasty. You have them losing in San Juan with the win of now Mayor-elect Zamora, and then of course Isko Moreno losing, winning.
Possible loss of the 2 Estrada
in the Senate. Okay, so what does this mean, and what does it say about how voters are thinking?
If you're cynical, you say, well, we can defeat a dynasty after 50 years, or a dynasty's lifetime is 50 years. No, I think it's more also the quality of the candidates and now the quality of their opponents is very important in getting them to where they end up with, right? So I'm not gonna say it's over for them completely. I mean, because you do have Senator JV could still make it to the Senate. I mean, I'm not gonna say that the last 2 slots is concluded already, even with 93, 94.
But that also
Pasig is very important. That's the real thing.
Let's talk about that.
Vico Soto, proudly my student, proudly someone who I've worked with when he joined Ateneo School of Government in our democracy team there, is the real thing. Progressive in all issues, totally committed to good governance, to transparency, to freedom of information, to not being corrupt. I mean, very good politician. If you know Vico, magaan siya, and that's why he won. I mean, and
it helps that he looks like a movie star himself.
Oh, of course, that helps.
Right,
but and there are lots of others who are movie star looking that have not won.
Yeah. It's just an added bonus for him.
But that's an added bonus. But shoestring budget, that's very important. Shoestring budget, and still won against a very powerful dynasty who did everything. I mean. To stop him. I mean, President Duterte himself had to get involved. I mean, on the last day because it was just so unfair what the dynasty was doing. To try to stop Vico. So that's good news. It's not about Vico. It's about you can win. You can win when you're good, but you have to be good at the politics.
Now, I want to talk about the Be Nice. Kid Peña poised to win over former Vice President Judge Binay for that congressional seat. Former VP Jojo Binay not used to losing on the local level. Again, what does this mean?
I actually don't. I was surprised. That for me was a big surprise. That wasn't in the horizon of a lot of analysts' mind. It seems like, you know. I don't know if the fight between the Binay siblings affected that. That could be the case. Of course, Kid Peña has been building up his support through the years, including when he was vice mayor. So that's another thing. Resilience is important in politics. So if Bam Aquino really doesn't make it, the only message I would have for him is be resilient. And, you know, there are many comebacks in politics.
That is true.
It changes very fast. Bam is a very good senator, very good politician as well. It's just unfortunate that he was faced with this onslaught of fake news, of direct attacks. So that's the same with Mar Rojas, no?
All right. Okay, Professor, thank you so much for your time. We do appreciate it. UP Constitutional Law Professor Tony Lavinia. When our special election coverage, the Filipino Votes, returns, we share with you Cebu City Mayor Tommy Osmeña's emotional message to his supporters following his setback in the polls. And find out some of the celebrities who cast their votes yesterday and took to social media to share their voting experience. That and more when we come back shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Incumbent Cebu City Mayor Tommy Osmeña has accepted his defeat in the mayoralty race and has asked his friends and supporters to move on from the setback. In a Facebook message, Osmeña asked everyone not to worry about him, insisting that Cebu citizens remain the priority, even as he vowed to continue supporting his constituents. Cebu City Vice Mayor Edgar Labella is poised to unseat Osmeña with almost 22,000 votes. Osmeña has served as mayor of Cebu and congressman of the 2nd District of Cebu over the past 3 decades.
Local celebrities took some time off to troop to the polls, along with millions of Filipinos, to elect the country's next leaders. Well, yesterday, leading the pack were celebrities with connections to political figures like Heart Evangelista, who accompanied her husband, Senator Francis Cheese Escudero, to the polls. Actress Angel Locsin, who is related to senatorial candidate and former Bayan Muna party list representative Nery Colmenares, took to Instagram to show her index finger stained with indelible ink. Agot Isidro, the girlfriend of former Solicitor General Pilo Hilbay, who is running for senator under the opposition slate Ocho Derecho, did the same on Twitter. Meanwhile, actress Mariel Padilla shared on Instagram that she and her husband, actor Robin Padilla, woke up early as she wanted to be the first to cast her vote at her precinct. Sab Magalona shared a photo of her on Twitter, which she captioned with, "I am indelible." And actor Matteo Guricelli captioned his Instagram post with one word: vote.
Election day is still the talk on social media, and among the trending topics this morning are the names of Kid Peña, who is poised to beat former Vice President Jejomar Binay as 1st District Representative of Makati, and Vico Soto, who is set to dethrone the Eusebios after ruling Pasig City for 27 years. Now, this netizen is comforted with the hashtag Iba Naman phenomena, saying that the victories of Francis Zamora in San Juan, Vico Soto in Pasig, and Isko Moreno in Manila show, quote, political dynasties are starting to crumble. Small wins. On the other hand, Edward commends the teachers and the volunteers serving in our midterm elections. The Twitter user thanks everyone who helped make the polls possible. Nearly 37,000 schools have been tapped as precincts, while more than 500,000 teachers and Education Department personnel were on poll duty. Josh Paraiso, on the other hand, reacts to the partial and unofficial results of the senatorial elections. He says he is, quote, dasal lang talaga. You are watching the Filipino Votes. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
You are watching CNN Philippines coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Ria Tanwat Cotrillo.
I'm Christine Jacobs-Sandejas, and throughout the day, we'll give you the results of the 2019 midterm elections as they come in.
CNN Philippines will give you news that is fair, accurate, and balanced. I'm Andre Felix.
Well, here are the partial and unofficial results based on latest data from the COMELEC Media Transparency Server. These are the numbers as of 5:20 this morning. In the #1 spot for now is Cynthia Villar with over 24 million votes. She is followed by another incumbent, Senator Grace Paul, with 21.1 million votes. A newcomer would be former Presidential Special Assistant Bongo. And then we have Congresswoman Pia Cayetano seeking a comeback to the Senate. Looks like she will make it with 18.8 million votes. Former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa is at #5. He is followed by incumbent Senator Sani Angara. Former Senator Lito Lapid is at #7 with 16.2 million votes. And Amy Marcos at #8 with 15.1 million votes. Next up, we have Francis Tolentino, former mayor of Tagaytay and head of the MMDA. He's got 14.7 million votes. Again, another incumbent, Coco Pimentel, with 13.9 million votes. Nancy Binay, also an incumbent senator, 13.9 million votes. Coming in at #12 is former senator and actor Bong Revilla. He's got almost 14 million votes. At 13th place, we have former Senator J.V. Ejercito. He's at 13.7, followed by incumbent Senator Bam Aquino. He's at 13.5. And then you have Jinggoy Estrada with 10.8. Marojas is at #16 with 9.4 million votes.
And what's interesting to note, as well as you can see the other senatorial race, well, Sergio Osmeña is at #17 and Doc Willie Ong at #18 with 7 million votes.
Dong Magandatu.
Yes, Dong
#19. And rounding out the top 20 is Jiggy Manicad with 6.6 million votes. This is, again, as of 5:20 in the morning. And you were saying, Christine.
Yes, I was saying it's interesting that we have the 7 re-electionists so far. They are in the top 15 of the senatorial race. And as you can see earlier, the Hugpong ng Pagbabago, they do have, 9 candidates in the top 12 slots.
Again, what we showed you are partial, unofficial results from the COMELEC Media Server.
Right. We will definitely be giving you the latest numbers as they are updated. Now, the Commission on Elections finally updating its transparency server again after a 7-hour delay last night. Trisha Terada tells us more about the glitch.
After 7 hours, the transparency server of COMELEC has finally worked. Later today, we will be trying to get more information as to the details of the delay, what really caused it, and why it took that long. Because yesterday, the canvassing actually closed earlier than expected. It adjourned just an hour after it opened and closed even before the polling places closed. So we will be trying to get more information about that. What happened yesterday was just they opened the canvassing and consolidation system box, which was witnessed by party list representatives and representatives also of senatorial candidates. You know, this is actually crucial because it's a CCS box that receives the transmission of election returns. The canvassing will, the COMELEC commissioners will convene again later in the day at around 1 p.m. and that's when the canvassing will start. So while the COMELEC commissioners haven't reconvened yet, and while there's no canvassing, the election returns that you see, that you're supposed to see behind me, cannot just be opened yet. So later at 1 p.m. that's expected to be opened, and we're also expecting for more questions to be addressed later in the day. Ria?
Trisha, you mentioned their slate was experienced delays in opening. Did they also end by 6 p.m. or were they able to extend voting hours in those areas? And what was the reason for the delays?
Right, Ria. Yes, there were areas that experienced delay, but COMELEC was firm that they will not extend the voting hours. But however, when they said that, they had to still accommodate the people who were still in line by 6 p.m. So while they did not extend the voting hours, they had to accommodate these people until they were done voting. So there were some areas that closed the polls late. Ria?
All right, Trisha, there quite a lot of problems that COMELEC had to face. Is it considering declaring a failure of elections in some areas?
Yes, Ria, COMELEC understands that there were 400 to 600 vote counting machines that did not work, that had to be replaced during the midterm elections, even though there was a longer hours dedicated for this midterm elections. But COMELEC says it's not yet considering a failure of election, at least for now, because they haven't received any recommendation yet. But it's also good to note, Ria, that while COMELEC considers this generally peaceful and successful, the number, the 400 to 600 vote counting machines that had to be replaced is quite a larger number, or quite a bigger number, compared to the number of vote counting machines that had to be replaced during the 2016 presidential elections.
Based on the partial and unofficial count, Ocho Derecho senatorial bets are still trailing behind the administration candidates. Analysts say the opposition's branding faced difficulties.
The opposition doesn't have resources. You want to have, it's a national senatorial race, it's a national campaign, you need air war. You don't have resources for the air war, being TV ads. So that's already a big portion of your resources which are not there. That's why you see the ads of Ocho Derecho coming in late and few and far in between.
Yeah.
So, but that's a big chunk of where the limitations of the opposition is. Nonetheless, you've got primarily one who is an incumbent, which is BAM, and one who is known but is not an incumbent. So if you see the top 12, it's all either incumbents or artista. So, but that's where partly explains where Ma is right now. He's climbing up. And BAM is now out of the top 12. The concern with BAM is tatlo ang naglalaban sa same messaging nila. Si Angara,
Universal Education,
si JV, at saka siya. They talk about education, they talk about healthcare. Yung tatlo yung naglalaban. If you see the surveys, you'll see kung umangat si BAM, bagsak si ganito. It's nag-aaway sa messaging. But so far, BAM is holding his place, and we're confident that Mar will go up. But we don't know yet. Again, that's why the opposition used social media potently. But we know that the reach is not as wide as TV.
TV, of course.
But you've got a lot of ground volunteers. There's been an organic volunteerism on the part of the volunteers.
But, you know, sa ranks ng opposition, no, the campaign teams, are you fired up or are you a bit medyo hindi naman nawala ng pag-asa, no? But you know, not very encouraged by this.
Some are encouraged, some are disheartened, but it ain't over until the fat lady sings. So as usual, naglalaban, look at Chel, and you've got another incumbent who is Gary Alejano, is a congressman. So
What are you saying? You're hoping for a come from behind?
Hindi naman.
Well, baka may makalusot na isa pa.
Isa pa, you know, they're looking at, realistically, they think they're looking at two, Bam and Mar. But who knows, baka makalusot pa na isa pa or dalawa.
Sino yung isa pa?
It's either Chel, tatlo yan actually, Chel, Samira, or Gary. So those are the three people that hopefully they're looking at.
Yeah, okay.
But,
Dindo, Edwin?
It's a nature ng midterm elections. You have normally the incumbent government, always
very
strong.
popular president.
And in this case, the president peaked in popularity in the first quarter. That means at the peak of the campaign, hitting 87% and performance and even 84% approval rating, and the war on drugs hitting nearly 90%, and the inflation being managed. So not the right environment for the opposition. The opposition could have targeted other candidates instead of making the campaign against President Duterte. And that's a hard battle, and that's where it became challenging for them. But hopefully, as mentioned by the interview with VP Robredo, it should not stop in this election. If they believe these issues are right, don't wait for the next election cycle. Keep the issues alive that you think the people will listen to and build on that.
takot magbigay ang mga donors. This is an instance where you see a lot of donors who would usually give to the other side are hesitant to give. There's a fear factor not only in a lot of ways. One of them being the business people who would normally contribute to the...
So what are they afraid of?
They're afraid of government. What else? They're afraid of harassment. What else? But they're afraid of it's going to hit their pocketbooks.
Two things. I do not agree with the branding Ocho Derecho.
Yeah.
You know, in the Senate, it's top of mind. There is no candidate named Ocho Derecho.
Right.
Secondly, I agree with Dindo. The president is not in the ballot, and so was Mayor Sara.
Yeah.
But I think that was a wise move on the part of this father-daughter team because they were willing to use their brand, knowing hindi naman kami ngayon huhusgahan. And then third is, I don't understand why Ocho Derecho. I'm trying to understand this, Edwin.
That's okay. I didn't do the Ocho Derecho campaign.
Nakaganon si Malu kay Edwin.
Seatmate ko eh. There are three independents. Grace ran in she was planning to run in 2007, run in 2010, run in 2013, run for president. I mean, why is Ocho Derecho so purist? Because there are independents there. He mentioned three. Nancy, of course, they will not align with the Binays, no? But in politics,
you have to make your alliances.
It's addition, right?
Right.
And on the ground, these names matter.
Yeah.
Even if we laugh hard at Lapid, and it shows. I mean, he was just in Provinciano and he got free ride. But he is very popular on the ground. Binay is, and Grace po.
So you're saying they should have formed alliances. They should
I don't know
have
the strategy really. If the strategy is to protect the two, Bam and Mar, certainly you cannot protect them by not attaching to those ahead of the ranking.
Right now, 14 minutes past 7 o'clock. In other news, let's do another quick road check right now. Let's take a look at the latest on EDSA underpass from the MMDA Traffic Metro base. As you can see, the southbound lanes to Makati are on the left side of the screen. If you are heading that way, well, we're seeing plenty of vehicles already causing congestion and delays this morning. On the right side, you can expect a faster drive. Traffic here is still manageable. Northbound, headed towards Cubao. You are watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Coming up, we'll give you the latest in President Duterte's hometown, Davao City. And tensions are high in Cotabato City due to another explosion. We will be right back. Stay with us.
And their allies are expected to dominate local elections in Davao City. Ina Andalong is reporting live to give us an update on the canvassing there. Ina.
Ria, the City Board of Canvassers here adjourned their session at around midnight. It's expected to resume the canvassing of election returns at 7:30 this morning. The board is close to canvassing all election returns. They're now at more than 90%. They just had some difficulty last night because some precincts were having transmission problems because of the heavy rains. But based on the latest data before the board adjourned as expected, and as you mentioned, the Dutertes and their allies are dominating the local elections here in Davao City. On the mayoral race, Sara Duterte got more than 545,000 votes, way ahead than her opponent, June Marcellones, who just got a little more than 3,000. On the vice mayoral race, Baste Duterte, who is unopposed, has so far got 527,000 votes. For the congressional race in the 1st District, Paulo Duterte also way ahead against his two opponents. He so far has more than 193,000 votes, while his two opponents getting more than 2,000 and more than 5,000 votes each, respectively. Now, in the 2nd District, Vincent Garcia, who is also unopposed, so far getting 100 or more than 163,000 votes. In the 3rd District, also unopposed, is Isidro Ungab with more than 142,000 votes so far. Now, Ria, we cross-checked these numbers with the Comelec media server, which has so far processed 96.3% of election returns here in Davao City. The numbers, though not exactly the same, are very close, and with almost 100% of election returns counted, no major changes are expected in these results. As for the Davaoeños' choice for senators, of their top 12, 10 are members of Sara Duterte's Hugpong ng Pagbabago, led by Davaoeños Bongo and Bato de la Rosa. Ria?
Ina, canvassing is almost done there, as you said. Do you have any idea when the local candidates, will be proclaimed there?
Yes, well, we do expect the canvassing to be completed anytime this morning. And as far as Davao City is concerned, in the past, they usually proclaim all the candidates at the same time, unlike in other cities where mayors and vice mayors, for instance, get proclaimed first. Here, they prefer to proclaim all local candidates at the same time. So hopefully, we do expect this to happen within the day. Ria?
All right, thank you so much. Ina Andalong reporting to us live from Davao City. Another explosion rocks Cotabato City late Monday evening, raising tensions further as the City Board of Canvassers suspends its canvassing of results. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, joins us live for the latest. David, it seems that these two succeeding explosions is putting the city a little on edge, especially since there's still no clear way of knowing who will win the very intense fight for the mayoral post.
Right, Ria. Some may see it that way, since last night's explosion was carried out almost on the same exact time and spot from Sunday's blast. The authorities here responded to calls from residents that another round of powerful explosions were heard just behind the Cotabato City Hall at around 10 o'clock Monday night. This was also almost the same time, 10:15 p.m., and almost the same exact spot of the blast site, a vacant lot in Barangay Malagapas, Rosary Heights 10, when and where the explosions also happened on Sunday. Now, it looks like, based on initial investigations, the two blasts were caused by a 40-millimeter ammunition fired from a still undetermined type of weapon, possibly a grenade launcher. So just imagine how vulnerable the state of security is in the city now. Someone firing a grenade launcher late in the evening when it's difficult to trace the ammunition and then target the city hall, the seat of government. Now, one of the two blast sites on Monday night was right inside the city hall compound, with the ammunition just missing a few meters from hitting the main City Hall building. Now, as to who could be behind these attacks and what could be the person's motive, still remaining a mystery for authorities here. Fortunately, no one is hurt in these two incidents, but obviously this is something that could really raise an alarm on the city's security situation, even now that the elections are over, Ria.
Okay, obviously it is a precarious and scary scenario knowing that someone is out there armed with most likely a grenade launcher and randomly firing at targets, which in this case could be the Cotabato City Hall. What are the authorities looking into at this stage of their investigation, and what does it mean for the canvassing that needs to continue?
As of late Monday night, we saw post-blast investigators scouring for the two impact sites of the blast and searching for clues on the explosives used. Now, initially, they saw bits and parts of a 40mm ammunition, the same kind of fragments they found Sunday night. They also need to establish the projectile from where the ammunition could have been fired from, and the firearm used, whether this was an M203 or M79 grenade launcher. It will also be a challenge to trace who could be the owner of the firearm, aside from the military and the police who are authorized to use these kind of weapons. There's also so much loose firearms here in Cotabato City, just like in many areas of Mindanao. A total of 21 election returns from 33 polling centers, Ria, have been successfully transmitted the results to the City Board of Canvassers as of late last night. The board, however, decided to suspend the canvassing of returns last night and reconvene at 8 this morning, because aside from a number of polling centers still having zero transmission, the SD cards of at least two clustered precincts appear to have been corrupted and still need to be reconfigured. If things go well this morning, it could be likely that the board could proclaim the winners in the afternoon, especially in the hotly contested mayoral seat between incumbent Mayor Cynthia Giani and her challenger, Congresswoman Bai Sandra Sema. Ria.
But it looks like tension will remain until the winners are proclaimed in what you said is a fiercely fought local elections. If things go well, as you said, could there be proclamations as early as within the day?
If the results are coming in from the other barangays which have failed to transmit as of last night, plus the two clustered precincts which have SD cards that needed to be repaired, if these could be canvassed by this morning, the City Board of Canvassers are expecting to make the proclamation this afternoon. They are saying that as much as possible, they don't want to delay or prolong the wait, because this could just only add up to the tension that the city is experiencing, Ria.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Our senior correspondent David Santos reporting from Cotabato City.
Over on social media, we're still seeing heated exchanges about the elections, and it seems netizens are quick to judge after the hashtag HalalanDayaan 2019 tops the trend on Twitter as of this morning. At Mr. Mooncloud, well, she says he needs a firm explanation on the delay of vote counting updates, saying, quote, "Hindi kapapaniwala ang karamihan sa mga dalhan or dahilan ninyo," unquote. And this one is so dismayed. He says, disappointed ka nga sa botohan. Disappointed ka pa rin sa Game of Thrones, referring to the latest episode of the hit series.
And before we go, let's take a Another closer look at the partial unofficial result for senators from the COMELEC Transparency Media Server. On our screens right now, still leading the pack is Cynthia Villar with over 24 million votes. Of course, the re-electionist, another re-electionist, Grace Poe, following at number 2 with over 21 million votes. Former Special Assistant to the President, Bongo, still at number 3 with 19.5 million votes. Then at number 4, going back to the Senate, and of course, a former Congresswoman, Pia Cayetano, with 18.8 million votes. Then at number 5 is former PNP Chief Bato de la Rosa with 17.9 million votes. Sani Angara is at number 6 with over 17 million votes. And Lito Lapid at number 7 with 16.2 million votes. Former Ilocos Norte Governor Aimee Marcos with over 15 million votes at number 8. Then at number 9 is former MMDA Chair Francis Tolentino with 14.7 million votes. Number 10, former Senate President, re-electionist Coco Pimentel with 13.9 million votes. Nancy Binay also at number 11 with close to 14 million votes. And rounding out the top 12, also with close to 14 million votes, is actor and former Senator Bong Revilla. At number 13, JV Ejercito Estrada with 13.6 million votes. Bam Aquino from the opposition slate, also re-electionist, with 13.5 million votes. Jinggoy Estrada is at number 15 with 10.8 million votes. And at number 16 is Mar Rojas with over 9 million votes. Number 17 is Sergio Mena with 9 million votes. Doc Willie Yong is at number 18. Dong Maundatu is at number 19. And number 20 is Jiggy Manicad with over 6 million votes. This is as of 5:20 a.m. And we are closely monitoring the senatorial race. So please stay tuned to CNN Philippines. Use the hashtag the Filipino Votes.
And of course, we will continue to give you updates as soon as we receive them. And that's it for us this Tuesday. I'm Christine Jacobson-Dejas.
Catch us again tomorrow at 6 a.m. I'm Andre Felix.
And I'm Ria Tanwat Cotrillo. CNN Philippines will continue to bring you the latest on the senatorial, congressional, and local elections. Keep it here. Good morning.
Their votes to choose the country's next leaders.
Tama naman yung mga binoto ko.
And those who made it to the Senate's Magic 12 slowly unfolding. New names and younger candidates dominate the local posts.
Ito na po ang pagbabagong hinihintay namin.
But violence, vote-buying incidents, and malfunctioning vote-counting machines hound the 2019 midterm elections.
Nung una, galit ako talaga. Biro mo yung karapatan ko mawawala.
This is a special presentation of the source, the Filipino Votes. Thank you for joining us. I'm Pinky Webb. Filipinos took to the polls Monday, but its conduct was not without controversies, despite COMELEC's assessment that elections were generally peaceful. Uncooperative vote-counting machines, occasional power outages, long lines of voters, no one was spared from sporadic election woes, not even the candidates. Some local candidates were proclaimed before Monday ended, but a 7-hour delay in the system's transmission of votes raised concerns on the integrity of the polls. We go first to the Philippine International and Convention Center in Pasay City. Our Trisha Terada is there to tell us more about how the Commission on Elections is addressing these supposed glitches. Trisha.
Yes, Pinky, one glitch after the other. We have so many questions and we continue to seek answers. But from what we do know so far, Commissioner Marlon Casquejo, it points to a Java error. That is with regard to the sudden drop of the number of the transmitted election returns. Now, this is, from what we know, is technical in nature, but it's something that we still await explanation from the Commission on Elections. Now, in her social media account, Commissioner Rowena Guanzon tweeted that, saying, quote, transparency server is working perfectly okay now. But as to the reason why this happened, we still have no answer. At any point now, as you can see behind me, the random manual audit team is already preparing for the drawing of the precincts that will participate with the random manual audit. And just to give you a quick refresher, COMELEC has already randomly selected 715 areas for the RMA. Now, this is a process that's checking the integrity of the automated elections. How do they do this? They check the results that are read manually versus the results of the automated elections. Now, these two are supposed to tally. If they don't, the RMA team will refer this to the technical team. Now, what the RMA team head, Commissioner Tito Guia, is assuring the public is that they will be transparent and honest with whatever observations they find here, so that just to ensure the integrity of this elections. Pinky?
Thanks a lot, Trisha Terada. Let's now go straight to the sources of this story. We have National Citizens Free Movement for Free Elections, or NAMFREL Chairman Gus Lagman and Lente, National Secretariat Head Attorney Carla Africa. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Good morning to you both. It's good to see you again. Carla. Chairman Gus, good to see you too. All right, let's first try to understand. Any one of you can help us understand the problem. JavaScript and the delay in the transmission. Can somebody explain that to us in layman's terms?
Apparently, I initially thought that the problem was transmission of the results from the field to the servers. But apparently, it's the COMELEC server had all of the data, but it could not share it with the transparency server and the media server. And it was only linked again at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I don't exactly know what happened. I was asleep at the time.
Marami naman sa atin tulog, ano? Yeah. But what happened really, gentlemen, was that pumasok yung data at about until 6:15.
Yes.
And then 6:15, CNN Philippines was, of course, covering this. Tuloy-tuloy siya, wala nang pumasok na bagong data. I believe until, if I'm not mistaken, 1 a.m. na. Yung susunod na batch. So there was a lull of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 7 hours.
Yes. And at 6, only 0.4% were entered, and then all of a sudden at 1 o'clock it was 80% or something. Those were the figures that I got from the text messages.
Is that a cause for concern? Nakakabahala ba yun?
So what we understand is, supposedly, what happens is that once the VCM, the vote counting machine, transmits the data, it transmits it directly into the 3 servers. It is worrisome because, at least to the public, because there's a discrepancy. And when there is a discrepancy, when something is not supposed to happen, and something goes wrong, people lose trust into the system, people lose trust into the process. However, the law provides safeguards for us to actually be able to be confident still with the process despite errors like this. For example, the VCM already prints 8 election returns, which are distributed to different parties and different watchdogs, so that they can actually counter-check what is transmitted and what is actually like in the VCM. So that's one of the safeguards there. So in terms of actually just the integrity of what the data is transmitting, it can be safe to assume that there will be a match, and that's why we also have the random manual audit, which can hopefully be able to show an accurate results. But let's see.
715, I think,
yes,
random manual audit. Also, for the benefit of our viewers, we have Lente and, of course, NAMFREL. It was a disappointment for a lot of people, Chairman Lagman, when we found out and we told the public that you were not going to be the citizens' arm of the COMELEC. This is the first time this has happened in how many years?
I think in 2010 that happened, but I can't remember the situation then. But this year we petitioned for a copy of the election data, and then to be able to do the manual audit, the random manual audit, and then, of course, the general monitoring of the conduct of elections. We were granted the third, which is
general
monitoring of the conduct of elections, and the 27th copy, printed copy of the election returns.
Can you say that again?
27th copy. And I'm talking printed copy. So before we can analyze that, we have to encode that, and this is something that we won't do.
Yeah. And because you were asking for such data that they did not give to you, the COMELEC did not give, dun ho kayo nag-decide na...
Yeah, might as well not accredit us.
Don't accredit the NAMFREL. But the work goes on, sir.
The work goes on.
Tell us what kind of work NAMFREL did.
There are groups that are willing to share their data with us. So.
Such as?
Fortunately, I can't tell you.
Why would that be legal? I mean, they can partner with you for...
You know, the election data is supposed to be public.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's supposed to be able to access that, you know. As a matter of fact, COMELEC should be putting that in their website so that anybody who wants to analyze the data can do so.
So there were groups and people who partnered with NAMFREL. How do you assess the conduct of the polls so far?
The conduct of the polls, that's not something that we do in every precinct anymore, unlike in 1984, 1986, because others are doing that already. So we don't have to do that. We do other things, like analyzing the election data, to find out whether there were early transmissions, because that has happened in the past, where a canvassing point would receive election returns before the president could send them. Which means that it's coming from somewhere else.
True.
You know.
And so what did you analyze? What is the assessment so far of NAMFREL?
Well, not yet, because,
Even no initial assessment still?
No.
Okay.
No.
Now let's go to Lente. NAMFREL and then Lente. Lente, exactly what did Lente do during the elections?
So Lente focused specifically on election day on specific monitoring for our vulnerable sectors. So dyan po yung ating mga persons with disabilities, senior citizens, heavily pregnant women, indigenous people, and yung mga detainees po natin. So Lente focused on that, on monitoring those, particularly yung emergency accessible polling places. So we were able to monitor them. And first off, it's a good project. Ang matagal ng problema, lalo ng BSK elections, we had senior citizens climbing 3 flights of stairs just to be able to vote. Nakita kami picture na binubuhat yung mga senior citizen para lang makaboto sila. So it's a good project by COMELEC. However, it was also marred by the same issues that marred the election as a whole. Now, for example, yung mga ating electoral board members or yung mga support staff, hindi nila alam kung ano gagawin talaga sa proseso. At the same time, may mga ibang instances rin na yung vote counting machine hindi nga talaga gumana.
Yeah.
And kami, in elections kasi, for the public, important yung confidence. Important may confidence sila sa proseso, important that they know that things are happening. So because of the issues with the vote counting machine, even though it seems like it's a small number, because of the issues between what the person faces with the electoral board, that they don't know that actually if nasira yung vote counting machine, pwede na tago yung ballot. It's actually it's part of the process. Because people don't know this, nag-lose ng trust sa proseso. So kailangan ng accountability. But nasira yung vote counting machine, who's going to be accountable for that? What's the next step moving forward? And kailangan ng transparency. People must know what the process is, and people must know what's going on.
And we really need to find out, because the center, very critical yesterday, a lot of reports came in regarding the vote counting machines, that they were broken, they were malfunctioning. And former Commissioner Goyo Larrazabal was saying that dapat nga by now, sanay na yung COMELEC. Para bang, oo. Ang sinasabi po niya, something like that should not have happened because in 2010, nag-automated elections tayo, 2013, 2016, 2019. By now, dapat parang expert na nga sila. However, he was quite disappointed because that did not happen yesterday. We'll be taking a short break. This is The Source on CNN Philippines. Please stay tuned. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Administration candidates still leading in the latest partial results from the COMELEC. Meantime, no members of the opposition slate are included in the list. AC Nichols has the latest partial and unofficial tally for the senatorial race.
The PPCRV's quick count results have yet to move since the 5:20 update. Numbers show admin bets still dominating the senatorial race. Cynthia Villar stays on top with over 24 million votes, followed by Grace Poe with around 21 million votes, and Bongo a strong third with some 19.5 million votes. Rounding up the top 12 are Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sunny Angara, Lito Lapid, Amy Marcos, Francis Tolentino, Coco Pimentel, Nancy Binay, and Bong Revilla. Ocho derecho bets nowhere in the top 12, including Mar Rojas and re-electionist Bam Aquino. Meantime, only 8 party list groups so far have garnered at least 2% of the votes. That's the amount required for them to earn a seat in the House of Representatives. But there could be more who made it. The numbers still have to be reconciled and verified. Now, from 90+% transmission rate at 5:20 a.m., it apparently went back down to around 49% at 5:50 a.m. That's based on data coming through the media server. Let's see, or let's get the side of the PPCRV. We have with us here PPCRV Media Director, Ms. Agnes Hervancio. Ma'am, there seems to be discrepancy apparently in the 5:50 update. Can you confirm this?
Okay, our IT team has confirmed that there was indeed a transmission at 5:50, and right now it's being checked because they feel that the data is incomplete. They don't see any reason for them to be concerned. It's just that I think it's regular protocol, even for the media. When they receive the transparency server data, those are checked and rechecked for completeness. So that's the reason why we're still showing the 5:20 a.m. as of this time, is because these are the data that we know are complete.
Okay, so you're just basically trying to avoid confusion, which is why you're sticking with the 5:20 update for now.
That is correct. We are going through a checking process and make sure that we're avoiding any reason for people to be confused and further, sending in questions why the results are as such.
Have you heard from...
Now on the line, Ocho Derecho senatorial candidate Romy Macalintal. Attorney, good morning to you.
Magandang umaga, Pinky, and good morning sa lahat ng mga tagapakinig ninyo.
Kamusta po kayo, sir?
Okay lang. Ito, natalo, pero magandang pagkatalo.
Ano po? Natalo pero?
Maganda naman ang pagkatalo.
Maganda. Bakit po maganda ang inyong pagkatalo, Attorney Romy Mac?
At least I had this very rewarding experience of offering my services to the people as a public servant. But it appears na the people had other better choices, and I always respect the choice made by our electorate.
Kayo ho ba, pagkatapos ng lahat ng pagod ninyo at puyat at hirap, wala man lang konting sama ng loob o hinanakit dahil hindi ho kayo nakapasok sa Magic 12?
Ay, wala akong samaan ng loob. Actually, okay, tinatanggap ko agad ang pagkatalo. As early as 2 o'clock in the morning, sabi ko sa misis ko at sa mga anak ko, okay na tayo. Let's drink to that. Dahil sa at least nalaman na natin ang ating kalagayan as early as 2 o'clock in the morning. Kaya wala na tayong problema. Ako kasi, alam mo naman ako, I'm an election lawyer. In previous elections, losers in the election had always been coming to me, but I always advise them, accept defeat in good grace. Huwag nating sirain ang mga electoral processes dahil sa baseless allegations that you were cheated. If I believe that my client had really lost the election, I always advise them na tanggapin mo ng pagkatalo at subukan na lang natin next time. And so I don't want to veer away from that principle.
Yeah.
Kaya I immediately conceded defeat. And I sent already my email. I emailed already my statement conceding my defeat and congratulating the winners in this election.
Ano ho ba, Attorney Romy Mac, yung sinasabi ng mga kandidato? Meron, what is that saying? May dalawang klaseng
ng kandidato, isang nanalo at isang nadaya.
Ayun, yung isang nanalo. Wala kayo doon, hindi ho kayo nanalo at hindi din ho kayo dinaya.
Andun ako sa talagang natalo.
Apo.
Andun ako doon sa kandidato na kinikilala ang desisyon ng ating taong bayan at I respect the decision of the people. Kung ano mang uri ng pagboto ang kanilang ginawa, that's part of their democratic rights. At yan ay hindi natin pwedeng questionin. We cannot question the right of the people and their choice of people who will lead us. At kung ano mangyayari sa bayan natin, well, that's the kind of leaders that we have elected.
What's the biggest lesson you learned from this election? I ask you that, Attorney Romy Mac, kasi napag-usapan po natin before na makailang beses na rin kayong hinikayat na tumakbo sa past elections. And really, this is the first time that you took on the challenge. What's the best thing you learned from running?
Hindi lang, you don't depend on the leaders, your political leaders, but you really have to depend on the people. Kasi nung una, ang akala ko, di bale, abogado naman ako ng mga politiko, na mga governors, na mga mayors of different provinces, and they promised that they would be helping me. And I thought that I could convert this to votes, But I learned na hindi rin pwede yung ganun lang. You have to go directly to the people and know their what they want, ano ba ang choices nila, and if they really know you. The leaders may know the candidate, but you have to really determine if the voters know the candidate.
Do you think that in the future you would still be open to running again?
No, hindi na siguro. I'm already 72 now. I'll be 75 next election.
Okay.
Yung mga apo ko nga, nagtatampo na sa akin. Kaya ngayon, balik na naman tayo sa ating pagiging apostolate. Yung mga apo ko, kailangan ipasyal ko na ulit sa mall.
All right. Attorney Romy Mac, sir, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Thank you. And our guests here in the studio, let's go back to them. NAMFREL Chairman Gus Lagman and Lente National Secretariat Head Attorney Carlo Africa. You were talking about the vote counting machines prior to the break. Attorney Carlo was talking about that. Chairman Lagman, are you concerned?
Haba masyado.
Hirap po eh. Are you concerned about that? Nung nababalitaan niyo po throughout the day na medyo marami-rami po yung mga reports. Although, if we try to put it in context, so far ang sinabi po ni spokesperson James Jimenez from last I heard, we're looking at what, 400 to 600 vote counting machines that malfunctioned out of a total of 85,000.
Less than 1%.
Yes.
Yeah. But I've always been an advocate of manual vote counting because, as a matter of fact, there are many countries that have gone back to manual vote counting from automated counting because automated vote counting, I'm not talking of canvassing. Canvassing, it's okay.
You can
That should
automate
be
the canvassing, yeah.
And electronic transmission. But the vote counting, to me, should be manual so that the people can witness the counting and they understand what's being done, what's going on. Unlike with automated vote counting, you feed your ballot and then you don't know what happened, and then out comes the results.
And you can take a picture of your ballot and you can take a picture of the receipt.
Yeah.
Di ba?
But to me, it's the vote counting should be witnessed by the people.
But to some people, that is a very backward approach. Would you agree?
I think there are pros and cons for automated and for manual. For manual, it's there. Like, you actually see what's happening. You see, like, there's no lack of trust with all of this data. It's because it's a technical issue. So people are, I guess, intimidated by it. However, with manual vote counting, with automated, it has supposedly eradicated wholesale fraud, supposedly. So from before, with what I remember before was that people would use to steal ballot boxes as a whole.
Yeah.
Like dagdag bawas sila, they stuff the ballot, which is the result of, because that's the way you supposedly win an election or cheat an election for manual vote counting. However, because of automated, naging talamak naman yung vote buying.
Right.
Nag-shift from wholesale electoral fraud to retail electoral
because
fraud.
they're saying now it's so hard to cheat with an automated election. Do you agree, Kat?
It's easier. If you're an insider, it's very much easier. You just change the SD card. And that's the equivalent of a ballot box stuffing. You know, it can be.
And that's small.
Yeah. And it's so easy. The technician can say, there's something wrong with the machine, and I'll bring it out, I'll change the SD card, and that's it. It's much easier. And you're saying, is that backward? Germany is backward. Netherlands is backward. Ireland is backward. They all went back to manual counting.
And because the reason for that is
transparency.
Because people want to see their votes actually counted. Really, that's what they want. However, if we look back into history in the past elections, pagka gano'n naman, pagka nagkakabilangan, there were problems such as number one, harassment, brownout, yung mga kandila na, we have to light candles para lang bantayan. At saka punong-puno talaga yung ng mga members of the different political parties and the local candidates themselves during the counting.
I think whatever system we do have, whether manual or automated, what is clear is that we have to have a stronger electoral management body. We have to have a stronger COMELEC. They're the ones managing this election. They're the ones who is supposed to espouse trust to the people.
Right.
So whatever system yung maganda sa Philippines, kailangan strong yung processes natin, kailangan strong yung pag-manage sa system na to.
Some senators have tweeted, gentlemen, that what happened to the COMELEC, because they gave the COMELEC a budget of 10 billion. So ang tanong, I remember seeing a tweet from Senator Joel Villanueva, I believe, and Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, parang nasa na yung 10 billion. Should there be some sort of investigation? Definitely there will be some sort of accounting. Pero because of these problems, and we're not just talking about vote counting machines. We're also talking about SD cards. We're also talking about, ito na nga, itong, well, I don't know what the right word to call it, yung hindi transmit na lang nung data from the COMELEC transparency server to the other servers. What should be done, Chairman?
You're right. They should review the expenses because remember they already bought those machines, so there's no rental to pay for. And SD cards are not that expensive. You're only talking of some 80,000 SD cards. That's not expensive. It's the machines. But then, nabili na eh. So they don't have to spend for that anymore, no? So you're only talking of people expenses, no? You have to pay the teachers, you have to pay the... And I don't know what their budget is now, but I don't know. But wala na dapat yung... They should really be reviewed.
So I think yung isang problem rin, it's like... it seems like it's a big number. 10 billion is a big number. Pero ang laki rin ng proseso ng ating elections. Na for example, yung at least kami sa nakuha namin reports on the ground when we talk to our election officers, even in between elections, kasi yung ginagawa ni Lente, makita mo talaga may problema ang bawat local election officer. Like for example, some of them wala silang office. Naka-house sila sa isang sa city hall ng ating local candidates. So like they
become beholden.
Yun palang mali na yun eh, diba? All right, we're gonna talk about that a little later on again. But for now, we're gonna have to say thank you to NAMFREL Chairman Gus Lagman, but Attorney Africa will still be with us. We'll be taking a short break. Good to see you, Chairman Gus. We'll see you again, sir. This is The Source on CNN Philippines. Please stay tuned. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. We now go to the local elections. In Quezon City, incumbent Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte is set to be proclaimed as the new mayor, defeating her toughest rival, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo. Our Zian Arcangel joins us live from Quezon City. Zian, how big is Joy Belmonte's lead against Congressman Crisologo?
Pinky A. Belmonte is back as mayor of Quezon City, winning by a huge margin in a 10-man race. Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte, daughter of former Quezon City Mayor and Speaker Sonny Belmonte, was proclaimed Quezon City's new mayor after getting over 469,000 votes. She led the mayoralty contest with over 103,000 votes more over her closest rival, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo. Belmonte's running mate, Councilor Gian Soto, was proclaimed the new Vice Mayor of Quezon City after getting 382,393 votes. The son of Senate President Tito Soto was ahead by close to 39,000 votes from the second placer, lawyer Jopet Sison. Cheers and claps greeted Belmonte and Soto after they were announced as the new mayor and vice mayor, respectively, of Quezon City. Local election officials waited until election results from all precincts in the city were canvassed before proclaiming Belmonte and Soto as winners. Canvassing slowed down past Tuesday midnight due to transmission failure. Because of this, the contents of the SD cards had to be uploaded manually at the canvassing center. Right now, Belmonte and Soto are celebrating with their supporters and other local officials who won the local race in Quezon City. Pinky?
Thanks a lot, Zian Arcangel. Our guest here in the studio now, still International Secretariat Head Attorney Carlo African, joining him, PNP spokesperson Bernard Bana. Colonel, good morning to you, and thank you also for joining us this morning.
Good morning, Ms. Pinky.
So we already have a mayor for Quezon City, rather proclaimed mayor for Quezon City, that's Joy Belmonte. And obviously, Sunday night, we reported the news on her rival, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo. Sir, what happened there? I know that it's unjust fixation, obstruction of justice in relation to an alleged vote-buying incident. What is the latest on this?
That's right. Congressman Crisologo was charged with unjust fixation and obstruction of justice, and the charge was filed in court in the prosecutor's office. And the latest is that he was released for further investigation. But the case is still pending, because the case is filed in court and the evidences are there supporting the charge. But in the meantime, he is released for further investigation.
What is the evidence, sir? What do you have?
Well, the fact that he obstructed the lawful performance of our police officers who are just doing their job of implementing the election laws on vote buying. And he just came over and then tried to block the path of our police officers who just arrested some of the suspects for vote buying. And so there was
Because of a complaint told to the
That's right,
police of an alleged vote buying incident.
That's correct.
So pumunta po doon yung kapulisan. Pagkatapos, humarang po.
And then he came, and then he talked to these supporters, and then suddenly he ordered for the blocking or the padlocking of the gate, and so the officers could not go out, and so that was a clear violation, an obstruction of justice.
Pero yun pa rin, sir, for further investigation on
That's
the
right. Yes,
obstruction of justice charge. All right, vote buying. Can you give us the latest from the PNP, sir? Latest data.
Part of the success of our security operations during the midterm polls is the overwhelming support of the Filipino people. And part of that, of course, is the overwhelming reports on vote buying and vote selling. And we got swamped with lots of reports. And we tried to respond to all these reports.
How many reports did you get, sir?
Well, we cannot really tell, but our lines are full, our text messages, the inboxes are full, and much as we'd like to respond to all these complaints, but we can only do so much because we are also maintaining security in all the polling places and in all the areas where we are supposed to conduct security operations. And as of yesterday, the polling day, we had recorded a total of 441 violators of...
Can you repeat that, sir?
441 violators of vote buying and vote selling. And of course, that includes Congressman Crisologo in that number. And they were all charged for violation of this election law. And many of them also got released for further investigation.
So that's 441.
That's correct.
Other data, Colonel, meron po sa arrested on the liquor ban.
That's correct. Sir. The liquor ban ended last night, and 1,218 violators nationwide were recorded. And we made the announcement days before, weeks before, that there's going to be a liquor ban. But unfortunately, some of our people, they just ignored the warnings and then disobeyed the law. So still they drank liquors in the sidewalks, in the sari-sari stores.
Huli sila.
So they got arrested.
Gun ban, sir?
Well, for the gun ban, it remains in effect until June 12 for the entire election period. So we remind the public that carrying of firearms is unlawful during this period.
Colonel, can you give us situations in certain areas, for example, sir, in Cotabato City? From last I heard, there were 2 explosions there Monday, and I think there was a third one.
There's another one.
Right. Yeah, can you give us an update there?
Well,
I think it was in the same venue where the first explosion was.
Right. So the security there in Cotabato and Maguindanao is very intense. In fact, the military and the police are there also providing security. And this is the reason why the area is placed under COMELEC control, primarily because of the presence of threat groups who just want to disrupt or create fear or sow terror. And this local terrorist group has been there for a long time, but we've been running after them. And,
who is this?
This is the breakaway of the BIFF, the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters. And every now and then they just, come out and then just create some trouble. But we're really trying our best to run after them and then put them behind bars.
But Colonel, that's 3 explosions in, I don't know, sir, maybe 24 to 48 hours?
Right. And you see, the situation there, it's really kind of guard everyone, And that's why our campaign against loose firearms and explosives is very intense. And we intensify it some more because of these incidents. Aside from this, of course, relatively, the general situation all over the country is peaceful and orderly. And we thank the public. We give the credit to the public for this accomplishment.
Colonel, any area that is talagang tinitingnan pa at binabantayan pa ng kapulisan?
Yeah, at this point, the whole of Mindanao, of course, it remains under martial law. And based on the COMELEC resolutions, it is under the red category. Red category meaning area of grave concern. So
grave concern.
That's correct.
All right. Colonel Banak was talking about vote buying. 441 buying and selling, pinagsama na yan. What are your thoughts on this? Dumami ba ang vote buying? Because some were actually assuming there's more incidents now because of the automated elections. Would you agree?
For sure, because of the shift towards an automated election, dumami yung vote buying. But nagsimula tayo 2010 pa lang. So, but from our perspective, yung reports of vote buying from this election to the last couple of elections, pareho lang. Like, ang dami pa rin. Marami talaga. But ang ganda nga ng ginawa ng PNP, na they were actually more proactive in actually going around the areas, seeing reports, and like, ano ba talaga, may vote buying ba? Kasi actually, sometimes, ano talaga, like, apparent talaga, like, wala na silang pake. Like, talagang vote buying.
Very blatant.
Yeah, blatant na. So, but I would be interested to take a look kung ano pa yung parity process in terms of which report yung habulin natin, which report yung hindi. Kasi yun yung problema namin sa Lente. We get so many reports, hindi namin alam if like kaya ba, pupunta kami doon, tapos bilang wala pa rin mangyari.
Maybe we can ask Colonel Banak there, sa dami ng mga nag-report ng incidents of vote buying and selling, ano nga ba ang kanilang inuuna? We'll be taking a short break. This is The Source on CNN Philippines. Please stay tuned. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Our guest here in the studio, Lente National Secretariat Head, Attorney Carlo Africa, and PNP spokesperson Bernard Banak. Colonel, we left that question hanging. Nagtanong nga din si Attorney Africa. Sa dami daw ng mga natanggap ninyo, sabi mo, puno na yung inbox ninyo. I'm sure the lines were burning. How do you choose which one to first attend to?
Well, immediately we respond to such requests by communicating immediately to our lower units, and if they are there on the spot, performing election duties or securing the area, and then they will be the ones to respond and verify the information. And if on the spot they see that there are evidences and that the suspects are there, so immediately they effect the arrest. Otherwise, if they see that there are no evidences and there are no suspects, then we just let it go and then, observe another day.
But here's my question, sir. Sa time, doon sa pagitan ng oras na isinumbong sa inyo at sinabi nyo doon sa unit ninyo, tapos sabihin natin allegedly namimigay ng envelope. By the time they get there, sir, baka tapos na po yung pamimigay ng envelope at pera?
Yes, a lot of times that's the case. But so that's why we have to be very quick. So when we receive the report, immediately we communicate down to the lower units and then dispatch some of our cops to check and verify the information.
Colonel, what was the biggest? I know you're saying 441 were arrested for buying and selling. Saan ho yung pinakamalaking?
In NCR, in the NCR. That's where we get the biggest number of arrests here in Metro Manila.
Attorney.
For us, actually, ano siya, different, iba-iba. So there are people, as to reports, may nakuha kami in the NCR, but at the same time, namin nakuha outside of it. But I guess iba-iba yung style niyan eh. Ibang people...
Ano nga ba mga style? Pakikwento nga.
Ibang people, I think, sa loob ng bahay, doon like, papapasukin muna sa bahay ng isang person, tapos doon na-distribute yung pera, tapos sa loob ng envelope, may kasamang sample ballot, tapos staple yung pera, parang gano'n. So, may mga gano'n talaga silang style.
If they were to buy the vote, how can they assure na gagawin nga nila yun sa balota? Yun ang tanong ko.
Okay, what we actually say is that, actually, mga candidates natin, meron silang, they have a right to have watchers in every polling place, yung mga classroom natin. Kaya very important na yung watcher dapat nasa harap ng classroom. If yung watcher nasa likod kasi, makikita nila kung sino pwede mong iboto eh. So yun yung way nila of checking, binoto ba niya or hindi. And some people...
So papanoorin ka?
Pwede, yes.
May folder ka eh. Yung iba wala.
Yung ibang ways eh, yeah. At the same time, ginagawa ng people, imbis na boto mo to, alam ka nila na boboto ka sa kalaban, babayaran ka nila, tapos lalagyan ka nila ng indelible ink. So hindi ka na makaboto.
Yun ang mga modus.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna be taking another short break. We'll be right back. You're watching The Source on CNN Philippines. Our guest here in the studio, Lente National Secretariat Head Attorney Carlo Africa and PNP spokesperson Bernard Banak. Attorney Africa and I were talking for those who may be interested. Kailan ba nabuo ang Lente? Anong taon?
So yung Lente nabuo siya noong 2007 kasi nakita nga ng tao ng yung 2004, the election before that, na kailangan ng isang group of people na may competence on the law, yung batas, lalo na yung procedures of it, kasi ang dami intimidated by it eh. So because of that, nagkumpul-kumpul yung different lawyers, paralegals, and law students to create this group of people na yung goal nila is to use their legal background to actually protect the elections.
Is there anything very different about this election na napansin ng Lente compared to the past elections?
So yung one, I guess, medyo weird thing that we were able to observe, in 2016, at around 12 midnight or at around 1 a.m., nagsimula na yung mga tawag sa amin na ito, hinahakot na kami, nagbebenta na ng boto, parang gano'n. But for this election, weirdly enough, yung first reports namin, nakuha namin at around mga 4 a.m. So medyo kasi we were prepared na, okay, lalabas yung mga reports na lalabas sila.
Baka pumunta sila sa PNP instead.
Actually, yung naisip ko, like, the impact of like the PNP, like just being very upfront, na this election we're focusing on vote buying.
Yeah.
So like, siguro nakita nila, ay, PNP tayo pumunta.
Yun ang siguro na unang naging priority ng mamamayan, ano, Colonel? Alright, what is ano po ang focus pa rin ng PNP ngayon moving forward, sir? With the elections,
Right. The election period is still until June 12. So we maintain the checkpoint operations, the COMELEC checkpoint operations, and implementing the gun ban, of course.
So don't forget that is still in effect until June 12.
And the employment of private security bodyguards, that's still prohibited under this period.
Private armed groups?
Yes. And then we continue to pursue our campaign against private armed groups and loose firearms. And the anti-criminality campaign will continue, and we will also be preparing now for the opening of classes on June 3. So
yun naman ang susunod.
2 weeks from now. So we are now preparing, and as we wind up the election period, we still have 3 weeks to go. The public that PNP will always be there to serve and protect them, and we thank them on behalf of the PNP, General Oscar David Albayalde, for the support of the public over the PNP and then the AFP, of course, and then the COMELEC for giving us the support.
You're watching a special presentation of CNN Philippines on the 2019 midterm elections. Hours after poll closed at 6 last night, some local candidates have been proclaimed winners. We are continuously monitoring the outcome of these elections, where tens of millions of Filipinos cast their votes. Senator Joel Villanueva is among those expressing concern on vote counting machine glitches that delayed polling in some areas yesterday. In a Twitter post, Villanueva described the glitch as weird, given COMELEC's huge 10.18 billion peso budget for this year, hinting the poll body has the resources to prepare better. Meanwhile, in his latest message posted over Facebook at 9 this morning, Ocho Derecho campaign manager Senator Kiko Pangilinan asked COMELEC to explain the series of glitches in the canvassing of votes in the senatorial race, saying such is casting doubts on the integrity of the polls. Pangilinan also asked their supporters to remain vigilant until the end, as he expressed optimism that two of their candidates still have a fighting chance to make it to the Magic 12, given that around 3 million votes remain unaccounted for in the unofficial tally. Let's take a look now at the partial unofficial result in the senatorial elections. This is from the COMELEC transparency server. As of 9:46 in the morning, Cynthia Villar has 24,324,394 votes. Grace Poe follows with 21.274 million votes. Bongo is still a strong third at 19.7 million, followed by Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sunny Angara, Lito Lapid. Amy Marcos is at the 8th place. Francis Tolentino has 14.8 votes to secure the 9th place. As of this point, Coco Pimentel has 14.051 million votes. Ramon Revilla Jr. or Bong Revilla with 14 million. Nancy Binay on the 12th spot. Hanging on at the 13th spot, JV Ejercito. Benigno Bam Aquino is at the 14th, and 15th and 16th places are Jinggoy Estrada and Mar Rojas. You are seeing the Commission on Elections, or the COMELEC, explains the delay in posting results from the transparency server, which provides partial and unofficial results of the midterm polls. Our correspondent Trisha Tirada is at the Philippine International Convention Center in Pasay City. Trisha, what details do you have now?
Well, Terry, after this time, there's so many questions that are left unanswered. What we have are just surface responses to all the objectives that were found. Now, we continue to keep answering, but for now, what we do know is that COMELEC model points to a Java error for the sudden drop in the number of permitted elections.
We'll get back to Trisha Tirada there from the PICC. In the meantime, re-electionist Senator Cynthia Villar is still leading the senatorial race. Meanwhile, no opposition candidate has made it this far to the top 12. Our AC Nichols has the latest and partial and unofficial tally from the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting Command Center in Manila. What are the updates there, AC?
Well, we're still seeing the unofficial parallel count from the PTCRV. Their latest tally here that they're flashing on their LED screens is for the 9:46 a.m. results. It is basically still the same numbers. Cynthia Villar is still maintaining her lead in the senatorial race, followed by Grace Poe and former special assistant to the president, Bongo. Now, rounding up, the top 12 are mostly admin bets: Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sunny Angara, Lito Lapid, Amy Marcos, Francis Tolentino, Coco Pimentel, Bong Revilla, and Nancy Binay. Now, the data is coming from over 82,000 clustered precincts from all over the country. Now, a little bit more interesting than the unofficial parallel count now is the fact that PTCRV volunteers are now manually encoding the results reflected on the election returns. 300 volunteers will be working in 3 shifts every day for the next week or so, when their operations are going to be 24/7. Now, PTCRV has already received 5% of the election returns, but mostly, though, are from nearby areas like San Juan, Makati, and Manila City.
BPCRV is prepared to work for the next 2 weeks, possibly up to a month, for a complete encoding of 100% of all the ERs for the midterm polls. Now, aside from the fact that the manual encoding of the numbers is already tedious in itself, we also have to consider a possible delays in the actual bringing of the election returns to the PPCRV command center here in Manila City. Obviously, some ERs will be coming from Mindanao and other far areas, so it might take a while for those ERs to get here, and so that's why they're expecting that it might take about a month to complete the 100% manual encoding. And this is something that really need to watch closely in the wake of glitches in the vote counting machines during elections yesterday, and then obvious or apparent difficulties in the transfer of data between servers, because this process is a way to verify or validate the electronically transmitted results by comparing those numbers to the data reflected on the election returns. And so you can now compare the post-transmission or post-transmitted data to the pre-transmitted data. And if nothing went wrong during transmission or there was no manipulation or error, then those numbers should be the same or should match. Cherry?
That's AC Nichols reporting from Manila. The COMELEC explains the delay in posting the results from the transparency server, which provides partial and unofficial results of the midterm polls. Our Trisha Terada is back on the line. Trisha, go ahead.
Yes, Sherry, like what I said earlier, there's still so many questions left unanswered at this point. It's been hours since several glitches came up. Yet we have yet to hear from COMELEC on these things. We continue to seek answers, but for now, what we just know is that COMELEC Commissioner Marlon Casquejo points to a Java error for the sudden drop in the number of transmitted election returns. So this is just one of the many glitches that COMELEC had to face. We are still looking for real explanations, because what we have now is just really surface answers to all these problems. From what we understand, this Java error is technical in nature. But again, COMELEC has yet to provide more details about this. Now, in her social media account, another commissioner, COMELEC, Commissioner Rowena Guanzon, says, quote, transparency server is already working perfectly okay now. But as to why the delay happened, still silence, no answer to this. At this point, the random manual audit team has already selected 715 precincts for the RMA. These were randomly selected. This is a process that checks the integrity of the automated elections. So how does it happen? It compares results that are read manually with the results of the automated elections. So the two numbers or the two results should tally. If not, the RMA team will refer the discrepancy to the technical team. With NAMPO's withdrawal, it's Lente now that standing as the COMELEC citizen arm. COMELEC Commissioner Luigi Padilla assures voters that they will be honest and transparent with their observations. The RMA will start tomorrow, May 15th. Cherry?
Trisha, any word on why the press conference in the COMELEC hasn't started yet?
Right. Earlier, even last night, we were told that there will be a press conference at 10 in the morning to address several issues and to give somehow a complete overview of the elections. Right now, there's still no explanation as to why the press conference will be moved to 12. Initially, it was just COMELEC spokesperson James Menes supposed to give the press conference at 10. But then I learned personally from Commissioner Casquejo that they will be answering the questions by noontime, by 12:30. And this time around, we received information that other commissioners will be joining the press conference in about an hour or so. Cherry?
Trisha Terada there reporting from the PICC. The winner in the Quezon City mayoralty race has been proclaimed. Cian Arcangel tells us more.
A. Belmonte is back as mayor of Quezon City after winning by a huge margin in a 10-man contest. Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte, the daughter of former Speaker Sonny Belmonte, was proclaimed Quezon City's new mayor after getting over 469,000 votes. She led the mayoralty contest with over 103,000 votes more over her closest rival, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo. Belmonte's running mate, Councilor Gian Soto, was proclaimed the new vice mayor of Quezon City after getting 382,393 votes. The son of Senate President Tito Soto was ahead by close to 39,000 votes from the second placer, lawyer Jopet Sison. Cheers and claps greeted Belmonte and Soto after they were announced as the new mayor and vice mayor, respectively, of Quezon City. Local election officials waited until election results from all precincts in the city were canvassed before proclaiming Belmonte and Soto as winners. Canvassing slowed down past Tuesday midnight due to transmission failure. Because of this, the contents of the SD cards had to be uploaded manually at the canvassing center. After serving as vice mayor for 9 years, Belmonte says she's ready to take on a bigger role in serving the people and implementing sweeping reforms in Quezon City. Cian Arcangel, CNN Philippines.
When we return, we'll take a look at the local elections plus some candidates accepting defeat in the senatorial race. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back. You're watching the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. After waging fiercely fought battles, some losing senatorial candidates quickly concede defeat. Ocho Derecho senatorial candidate Romulo Macalintal tells CNN Philippines he respects the decision of the voters in choosing other candidates. He also congratulates other winners and thanked his countrymen for giving him the opportunity to offer his services as a public servant in the Senate.
Wala akong samaan ng loob. Actually, okay, tinatanggap ko agad ang pagkatalo. As early as 2 o'clock in the morning, sabi ko sa misis ko at saka sa mga anak ko, okay na tayo. Let's drink to that. Alam mo naman ako, I'm an election lawyer. In previous elections, losers in the election had always been coming to me, but I always advise them, accept defeat in good grace. Huwag nating sirain ang mga electoral processes dahil sa baseless allegations that you were cheated.
Former journalist Jiggy Manicad also said he accepts the results of the partial unofficial tally of the senatorial race, showing him nowhere near the magic 12. Meantime, the Dutertes and their allies are expected to dominate the elections in Davao City. Our Ina Andulong is there. Ina, what can you tell us?
Well, Cherry, the City Board of Canvassers here is just waiting for the election returns of just 13 polling centers. These polling centers are mostly located in far-flung areas with poor internet signal, which is why they've been unable to electronically transmit their election returns. Right now, some teachers of these schools are still trying to do that, but if they fail to do so anytime soon, the Board of City Canvassers will have to ask the school teachers to come here physically so that they can manually upload their election returns. Right now, the board has so far canvassed 96% of election returns, and as many expected, as you mentioned, the Dutertes and their allies are dominating the local elections here. On the mayoral race, Sara Duterte so far has more than 567,000 votes, way ahead than her opponent, June Marcellones, who just got a little more than 4,000 votes. On the vice mayoral race, the unopposed Baste Duterte so far has more than 545,000 votes, For the congressional race in the 1st District, Paulo Duterte also way ahead against his two opponents with 195,000 votes, while the two of his opponents have a combined number of votes totaling just more than 7,000. Now, in the 2nd District, Vincent Garcia is also unopposed. He has so far 167,000 votes. In the 3rd District, also unopposed, Isidro Ungab with 157,000 votes. Again, basically, no surprise here in the local elections in Davao City. Sherry?
When are we expecting the proclamation of the winners, Ina?
Well, that's what many here are waiting for. We've been asking the canvassers here about plans to proclaim, considering that it's already statistically improbable for these results to change. But the officials here are saying they would rather wait for all the election returns to come in from these 13 polling precincts. He says the head of the Board of Canvassers also told us earlier that someone needs to petition to have the proclamation already, but no one is doing that from the board, and they're not expecting this as well from any of the Dutertes because it's not something that they've really done in the past. So the proclamation, they say they're hoping will happen within the day, again, once all the election returns are put up or are reflected in their canvassing here. Cherry?
Ina Andalong there reporting from Davao City. Authorities in Cotabato City are still facing a blank wall on the identity and motive of those behind the two successive blasts that hit the city. Our David Santos is still in Cotabato City. Hi, David. Go ahead.
Well, Cherry, the person whose identity remains a mystery to authorities fired his weapon at a distance of about 200 meters from where the blasts happened. This was the initial findings of the post-blast investigation on the two consecutive nights of explosions which happened almost at the same time and may have targeted the same spot, which is just behind the Cotabato City Hall. Now, authorities responded to calls that another round of powerful explosions were heard just outside the City Hall at around 10 o'clock Monday night. This was also at the same time, 10:15 p.m. and the almost same exact spot from Sunday's explosion, a vacant lot in Barangay Malagapas, Rosary Heights 10, which is just behind the City Hall. Now, fortunately, no one has been hurt from either incidents. It appears that a 40mm ammo fired from a still undetermined type of weapon, possibly a grenade launcher, was used by the suspect. Now, who is this suspect? Investigators are still clueless. No one has claimed responsibility, nor there are any witnesses who have come forward to shed light in the investigation. Now, Acting City Police Director Colonel Michael Lebanan is now asking the public here in Cotabato City to share any information or maybe some leads that may help unmask those behind these blasts. Now, was the incident politically motivated? Strangely, Colonel Lebanan would not yet jump into that conclusion. This despite these findings. The timing of the blast. It happened just hours before and after the elections, and as well as the proximity of the blast sites, which is just near the City Hall. Now, Colonel Lebanan says if the motive was indeed political, the suspects could have directly fired towards the City Hall. So he believes that maybe those behind the explosions were just out to embarrass the security forces or mock his leadership as a city police chief. Cherry.
That's David Santos reporting from Cotabato City. After this short break, we'll give you another look at who's leading the senatorial race and a wrap of winners in the mayoralty race in Metro Manila. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. You're watching a special presentation of CNN Philippines on the 2019 midterm elections. I'm Cherry Mercado. As the unofficial count for the midterm polls reaches its tail end, here's our Andre Felix to show us where senatorial candidates got most of their votes. Andre.
Thank you, Cherry. Still at the top of the race are incumbent senators Cynthia Villar and Grace Poe. That's as of 9:46 in the morning. And based on our heat map, the top two senatorial bets fared well in most parts of Luzon, mostly here in central Luzon, and also most areas of the country, as we can see. While Bongo, who settles third, got most of his votes, particularly in Metro Manila, Central Visayas, and his home province here in Davao. We're also closely monitoring the ranking for the bottom half seats of the Senate race. As we can see, it's a tight race from numbers 9 to 14, where anything can happen due to a tight competition. Let's take a look. Almost 15 million, Francis Tolentino gets a lot of his votes from this area right here in Central Luzon, as well as in Manila, and he also gets some votes from Cebu. And in the Visayas, Coco Pimentel, close behind, with 14 million votes. Also from this area right here, Bong Revilla, who is at number 11 with 14 million votes. He gets a lot of his votes from this region. As we know, the Revillas, their bailiwick is in Cavite, so he gets a lot of votes here from his bailiwick. Nancy Binay is at number 12, and she gets a lot of votes as well, and she gets some votes from the north. JV Ejercito Estrada is at number 13 with 13.7 votes. As we can see, JV also gets a lot of votes from this area, from Metro Manila, from Central Luzon, and also here Southern Luzon. He gets a lot of votes from there. And Bam Aquino at number 14 with 13.6 million votes. Bam gets a lot of votes aside from Metro Manila. He also gets a lot of votes from Western Visayas, as well as Vice President Lenny Robredo's bailiwick in the Bicol region. Bam Aquino gets a lot of votes from here as well. Again, this is still partial and unofficial, coming from the COMELEC Transparency Media Server as of 9:46 a.m. And if you want to see a full list, just go to cnnphilippines.com. Cherry?
Thanks, Andre. In the meantime, more cities in Metro Manila announced winners in the mayoralty race. Isko Moreno dislodges re-election as Mayor Joseph Estrada in Manila, while Francis Zamora ends the Estrada clan's 50-year control over San Juan City, defeating Janela Ejercito Estrada. In another defeat of a decades-long reign of a political clan, Vico Soto emerges as Pasig City Mayor. Former Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte beats Bingbong Crisologo as Quezon City Mayor. Abby Binay defeats her brother Junjun over the Makati mayoralty. Join Pinky Webb at the top of the hour to get updates on yesterday's elections. I'm Cherry Mercado. Have a great day ahead.
For our nation. We, in the Philippine National Police, salute and extend our deep gratitude to our partners in this exercise, the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Commission on Elections, for the trust, the strong support, and cooperation in ensuring the peaceful and safe conduct of the elections, in securing the ballots, and in keeping the peace in the communities on election day and during the entire election period. Also, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, for his unflinching support in providing the logistical needs through our capability enhancement program and stepping up the morale of the 190,000 force of the PNP that immensely improved our capability to ensure a fair, safe, and secure conduct of the 2019 national and local elections. We thank as well the local government units, the members of the community, the members of the media, and all other stakeholders for their vigilance, support, and cooperation they extended to us from the time we started the security preparations many months ago to Election Day until the remaining days ahead as we conclude our security operations. Above all, I thank, congratulate, and commend the men and women of the PNP for your display of courage in the face of all odds, the sacrifices you have made during the entire election period, and for your hard work in ensuring the peaceful and safe conduct of the elections. There may have been incidents of violence, both buying and harassments, but these have all been resolutely and efficiently addressed by our police units together with the AFP and the COMELEC. As of 8 a.m. today, May 14, the following are the data recorded. On election-related incidents, there is a notable 60% decrease in the number of cases at 43 incidents with 73 victims compared to the 106 incidents with 192 victims in the last 2016 national and local elections. On vote buying, a total of 225 incidents were recorded, leading to the arrest of 441 violators and 8 rescued minors. During the election day, the PNP has also recorded 41 incidents ranging from commotion, mauling, attempted murder, and shooting incidents. However, investigation is still ongoing to verify which of these are actually election-related incidents or not. On a lighter note, we commend the 517 PNP personnel who serve as members of the election board in the absence of teachers in the regions PRO Barn, PRO Cordillera, Region 9, and Region 10. Together with the AFP and COMELEC, we have done our best. We hope that the success of this electoral exercise will further motivate and inspire us to work more closely together as we now welcome the duly elected leaders and usher in a brighter future for our nation. I lead the Philippine National Police in enjoining the rest of our countrymen to cast aside their political differences and once again unite in working together with greater optimism as we all face new challenges ahead in our nation's continuing journey towards lasting peace and progress. We join the Filipino people in celebrating this meaningful milestone in the history of our beloved nation. And we thank and glorify the Lord for being at the center of all our efforts. To the men and women of the PNP, thank you and carry on. At sa buong sambayanang Pilipino, maraming salamat po. Mabuhay, and may God bless our beloved country. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, sir. We shall now have the questions. First question coming from Raymond Dabdas.
Sir, good morning. Malaki ho yung drop as per your data with the previous election. Ano yung formula na nakikita nyo na ginamit nyo ng PNP na nakatulong dito para bumaba yung krimen?
Siguro isang napakalaking bagay na naging nag-attribute dito sa pag-decrease ng mga election-related violent incidents is our preparations. Remember, since last year, nag-prepare na po kami dito. Yung tinatawag nating mga enhanced police intervention operations and of course, yung risk reductions natin. And like, of course, yung pag-implement natin ng mga search warrants, yung campaign natin against gun for hire, loose firearms and private armed groups. So ito palagi natin ang sinasabi that led to a decrease in the incident of election-related violent incidents. Napakalaking sigurong contribution nito, yung naging effort natin, yung mga effort natin since last year na nag-umpisa tayo na mag-operate dito sa mga risk factors. No? Yung mga risk factors na tinatawag natin, yung pag-reduce nga ng private armed groups dito, yung paggamit ng mga gun for hire ng mga ibang kumakandidato. So, ito ay mapapakita natin based on record where we were able to arrest more than 5,000 actually. More than 5,000 arrests we made. And we were able to recover at a little less than 5,000 loose firearms also. Maliban pa yan dun sa mga sinurrender sa atin na mga loose firearms at saka yung firearms na unregistered o yung mga firearms na hindi na-register. Anong tawag doon? Yung unrenewed licenses. Wala pa po yung mga unrenewed licenses dito. So ito yung mga nag-contribute siguro, nakita natin, no, yung effort natin bago magkaroon tayo ng election yesterday.
So yung kung halimbawa kayo ang masusunod kasi it should be the last election na kabahagi kayo as an active police officer. Ano yung dapat na makita nyo, dapat na program na implement ko ngayong 2019 na dapat by the next election, dapat ituloy-tuloy yung ganitong klase ng program?
Well, unang-una, I think we will improve more. By 2022, I'm sure meron pang room for improvement sa amin. No? And as I said earlier, we want to thank the President also dun sa pag-i-increase niya ng capability enhancement program fund namin na napakalaki po ang tulong dun sa pag-improve ng aming logistical equipment, both personal and unit equipment namin. Pinaka-importante is yung mobility namin. It's most improved. Remember, meron na kaming 3 helicopters as of this time na brand new. And of course, nakita natin during this election, ang massive is the report on vote buying. Siguro ito ang isang ma-address pa natin coming comes 2022 elections again. No? There are several factors that we attribute itong massive reports of vote buying. Unang-una, automated.
Good afternoon, I'm Pinky Webb and you're watching a special presentation of CNN Philippines on the 2019 midterm polls. Well, it's high noon. Let's take a look at the figures we're getting from the Commission on Elections. This is as of 10:26 in the morning. Senator Cynthia Villar still leads the race in the upper chamber with 24.3 million votes. Following her, Grace Poe with 29,298,000 votes. At third place, Bongo at 19,700,000. Number 4 is Pia Cayetano at 19 million. Number 5, Bato de la Rosa at 18,138,000. And number 6, Edgardo Saniangara at 17,510,000. At number 7 is Lito Lapid at 16,366,000. Number 8, Amy Marcos at 15,285,000. Number 9 is Francis Tolentino, So far, he has 14,862,000 votes. Number 10, Coco Pimentel at 14,068,000. Number 11 is Ramon Revilla at 14,063,514. Number 12 is Nancy Binay at 14,044,911. Number 13, JV Ejercito at 13,795,000. Number 14, Benigno Bamakino at 13,686,000. Number 15 is Jingoy Estrada at 10,959,000. And number 16, Mar Rojas at 9,522,000. Again, that is as of 10:26 this morning. Ocho Derecho senatorial candidate Romulo Macalintal has conceded defeat. Macalintal tells CNN Philippines he respects the voters' decision. He congratulates the winners and thanks the people for the opportunity to offer his services as a public servant.
Wala akong samaan ng loob. Actually, okay, tinatanggap ko agad ang pagkatalo. As early as 2 o'clock in the morning, sabi ko sa misis ko at sa mga anak ko, okay na tayo. Let's drink to that. Alam mo naman ako, I'm an election lawyer. In previous elections, losers in the election had always been coming to me, but I always advise them, accept defeat in good grace. Huwag nating sirain ang mga electoral processes dahil sa baseless allegations that you were cheated.
Another senatorial candidate who failed to make it to the Magic 12, Jiggy Manicad, also accepts the partial unofficial results of the elections. In a Facebook post, he thanks all his supporters. Opposition senatorial bets former Solicitor General Pilo Hilbay and Samira Gutok seem to have likewise accepted their loss. They took to Twitter to thank their supporters. Hilbay says, quote, "One of the greatest privileges of my life was having to campaign for you and with you," while Gutok simply tweeted, "Salamat." Some senators are speaking up about some glitches in yesterday's election. Senator Joel Villanueva says he is concerned that some vote counting machines malfunctioned and delayed voting in some areas yesterday. In a Twitter post, Villanueva described the glitch as weird, given COMELEC's huge 10.8 billion peso budget for this year. He said the poll body had the resources to prepare better. Meanwhile, in his latest message posted in Facebook at 9 this morning, Ocho Derecho campaign manager Senator Kiko Pangilinan asks COMELEC to explain the series of glitches in the canvassing of the votes in the senatorial race, saying this is casting doubts on the integrity of the polls. Pangilinan also asks supporters to remain vigilant until the end, as he expresses optimism that 2 of the Ocho Derecho candidates still have a fighting chance to make it to the Magic 12, given that around 3 million votes remain unaccounted for in the unofficial tally. The Commission on Elections, or COMELEC, explains a delay in posting results from the transparency server, which provides partial and unofficial results of the midterm polls. Our correspondent, Trisha Terada, is at the Philippine International Convention Center in Pasay City. Trisha?
Yes, Pinky, in about less than half an hour, we're expecting to hear concrete answers and explanations from the commissioners of the Commission on Election. We are on standby for a press release as we seek answers and clarification about the glitches that the COMELEC or the polls that were encountered during the 2019 midterm vote. But what we do know so far is that COMELEC Commissioner Marlon Pesquejo points to a Java error for the sudden drop in the number of transmitted election returns. From what we understand, this is technical in nature. Yet still, we want and we will be asking COMELEC to provide more details on this. In her social media account earlier, COMELEC Commissioner Rowena Gonzalez said, quote, "Transparency server is working perfectly now." But as to why this was delayed, she did not provide any explanation. And earlier also, we witnessed the random manual audit team draw and randomly select 716 precincts for the random manual audit. It's a process which checks the integrity of the automated election. So how it works by comparing the results that are read manually with the results of the automated election. So the numbers should tally. If they don't, the RMA team refers the discrepancy to the technical team. With national withdrawal, it's Clemente now who serves as COMELEC's citizen arm. Commissioner Tito Guia assures the voters that they will be honest and transparent to the observations. The RMA will start tomorrow, May 15th. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. Trisha Terada reporting to us from the PICC. We now speak with COMELEC, Commissioner Rowena Guanzon. Commissioner, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner, so far we're waiting for this press briefing over there at the PICC. But before that, we want to get your assessment of the conduct of the polls.
This is, we have more problems now than in the previous election. And I see that the culprits here are the defective SD cards.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the machines, they cannot match with these perhaps poor quality SD cards or defective SD cards, and that was the one source of the problem. So we're going to have to do a post-election assessment to make sure that we'll get better with our job, and then in the next elections, these things can be avoided. So as you can see, the source and quality of the materials do matter in terms of performance of these machines. All right. So the 8-hour delay in the transmission of data to the stations or servers of the media and KBP-PCRV was really a technical problem, as explained by Commissioner Casquejo and the IT director to me. The server had problems pushing the data to your media workstations, and that's why the delay. But it's all fixed now, and as you can see, there was a way to determine anyway that canvassing and transmission of election returns were ongoing perfectly well in our central server and in the board. Director Elnas told me this morning that what they did was they allowed the media to take pictures of there was a tally board where you can see the election returns in hard copy if the transparency server wasn't working. So there was really a check and balance system for this, and that contingency was predicted. But again, I said the perfect state of things would have been that these things shouldn't have happened. But
yeah,
there they are. But then it's solved. We want to explain to the public. So Commissioner Casquejo, the chair of steering committee, will lead the press con today at 12:30.
And explain further, I guess, Commissioner Guanzo, on this 8-hour delay, because of this transmission of data.
Yeah, because the media will have questions, right? I mean, there's have questions coming from the people, We can't keep on talking about technical problems here. People don't understand it, right? The only simple explanation that Com Marlon told me was that it's like your cell phone. Okay, if it's overloaded, it's going to hang. So all you have to do is restart it. That's the reason why. That's the explanation for the problem that some media networks raised with me and the COMELEC that there was a 90% transmission at 5:20 in the morning, and then at 5:50 it was 40%, so it dropped. So that was fixed too, just restarting the app. But as I said, these machines are not perfect, right? So, but the people do have a right to criticize us. I mean, I have no excuse.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say except, we're really terribly sorry about this. It's just a good thing that we catch up on errors every time it happens, but this is so tiring, So, we're going to have a post-election assessment and make sure that we don't make mistakes again for 2022.
But I guess, Commissioner, for those who may have questions on the transmission, on the vote counting machines, kasi napakarami din po na lumabas sa mga reports on problems that they encountered during election day. The question really is on maybe the casting of doubt, possibly on the integrity of the elections because of the problems that occurred. What do you say to that?
all these delays, it creates doubts about the integrity of our election system. And that's not good for COMELEC and for our country in the end, and for the legitimacy of these elections. We have foreign observers here, around 25, 30 of them, and they're watching TV too. And what we do here also will be, of course, in other parts of the world. And this is how we conduct our elections and preserve our democracy. But it's not a perfect system. But as I said, your directors are really competent people. They stay 24 hours, 24/7 on the job. There's just some things that they can't, predict. Like this one was not predicted. This transmission delay.
Yeah.
It didn't happen in 2016, right? We had a smooth transmission at 97% in 2016. So there's just some things you can't predict. But the good thing is these were solved in due time, right? We're only in the second day of canvassing. We haven't convened for the canvassing. We will do so at 1 o'clock. But in the local elections, the people get frustrated because, for example, in a province of Zamboanga, 164 SD cards did not work. I mean, in small cities, one small city, I got a text, 34 SD cards didn't work. This is unacceptable.
Yeah.
The supplier of these SD cards must answer to us.
So that's where I wanted to go. Is it the supplier of the SD card? Is it the vote counting machine? Which is really the problem, Commissioner?
Unlike before, where the Smartmatic provided these things because they were bidded as a bundled, items. The machine had to be bidded together with the SD card, with the marking pens. So it fit perfectly well with the machine, right? So this time, the chair wanted to unbundle it, all right? So the pens were bidded separately. Of course, we already bought the machine. The SD cards were bidded separately. So these are new suppliers. These are not Smartmatic supplies.
Yeah.
I'm not praising Smartmatic. I had my own criticism 2 years ago watching it.
Yeah.
But it makes perfect sense to me. That if you provide the machine, you might as well provide the SD card.
So here's the thing.
And just to make sure it's a perfect fit, right?
Well, you said it was unbundled because the machines had been there before. I guess I don't want and I don't mean to simplify the problem. But ma'am, if the SD card were the problems, I guess what I'm trying to understand is kung hindi po sila nag-match, hindi ho ba ninyo or ng technical team nalaman yon na hindi nagma-match possibly si SD card kay vote counting machine?
There was testing after the bidding, all right? There's also post-qualification before they are awarded. It seems to me, and they have to account for this because I'm going to investigate, it seems to me that the supplier submitted good quality cards, and then when they delivered the bulk, gave us poor quality cards.
Really?
But there's no other explanation for this. But again, this is not an excuse for us, the COMELEC. We cannot pass the buck to other people. The supplier will just have to be penalized for this.
Who is the supplier, Commissioner?
It's in my other phone. I'm going to text it later, including their address.
Pero hindi niyo po maalala yung supplier ngayon? Kung kanino in-award tong contract?
Because, I want to see the contract. I don't want to malign their business here unless I have investigated. But I will text it. I will tweet it.
Okay. Do you remember how much this contract is?
Gosh, that's hundreds of millions. And even the voter verification system didn't work.
Yes, especially in the pilot areas.
That's 890 million pesos.
The verification machines?
It didn't work. So we were not able to use it.
What is the explanation to that? Why would the verification machines not work? I mean, in layman's terms, ma'am, bakit?
It means the machine, it cannot read your thumb mark, right? Your thumb mark that's already in the system.
Yeah.
It cannot match it with a real human being thumb mark. So, there again, the supplier has to answer for it. I'm just saying that we would have these kinds of problems because it was not a problem in the last election.
Commissioner?
Apparently, every election when you do this, the same problem can crop up over and over again, just in a different way.
In a different, form or manner.
No, but the conclusion is that we have been, our directors and the commission and bank have been able to solve these problems eventually, but of course the delay is inexcusable.
Pero siguro, Commissioner, are you certain now, is the COMELEC as a body saying that the problem really is the SD cards?
Well, that's my opinion, and Commissioner Casqueo. That's one side of the problem. I mean, how else can I explain it when there are more than 1,000 SD cards that were defective? So they have to be sent back to the hub to be reconfigured.
All right.
Maybe we can say, we should have done better preparation for it. Also, that's another source. We're going to have a post-election assessment. I would be really interested in how this goes because I would like, again, to write a book because so that we can have a basis for recording our mistakes. People learn from mistakes. You know? I mean, COMELEC has to be an intelligent institution. It cannot commit the same errors every election.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we have to document what went wrong.
Okay, pero yung vote counting machines, the machine itself, Commissioner, just as a last question, is that also a problem maliban dun sa SD cards?
Well, these are older machines, right? We used them already 3 years ago, but
in 2016
these were tested.
Okay.
And the parts that were old, defective due to wear and tear, they were replaced. About 450 to 600 vote counting machines didn't work, but that's out of 85,000.
Yeah, that's what the spokesperson was saying also. 400 to 600 out of the 85,000 vote counting machines. All right. Commissioner...
But it's still bad. I mean, people say, we expect better, and they have a right to say that.
We will await the press briefing in a couple of minutes. Commissioner Rowena Guanzon, ma'am, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
When we return, we'll take a closer look at the local elections. We'll be back after a quick break. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. Welcome back. Vico Soto is leading the mayoralty race in Pasig City. Our Jeline Fule is there. Jeline, what's the latest?
As of this time here in Pasig City, Vico Soto still has not been proclaimed mayor, although he leads by a wide margin over incumbent Mayor Bobby Eusebio. Despite his lead of 100,000 with 97.9% of total votes counted as of 11 this morning, Soto continues to wait for the final word on the election results from the City Board of Canvassers. We have with us here Vico Soto. Hi, sir. Ano pang reaction ninyo that you're already poised to win as Pasig Mayor?
Well, I'm very happy about the results, obviously. And the people of Pasig have spoken that they want change. But unfortunately, we haven't been proclaimed yet. I've been here since around 2 a.m. I don't even know what time it is. It's afternoon. And we haven't been proclaimed and we don't understand why.
Sir, so hindi po kayo umaalis? Binabantayan nyo talaga po yung boto niyo?
Hindi pa po ako umalis since mula nung dumating ako dito ng 2 a.m. hanggang ngayon. Nandito lang po ako sa 7th floor ng City Hall kung nasan tayo ngayon. At wala akong balak umalis hanggang hindi tayo napaproclaim. Ganon din po si Congressman Roman Romulo.
Sir, ano po yung explanation sa inyo ng Board of Canvassers? Bakit kahit na malaki na po yung lamang ninyo dun sa kalaban ninyo, hindi pa kayo napoproklama?
Well, supposedly, may request na sa regional director ng COMELEC to lower the threshold, kailangan na lang namin ng approval niya and then ibibigay daw yung code for the election officers to be able to use the computer here and print the document that is needed for our proclamation. Ngayon ho, yung code na yon hindi pa binibigay. Wala pang approval from the regional director. Wala naman pong dahilan para hindi ibigay sa amin ito, especially considering that we have such a wide margin. Ang layo na po ng lamang natin dun sa kalaban. Kahit na 100% ng remaining ballots ay mapunta sa kanya, panalo pa rin ako. And ganun din po si Congressman Roman Romulo. So there's really no reason to withhold the approval. If there's a reason that that it's not being approved, edi sana po ipaalam lang nila sa amin. Hindi yung naghihintay kami, naghihintay dito. Nandito po kasama natin mga supporters na nagmamalasakit at talagang excited na para ma-proclaim tayo. In fact, I've asked them to go, a lot of them, I've asked them to go home pero nandito pa rin po sila. Ayaw nilang umalis. Ang sa akin lang po sa COMELEC, sana po kung mapanood nyo to, gusto lang namin malaman kung bakit hindi pa kami napoproclaim and bakit hindi pa na-approve yung move namin or yung request namin para maibaba po yung threshold to 96% like we asked in the middle of the night earlier.
Sir, mga 1 p.m. or earlier, magre-reconvene po ang Board of Canvassers. So what are you expecting?
Well, I expect that our request will be granted and that the election officers will be given the code by the regional director's office. Kung wala pa po, ewan ko na lang. But again, sana kung may delay man, maintindihan naman po namin. Wala naman siguro may gusto ng delays. Pero sana, sabihin nila sa amin kung bakit. I-update naman po nila. And according to the election officers, according to our 2 election officers here in Pasig, kahit sila mismo, hindi nila alam kung bakit hindi pa na-approve yung request namin to lower the threshold.
So, sir, on the looks of it, kayo na po talaga yung mananalo and naghihintay na lang tayo ng formality. What can you promise sa Pasigueños pagka po talaga kayo ay formally naupo na sa pwesto?
Well, the only thing that I really promised during the campaign and the only thing that I will promise now is that I will lead with integrity. Ibig po sabihin, walang mapupunta sa bulsa ko na hindi nararapat. And I think that's the most important thing. We have plans, projects, programs in store for Pasig. I'm sorry. Andiyan yung Universal Healthcare Program natin and a lot of other plans. But ultimately, ang kailangan po natin ay isang pamahalaan na malinis sa Pasig.
Sir, you're just 29 years old, di ba po? Some say masyado pong bata or paano po kayo makaka-make ng difference na yung mga sinasabing ang bata na katulad ninyo ay makakapamahala talaga ng syudad?
Para sa akin po, hindi ako naniniwala na malaking factor ang edad. Kasi meron pong bata na handa, may batang hindi handa, may matandang handa, may matandang hindi handa. So wala po sa edad, kundi nasa kakayanan, nasa karanasan, nasa exposure, nasa edukasyon, etc. So yan po yung mas importante. And ang pinaka-importante, yung integridad.
All right, thank you very much po. This is Mayor-elect Vico Soto. Ms. Pinky?
Okay, Jeline, tanungin ko lang, may override ba si Vico? Does he have an override?
No, I'll just put my override.
Sige, habang inililipat na lang yung override kay Vico Soto, just to give our viewers again a recap of what's going on. He's at the City Hall right now, still waiting to be proclaimed. Yes, apparently, Mr. Soto is still waiting for that threshold na ibigay na approval ng Regional Director ng COMELEC to lower it to 96%. So they're still awaiting. He said he's been there since 2 a.m. awaiting for any word from the COMELEC na ibigay daw yung code para nga ma-proclaim na siya. So I think we have him already. The override is there. Mr. Soto, good afternoon to you, Vico. This is Pinky Webb.
Good afternoon po, Ms. Pinky.
Alright, naintindihan ko na at hindi ko natatanungin, malaking palaisipan para sa inyo kung bakit hindi pa kayo napoproclaim. Sabi mo nga 2 a.m. ka pa nandyan at hinihingi niyo yung pag-lower ng threshold. Right. Ano ho ba at bakit nandyan kayo? Kayo ho ba ay nangangamba na baka hindi pa kayo ma-proclaim sa kabila ng 100,000 vote lead ninyo kay Mayor Eusebio?
Hindi ko po alam, to be honest. I don't know what to expect. Ang alam ko lang po ang facts at alam ko po na dumating ako dito ng 2 a.m. expecting to be proclaimed because we already had 96% transmission. We asked for the lowering of the threshold. Hindi lang po namin maintindihan bakit hindi pa nag-grant tong lowering of the threshold and more importantly, bakit wala man lang mag-inform sa amin kung ano yung nagiging dahilan for the delay.
I understand because as you told Jeline a while ago, sir, yung mga election officers there can't also give you an answer. And I think it's very important yung sinabi nyo kanina na...
Yeah, they have not given an answer, yes.
Yeah. Sabi nyo po kahit na mapunta kay Mayor Eusebio yung natitirang votes, ay siguradong kayo pa rin ang panalo?
That's right.
Alright, so ano ho ang plano nyo ngayon? Vico, mananatili kayo dyan, 10 ng inyong mga supporters hanggang kayo ay ma-proclaim?
I will stay here, and Congressman Roman Romulo has said the same. We will stay here until we are proclaimed.
All right. We will also keep our viewers updated on what's happening over there in Pasig City. Vico Soto, maraming salamat sa iyo, and to our correspondent, Jeline Fule. Jeline, thank you also. Re-electionist Senator Cynthia Villar is still leading the senatorial race. Administration candidates are lording it over the Magic 12, while opposition candidates are conceding one by one. Our AC Nichols has the latest partial and unofficial tally from the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting Command Center in Manila. AC, what's the update there?
Pinky, COMELEC Citizens Arm PPCRV continues to receive election results through the transparency server. And as of 11:26 this morning, data from almost 83,000 clustered precincts out of the over 85,000 clustered precincts nationwide have been transmitted. And the rankings are barely moving now in the senatorial race. Cynthia Villar maintains her lead with over 24 million votes. Coming in second is Grace Poe with 21.2 million votes, while Bongo takes third place with 19.7 million votes. Now, rounding up, the top 12 are mostly candidates mostly endorsed by President Duterte. They are Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sonny Angara, Lito Lapid, Amy Marcos, Francis Tolentino, Coco Pimentel, Bong Revilla, and taking the 12th spot is Nancy Binay. Pinky?
All right, thanks a lot. AC Nichols reporting to us from Manila. An administration ally is leading the mayoralty race in Cebu City. Our Makoy Popioco is there. Makoy?
Pinky, the proclamation of local candidates here in Cebu City has been postponed due to a number of roadblocks. The COMELEC has reported past 3 in the morning earlier that there is a defective SD card which they had to forward to DOST technicians for repairs. That SD card is from at least 3 polling centers which have yet to transmit their election returns. Well, President Rodrigo Duterte endorsed incumbent Vice Mayor Edgar Labella is leading the race by 17,000 votes. The race was neck to neck with the incumbent Mayor Tommy Usmeña's numbers closing in before midnight. However, as more election returns come in, Labella solidified his lead. Well, the Board of Canvassers here say, in essence, Labella has already won, but they have to follow strict protocols in proclaiming candidates. So they have 2 options now. One is for them to wait for all the votes to be canvassed. So that means they have to wait for the defective SD card to be repaired, or they're also seeking permission from the National COMELEC office for the local body to lower the voting threshold so they can proceed with the proclamation. So that's what we have been waiting for since 3 in the morning here at the COMELEC holding area at the City Hall. So what you're seeing at the back are the supporters of Labella who have already gathered here at the holding room waiting for word from the local Board of Canvassers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Makoy Popioco, reporting to us live from Cebu. Up next, Marcoses continue to rule the elections in Ilocos Norte. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. Ilocos Norte remains to be Marcos country, as shown by the results of the elections in the province. Our correspondent George Cahiles is there. George, what's the latest?
Well, Pinky, we're just waiting for the proclamation of winners here in Ilocos Norte, and by the looks of it, Solid North is still a Marcos country, with the with the final and unofficial results here. Board member Matthew Marcos Manotoc is the next governor of the province. Manotoc is the son of the incumbent governor and the senatorial candidate Amy Marcos. Now, Amy Marcos says her son will be a better local chief executive than her, and this is because she believes Manotoc is more nurturing, patient, and yet more competitive.
In many ways, mas magaling siya sa akin. He will bring many, many virtues to the job that I don't have. And I will always be there for guidance, for the planning, the inspiration, and the big picture that I always provide.
Well, Manotoc ran on the post after Ilocos Norte 1st District Representative Rudy Fariñas withdrew his candidacy. Manotoc's running mate and relative Cecil Araneta Marcos is the next vice governor. Fariñas' daughter Ria is poised to continue the service of her father as 1st District Representative, while Eugenio Barba will be the next 2nd District Representative of the province. Pinky.
All right, George Cahiles there reporting to us live from Ilocos Norte. Thank you, George. The winner in the Quezon City mayoralty race has been proclaimed. Zian Arcangel tells us more.
Belmonte is back as mayor of Quezon City after winning by a huge margin in a 10-man contest. Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte, the daughter of former Speaker Sonny Belmonte, was proclaimed Quezon City's new mayor after getting over 469,000 votes. She led the mayoralty contest with over 103,000 votes more over her closest rival, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo. Belmonte's running mate, Councilor Gian Soto, was proclaimed the new vice mayor of Quezon City after getting 382,393 votes. The son of Senate President Tito Soto was ahead by close to 39,000 votes from the second placer, lawyer Jopet Sison. Cheers and claps greeted Belmonte and Soto after they were announced as the new mayor and vice mayor, respectively, of Quezon City. Local election officials waited until election results from all precincts in the city were canvassed before proclaiming Belmonte and Soto as winners. Canvassing slowed down past Tuesday midnight due to transmission failure. Because of this, the contents of the SD cards had to be uploaded manually at the canvassing center. After serving as vice mayor for 9 years, Belmonte says she's ready to take on a bigger role in serving the people and implementing sweeping reforms in Quezon City. Zian Arcangel, CNN Philippines.
The Zamora family makes history as they end the almost 50-year reign of the Ejercito Estrada clan in San Juan. The city's next mayor is Francis Zamora, son of Ronaldo Zamora, who likewise won as representative for the city's lone congressional seat.
Nung kampanya naman sinasabi ko, ako handa na maging mayor ng San Juan. I served as city councilor from 2007 to 2010. I served as vice mayor from 2010 to 2016. In 2016, in spite of my loss, I continued to serve San Juan as the head of the Congressional District Office of Congressman Noni Zamora. So I have with me a 15-year experience because in 2004, this is the same office I handled for my father. So I've been serving San Juan for the last 50 years, and I know I'm capable. I know I have the experience needed to become a good mayor of the city of San Juan.
Meantime, in a Facebook post, Janela Estrada thanks the people of San Juan and says, quote, "Maraming salamat San Juan sa mga panahon at pagkakataon na mapaglingkuran ko kayo. Mahal na mahal ko kayong lahat." Up next, the Duterte family and their allies dominate the elections. The Filipino Votes will return after a short break. Stay with us. Welcome back. Authorities in Cotabato City are still facing a blank wall on the identity and motive of those behind two successive blasts that hit the city. Our senior correspondent, David Santos, has this report.
The person whose identity remains a mystery to authorities fired his weapon from a distance of about 200 meters from where the blasts happened. This was among the initial findings of the post-blast investigation on the two consecutive nights of explosions, which happened almost at the same time and may have targeted the same spot just behind the Cotabato City Hall. Authorities responded to calls that another round of powerful explosions were heard just outside the City Hall at around 10 o'clock Monday night. This was also the same time, 10:15 p.m., and the almost exact same spot from Sunday's explosion, a vacant lot in Barangay Malagapas, Rosary Heights 10. Now, fortunately, no one has been hurt from either incidents. It appears that a 40mm
All right, we'll move first to the Commission on Elections. They're holding a media briefing right now. Let's listen in.
85,769. Ang nasira is 1,665 or 1.9% of the total SD cards. 253. So the difference is ongoing pa din yung pagre-reconfigure.
We're going to go back to that media briefing. That's the chairman of the COMELEC, Sharif Abbas, talking about SD cards. I didn't quite catch the number that the chairman was saying, but of course, this is in relation to some of the SD cards that were deemed to be either corrupted or damaged, as mentioned a while ago by one of the commissioners, Rowena Guanzon, when we had her on air just a couple of minutes ago. So what the COMELEC really, or at least the commissioner was telling us, was there was a problem, and there is rather a problem on the SD cards. Why? Commissioner Guanzon telling us a while ago that unlike in the 2016 elections, all the election machines, the SD cards, and even the pens used were bundled, unlike this time around in 2019, where these are unbundled is actually the term Commissioner Guanzon used. So in fact, the commissioner was saying that they have to launch an investigation into this. And I remember her specifically saying that these SD cards were of good quality, but maybe the ones that were delivered may not be of good quality. Again, defective SD cards seem to be the problem here in the just concluded elections, the midterm elections yesterday. So this is a press briefing being held at the PICC by Commissioner, or rather Chairman Sharif Abbas, I guess also explaining certain factors that may have caused some questions on the conduct of the polls yesterday, especially even with the transmission of the votes.
Okay, can I refer to Col Marlon as head of the steering committee?
Well, as stated earlier, mas marami talaga yung naging defective SD cards, but with the VCM, actually halos magkapareho lang. Now, we suspect with the SD cards is the low quality of the SD cards because we do the bidding process in the SD cards, and we have this, the ABC natin is about 80 million. But however, since we are applying the GPPB rules, which is the lowest bid, the bidder bid only 29 million. So what do we expect for a 29 million SD cards for that scenario? So one of the reasons maybe is because of the low quality of the SD cards. We have our maximum requirements and the minimum requirements of the SD cards. However, since we expect a low quality SD cards, so we are expecting for that defect or any reconfiguration. Another thing is the upgrade of our system, for our VCM. Because in our VCM, we have the so-called yung sinasabi nating nagmi-mirror. Yung ating nagsisynchronize yung ating A at saka B. So in the event na hindi nag-synchronize yung ating A at B, so nagkakaroon siya ng defect na sinasabing corrupted SD cards or unsynchronized SD cards. So yun ang palaging lumalabas na error message doon sa ating VCM machines. And another possibility bakit nagkaroon ng maraming defective SD cards is because of the machine also is the VCM. As we all know, we used the VCM in 2016. And what do we expect for a 3-year-old VCM machines using again in the 2016 elections? So there might be some mechanical defects while in the storage and also in the transit of the SD cards. So that is why during the FTS we have 890 SD cards that were reconfigured. So ang suspect namin doon is while on transit, while pinadala yung ating machines papuntan doon sa polling centers, baka naalog yung ating machines, and then yung ating SD cards is parang naging maluwag, and then nagkakaroon ng unsynchronized. So those are suspected problems or issues that we are going to investigate. So we're going to investigate after these elections kung ano ba talaga yung naging cause ng pagiging defective SD cards. So we will try to look into that, and then papanugutin natin yung sino yung may talaga, yung cost talaga. If it's the low quality of the SD card, then we will not pay the provider of the SD card. So yun po yung mga tinitingnan nating possibilities bakit nagkaganon. And the good thing about this, since we are expecting this, we intensify yung sinasabi nating regional technical hub, our RTH, which in the last 2016 elections we only have 7 regional technical hubs. So since we have the so-called projected problems, yung tinitingnan natin maging problema in the elections, we intensify the regional technical hub. And since we have lack of manpower, kulang yung ating ITD, we tap the services of the DOST and the ICT. Sila po yung nagmaman doon sa Regional Technical Hub doing the download and the reconfiguration and the upload of the reconfigured SD cards coming from the Santa Rosa. So although we have numerous number of SD cards being reconfigured, but still na-address din namin. Medyo mabilis din naman, kaya lang minsan medyo dumami, so nagkaroon ng konting delay. So as of now lang naman, we only have remaining around 300 plus SD cards to be reconfigured. That is less than 1/2 of 1% of the entire SD cards ngayon.
Sir, just a follow-up question, because you mentioned possible reason yung low quality of SD cards, possible citing logistical concerns sa pagtransport ng VCMs. Are these problems unavoidable? Hindi po ba siya naiwasan kung may preparedness? Saan po kaya nagka-problema? Nagkulang po ba tayo sa preparation, anticipation of these things?
Well, during the bidding process, yung mga provider kasi nagkakaroon kasi ng submission of the SD cards, and we do the test of that. And even before, during the preparations, we have this testing of all the SD cards, quality test, quality control of the SD cards. So they pass naman. Pero again, it's a controlled environment kasi we have these 30 VCMs run throughout the whole day using the SD cards, and then feeding the machine, feeding 800 or 1,000 ballots. Out of 30, isa lang yung pumalya. But again, that's a controlled environment. Iba kasi pag nasa actual na, kasi if you go to the precincts, mainit, tapos yung pag-transport ng ating VCN, nagkaroon ng ganitong incident. So, but we anticipate since we have no choice because ito yung winning bidder, and then they pass the post-qualification and everything. So we anticipate, that's why we intensify the possible contingency measures.
Sir, with all these glitches, would you still consider that it was a successful elections? And what are your thoughts about the people questioning the integrity of the elections with all these glitches that cropped up?
Well, despite those glitches that we have, since it's just less than 1% or 1% percentage of the entire 85,000 plus cluster precincts, we can say that the election is successful. In fact, we already in the 96% transmission. So yung ating transmission natin is mabilis as compared to the past elections. And then duman tayo ng sinasabi nating local source code review. All of the AES components pass through the local source code review, and all of the AES major components pass with flying colors with the ICE certifications, we can say that the result of the election is valid and it's credible.
Ms. Maricela Lili, TV5.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon po. Maricel Halili from TV5. Sir, can you explain what happened doon sa transparency server kahapon? Bakit medyo nagkaroon ng delay yung dating ng mga data?
Well, again, this is a technical issue, so it will be difficult to explain using technical terms. However, it will be simpler to explain in a layman's term. Ang nangyari kasi dito is just like if you want to compare it into a, let us say, in an NLEX or XLEX with a toll fee, nagkaroon in a normal situations, open yung ating gate. So yung traffic is mabilis. And then it so happened during the elections, sabay-sabay by bulto. So nagkaroon kasi na parang bottleneck on that issue. So that what happens, nagkaroon ng delay of the picking up of the results. Now in a technical aspect, para mas maintindihan natin, in a technical aspect, we have this so-called yung tinatawag natin na applications. That is an enhancement in the last 2016 elections. Kasi we learn our mistakes in the 2016 elections, yung manual yung ating push of data to give data to our KBP and other media entities. So we have the so-called FTP applications. Ito namang FTP applications, dumaan naman to sa local source code review and certified by the ICE and the TEC. And then itong FTP applications, we have the so-called tinatawag nilang Docker container. It's an open source software wherein yung CCS natin and all the images were installed in the Docker container. Now, during the stress test, we do the stress test on that matter kasi kasama yan sa ating ICE certification. During the stress test, again, as I said earlier, in a controlled environment. So parang we opened the gate, we opened the firewall of the FTP applications, and then papasok lahat yung resulta coming from the transparency server. And I want to note it that this FTP applications is entirely separate of the transparency server. So it won't affect the transparency server. So during elections, yung nangyari, at 6 p.m., may mga nagtatransmit na. During the printing, because our VCM now is automatic, will transmit results after the printing of the 8 copies. Yun na yung resulta natin ngayon, yung ating VCM enhancement. For as long as nakalagay na yung ating transmission device. Nung nag-transmit na siya, yung ating gate is still closed. Nung nag-close yung gate natin, yung ating tinatawag na FTP app, nagdagsaan na lahat. Nagdagsaan na lahat while printing for 22 copies, may mga bulk na. At that time, when nagkaroon ng partial result, which is that is 6:15 in the evening, may nakuhang resulta, which is kokonti pa lang. After that, maraming nagdagsaan na. So ang nangyari is nagkaroon ngayon ng flock of yung tinatawag nila na yung I/O weights, yung input-output weights, doon parang queuing nila. So nagkaroon doon, yung ating tinatawag na select, hindi na niya makita kung sino yung uunahin na kukunin. So what will happen is parang naghang. So that is why when it was reported to us in the NBank, even the night time, nagkaroon kami ng meeting with that, and then to allow the team in the transparency server to look into the data logs. The data logs of the transparency, not the database of the transparency. When they say the data log, kung ano yung ginawa ng transparency server. So nakita naman nila na walang error. Yung sa data log naman, meron namang line, meaning may line insert, meaning it was transmitting results from, or it's pushing results coming from the transparency server going to the FTP app para i-push papuntang media entity. So nung nakita nila wala namang error, so they suspect na yung next step nila is they want to have a manual upload, just like what happened in 2016. Naging manual getting of the results and then binibigay na lang. Kaya lang the problem is the data, because of the Data Privacy Act, it's encrypted, encrypted po yung mga results doon. So they suspect again that yung selector, yung select mode, nagkaroon ng problema. So what they did is they just reset the select mode and then open the gate again, and then ayun, lumusot na. So wala nang problema. But one thing here is I want to make sure to the public na hindi affected po yung resulta ng ating transparency server. In fact, during the process of doing the investigation by our team, our IT team, naka-project pa rin doon sa screen na yung transparency server natin is receiving results coming from the VCM. So that's what happened. And yung nangyari kaninang umaga na naman, it's no longer yung sinasabing FTP app, is the database cursor. So yung database cursor is a technical term, parang nagkaroon ng Java error for the database cursor. So it points ngayon yung bumalik sa 40% kasi nagkaroon ng Java error with that data cursor. And it was corrected again by just restarting again yung tinatawag nating FTP app. And ngayon, wala na tayong problema with that. I just want to assure the public na yung FTP app natin is entirely separate from the transparency server natin. It won't affect any results of the transparency server. And it passes through a local source code review.
Paterno S. Maquel from Rappler.
FTP.
Hello, good afternoon po. For Chairman Abbas and Commissioner Casquejo, yun pong binigay ni Chairman Abbas na statistics nung nasirang mga VCM, 961 defective VCMs. Ano po yung breakdown nito? Kasi syempre merong mga nasira na naayos din. Meron namang mga nasira na talagang pinalitan na. Nung 2016, nakita ko yung data namin dati, 188 VCMs yung pinalitan totally. So ilan po yung mga pinalitan totally for these elections? At ano po yung breakdown nung 961 na ito?
Okay, yung 961, ito yung tinawag sa NTSC na papalitan. Okay? So ito yung total na pinalitan. Okay? So official yung count natin dyan kasi ang procedure kasi kapag mayroong sira, itatawag sa NTSC, i-analyze nila yung sira, kung maayos ng technical support, i-aakyat sa ITD. Kapag hindi pa din, bago sila mag-order sa baba na palitan. So yung 961, ito yung dumaan sa NTSC.
So sir, are you saying na yung 188 na figures nung 2016 ay hindi totoo? At sinabi niyo po kasi sir, parang mga 800 yung nasira nung 2016. So yung sinasabi niyo bang 800 na yun, talagang totally replaced yun nung 2016?
Ganon din, ganon. The similar situated yung nireport sa akin in 2016 on the BCM.
Sir, second question. Parang ang napansin kasi ng publiko dito, parang end-to-end yung naging problema natin mula 1.2 million marking pens na nagtatae hanggang sa mga VCM na nasira, mas marami kaysa noong 2016. Yung SD cards, 1,000 na nasira, mas marami rin noong 2016. Yung transparency server, pinakamabagal since 2010. Sir, paano po natin papaliwanag to sa publiko?
Okay. Gusto mo? Mag-preliminary muna ka, ha? Ang kaibahan nito ngayon sa 2016, in 2016 bundled yung aming bidding. Ibig sabihin, isang supplier lang ang nag-supply ng makina, ng marking pen, ng papel, okay? And SD cards. Smartmatic lang lahat yon. So bundled yon. Noong 2016, after 2016, humingi kami ng budget sa DBM. So, ang nabigay sa amin is OTP, yung option to purchase. Kaya nabili natin yung 2016 na makina. Ang problema sa OTP is unbundled yung ibang component. So, ngayon, ibang supplier ng makina, ibang supplier ng SD cards, iba rin yung suppliers ng papel and marking pen. So, doon yung nakita naming problema, hindi masyadong nagmamatch. So, may problema ka sa marking pen, may problema kami sa papel, may problema rin kami sa SD cards. Pero wala kaming magawa because that's part of procurement law. Hindi po pwedeng ibabundle mo na lang yun ng ganon-ganon lang. So nag-procure kami lahat nun, dumaan sa procurement law. As a matter of fact, even the Smartmatic, nag-bid din sila. Let's say, nag-bid sila sa SD cards, pero natalo sila. Because ang bidding nila at that time is nasa 70 million plus. Yung nanalo, 29 million yung kanyang bid. So, kahit gustuhin man namin na Smartmatic yung sa SD card, but under procurement law, talagang doon ka sa lowest bidder. So, ganun. But, during sa proseso naman ng bidding, talagang nakapass naman din talaga to. Because in procurement, pass or fail ka lang. So, itong supplier namin, nakapass naman siya. So, yun yung nakita naming pagkakaiba in 2016 and 2019.
Sir, last question. Overall assessment, tingin nyo ano yung mga nagawa ninyong tama ngayong taon at sa palagay ninyo, ano yung mga nagawa ninyong mali? At yun palagay ko yung mas gustong malaman ng publiko.
Actually, yun na nga sinasabi namin, as much as gustuhin namin, perfect yung aming preparation. Pero yun nga lang, sabi na nga namin, talagang nangyari yon, lalo na sa SD cards. Sobrang dami nung pumalya. At dahil sa pumalya, although 1.9% lang yan, pero you are talking about 1,008 SD cards din. At ang involved na botante doon, marami. So hindi mo pwedeng sabihin na dahil 1.19% lang, perfect na yung iyong, or successful na masyado yung iyong preparation. But sa part namin, even the contingency plan namin, ang contingency plan namin sa kontrata is nasa 6% yung contingency plan namin for SD cards. Yun nga lang, ang lumabas, masaya din kami kahit papano, is 1.9 lang din yung nasira. But walang explanation yun na maganda because 1,008 is 1,008. At it involves a lot of voters. So, hopefully, in the future, talagang titingnan din namin to. It would be our decision point, most likely in 2022, because mas malaking preparation yon. So, pag-aaralan namin kung una, gagamitin pa ba namin sa pangatlong beses yung BCM or maglilis kami ng bago. So, yun ang mga decision points namin. Or, magbabundle kami this time in 2022 para yung SD cards, magsisynchronize siya sa papel, magsisynchronize siya sa marking pens, magsisynchronize siya sa makina. So, yung mga decision points namin ngayon. So, yun nga lang, yun yung hiningi namin ng unawa at pasensya sa mga tao. But sa part namin, sa tingin namin, successful pa rin ang election natin because yung rate nga, masyado pa rin mababa para sa amin. Marlon? Meron kayo dagdag, Marlon?
No more question. Johnson Manabat, DCMM.
Hi, sirs. Good afternoon. Johnson po from DCMM. Sir, for the record lamang po, bakit hindi pa raw naglalabas si COMELEC ng partial and official results ng halalan at ang lumalabas lang po sa media about partial and unofficial results?
Okay, yung basis niyo sa partial and unofficial is the transparency. Okay, yan yung, ang official natin is yung canvassing natin ngayon. So mag-start pa lang tayo ng 1 o'clock p.m. So doon kami magka-canvas, tingnan ninyo ng mabuti because that would be the official result. Imamatch natin yung ER, bawat probinsya, bawat city. So aakyat, ladderize yan, then that will be the official thing. Gagawin pa lang natin yan, start tayo 1 p.m.
Wala po yung kaugnayan doon sa about 7 hours of delayed na...
Iba yun, iba yun. Because that is a transparency, parang quick count yun. But Marlon can extensively siguro explain on the technical side. But yun yung layman's kwan. Iba yung official, iba rin yung unofficial. Ang source mo sa unofficial is the transparency. Ang source mo naman sa official is yung ladderized na canvassing.
Sir, dun ho sa kaninang lumabas na mga reports, meron ho ba talagang nangyari na bigla ang pagbaba ng transmitted election returns from about 92.89% noong 5:45 a.m. naging 49.76% na lang noong 6:19 in the morning?
Okay. Yung sinabi ko kanina, there are errors with regards to the database cursor. Ito yung database cursor, ito yung kinukuha yung laman ng ating FTP app. Ngayon, the technical group of the transparency server, they observe again a Java error. So nagkaroon ng Java error na naman. So they said na wag na muna tayong mag-release ng data. Wag muna mag-push ng data kasi nagkaroon ng Java error. So hindi siya bumagal, hindi siya bumaba. It's a technical glitch of the FTP app. So it was corrected again by just turning it off and on or reset of the FTP applications. And just to make sure na nothing happens in the system, in the transparency server, I am proposing to the Commission and Bank that all the audit logs and the system logs of the transparency server, including the FTP app, will be shared, will be given to our local source code reviewer, to our CAC, to our JCOC, and even to the media if they want. So para makita naman talaga in the PP survey so that they can assess, they can see. Pwede naman nila ibigay ninyo sa inyong mga IT personnel, IT persons, so they can see the audit log of the CCS transparency, the transparency server, kung meron ba talagang nangyaring bumaba or sinabi pa talagang na bumagal yung transmission doon sa ating tinatawag na transparency server. So we are willing to give that even without request just to make sure na wala talagang nangyaring kalokohan doon sa ating system. We have this audit log and the system log of the CCS or of our transparency server. We are willing to give that to the public.
Okay. Last three na magtatanong po. Gerald ulit, Bombo Radio.
Magandang hapon po. Nais ngayon ni Senate President Tito Soto na matigil or mapalitan na itong Smartmatic sa susunod na halalan po. At gusto rin ni Senator Aquilino Pimentel na imbestigahan sa Kamara itong glitches sa paggamit ng VCM. Sa tingin niyo po ba napapanahon na para palitan ng Smartmatic?
Pakiulit yung last question.
Sa tingin niyo po ba napapanahon na para palitan yung Smartmatic ng ibang technology?
Well, under procurement po yan, bidding po yan. Kahit gustuin mo na or ayaw mo yung isang quad, but you have to follow the procurement law. So kapag nanalo sila under procurement law, wala kang choice. So idaan natin sa procurement. At maraming maraming proseso, maraming requirements. Pangalawa, meron din tayong batas under automation na meron dapat kakayahan or experience yung bidder mo. So yun yung dalawang titingnan natin. So kailangan, sunod pa rin tayo sa anong tinakda ng batas.
Jamsi Sante, GMA 7.
Sir, si Commissioner Casquejo mentioned earlier na baka nauga yung VCMs kaya nagkaroon ng problem. But are there other factors at play? And possible po ba na dahil habang tumatagal, mas nagiging prone to breakdown yung VCMs kaya mas marami rin yung defective ngayon?
Yes, totoo yan. Even if we have our cell phones or laptops or computers, yung aging talaga ng ating mga laptops is only for 3 years. Diba? Ang iba is 5 years. You have to upgrade it. So that is one of the factors that we are going to investigate. Bakit nagkaroon ng mga defective SD cards and also defective VCMs because maybe of the age of the machine of the VCM.
So,
That
sir,
is one of the factors that we are going to consider.
So, sir, given that, do you think it's wiser or would you recommend to get newer machines for the next elections?
Well, if I were to ask personally, knowing yung tagal ng isang automated machines, I don't recommend it personally sa akin, being known to IT. So I'm not recommending it. But again, we have to consider again our procurement law, our laws, and everything. Meron pa rin tayong i-consider.
Hello, Renat, Kyodo News, tama, right?
Afternoon po, Sir. Ron of Kyodo News. Sir, just 2 questions. Voters turnout, what's the rate now? And are we 100% po ba talaga nakapag-election sa lahat ng precincts or may areas na wala? Thank you.
As to voter turnout, okay. Sa voter turnout, wala pa kaming figure. As to doon sa pangalawang tanong, lahat nakapag-conduct ng botohan. Kagaya ng sabi ko, wala po kaming failure of election na natanggap ngayong 2019. And for us, isang magandang milestone namin yan.
Sheila Crisostomo, Philippine Star.
Sir, sir, good afternoon. May we know po the name of the companies that supply the marking pens and SD cards? And will you be holding them responsible for the problems encountered?
Definitely, pinapareview ko na sa law department yung magiging penalty just in case or may violation ng kontrata. But again, syempre, kailangan din nating marinig yung side nila. Okay, but these are... I think sa SD card, it's an S1 company. Parang sister company ng Silicon Valley. Doon naman sa papel pati marking pens, Triplex. Triplex yung maya. So but again, ang kwa natin dyan, ang magiging iimbestigahan namin, plus titingnan namin kung may violation ng kontrata.
Sir, my next question is, sir, yung assessment sa peace and order situation?
So far, maganda naman except yung mga pagsabog sa Cotabato cities, sa Maguindanao, Sulu. But ulitin ko, kahit may mga ganong insidente, walang failure of election. Natuloy yung election at natapos ng maayos.
Sir, may report sa Tuguegarao, meron daw 200 na mga uncanvassed ballots and BCMs na sinunog ng mga armed men.
Okay, paimbestiga natin yan. I think sa Jones Isabela yan.
Cagayan, sir?
Cagayan. Oh, sige. Meron din ata sa Jones Isabela, sinunog yung mga balota. Titingnan natin, iimbestigahan namin.
Okay, Gerald Dabal, Malaya.
Hey, sir, good afternoon. Sir, 2 questions lang. Sir, una yung mentioned yung sa sa transmission is faster. So do we expect po na yung proclamation here sa national level would also be faster?
Louis.
Medyo completely different server yung panggagalingan nung data. So, walang connection yon. As far as our monitoring is concerned, I think mabilis yung dating ng mga information o yung mga data, yung resulta, even in the ladderized process. So, siguro yun yung paanyaya namin sa inyo. Medyo nagka-aberya sa transparency server, bantayan nyo na lang po itong official so that we can verify and we will assure you that of the integrity of the count.
Sir, on the flip side, sir, you mentioned yung mga aberya, sir. So are we expecting a longer?
No, hindi siya longer.
Okay.
As they come, of course, as they come, depending on the arrival of the results.
Sir, another question, sir.
Can I add something? Gusto ko lang kanina, yung sa transparency kasi natin, it's more on quick count. Okay? Unofficial yon. Ngayon, ang official nga, katulad ng sinabi ko dito sa atin. So, iba po yon. So, dito, siguro it will take several days dito. Depende sa, siyempre, objections ng mga lawyers. But yun yung, hindi tayo pwedeng mag-proclaim. Although alam na natin result sa transparency. Okay, so kailangan pa rin nating i-canvas isa-isa yung mga results from regions and provinces.
Sir, another matter, sir. Sir, yung after this mga glitches, what would you say po dun sa mga possible na mag-call for the return to manual elections? Thank you.
Tingnan natin, because meron tayong standing na batas. Ang standing na batas ngayon is automated ang election. For as long as hindi yan ma-amend, the COMELEC will always see to it ng election is automated. Pero kung ma-amend yan, i-amendahan ng Kongreso, then kung anong sabihin nila sa amin, gagawin namin. Whether it is manual or automated.
Sir James, last question na po yun.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Because we will have to reconvene for the canvassing. So, thank you very much. We will schedule other briefings for you in the immediate future. So, in the meantime, Your Honors, maraming salamat po. And sa ating mga kaibigan sa media, maraming salamat po. Balik na tayo dun sa ating pinanggalingan. Salamat.
Thank you.
COMELEC and bank facing the media, the commissioners Cascuejo, Guias, and Chairman Abbas answering questions coming from the media. Really, the focus was the SD cards, the defective SD cards, as they called them, and there were three reasons given by the commissioners on the possibility of these defective SD cards. One would be low quality. Another, they called it possibly unsynchronized SD cards. And the third was a mismatch, a possible mismatch rather, between the SD card and the vote counting machines. The commissioner saying that an investigation will proceed into the SD cards, even the other paraphernalia used, such as the pen and papers used in yesterday's elections. But the commissioner is saying that these SD cards were pilot tested. However, they were done in what is called a controlled environment. And in spite of the glitches and complaints from yesterday's elections, the commissioners were saying that the election is successful, valid, and credible. There is a 96% transmission so far, and they say this is faster than the 2016 elections. With regards to the issue on the transparency server, it was technical in nature. Commissioner Cascueja trying to kind of describe it in layman's terms as if nagkaroon na lang daw ng bottleneck when we're looking into a traffic scenario. Again, the commissioner is saying that, also explaining rather, that the difference between this elections and last year's elections was that the materials used, such as the ballot, the paper, the pen, and the SD cards were unbundled, unlike in 2016 when these were all sourced from Smartmatic. So they want to look into this. This could have been the problem with the SD cards. Again, the commission, the COMELEC rather, and bank facing the media, explaining what happened, or at least the problems in yesterday's elections, and soon after they will convene for the canvassing of votes. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation. That's it for us this Tuesday. I'm Pinky Webb. Keep it here on CNN Philippines to get the latest results of the 2019 midterm elections.
We have been receiving feedback coming from the media that the numbers have been changing and going down. We're seeking clarification and checking out data, whatever is available out there.
The reasons maybe is because of the low quality of the SD card. The machine also is the VCM. As we all know, we used the VCM in 2016. And what do we expect for a 3-year-old VCM machine? So ang suspect namin doon is while on transit, while pinadala yung ating machines papuntan doon sa polling centers, baka naalog yung ating machines, and then yung ating SD cards is parang maluwag, and then nagkakaroon ng unsynchronized.
It was a landslide victory for Makati Mayor Abby Binay. She won against her brother by a wide lead of...
Abel Monte is back as mayor of Quezon City after winning by a huge margin in a 10-man contest.
Partial results show Manila City would have a new mayor as Isko Moreno consistently takes the lead.
In this midterm elections, the Zamora family makes history as they end the almost 50-year reign of the Estrada family in San Juan City.
Ito na po ang pagbabagong hinihintay namin sa mahabang panahon, at ito po nakamit na natin. Nagsalita na po ang mamamayan ng San Juan.
Canvas, it appears that Vico Soto of Action, on the basis of the foregoing, we hereby proclaim the abruptly winning candidate as a duly elected mayor.
Ngayon po, klaro na yung resulta with more than 90%. Yung mahigit 6 na milyong boto ay malaki. Nais ko pong magpasalamat sa inyong lahat.
Wala akong samaan ng loob. Actually,
okay, tinatanggap ko agad ang pagkatalo.
Hindi nagtatapos dahil kailangan patuloy nag-organize, patuloy nagplano.
Tuloy-tuloy ang relasyon natin, hindi po pang eleksyon lang. Ang paninindigan sa demokrasya ay tuloy-tuloy and forever.
Kaya lang yung mga ibang nagsasayawan sing and dance, wag naman sa Senado hanggang doon, sing and dance kayo.
Winners, losers, and glitches all in this CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes
We have been
Midterm
receiving
Elections
feedback coming from the
2019. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Almost all the votes are in. Exactly 24 hours since the polls closed in the midterm elections, the Commission on Elections declaring the political exercise a success despite the problems at the polling precincts all the way up to the National Canvassing Center. Our Trisha Terada joins us live from there in Pasay City. Trisha, how did election officials address these problems?
Well, Pia, they faced the media this afternoon. That's why there was a delay in opening of the canvassing. As you can see behind me, the COMELEC commissioners on bank are now standing as the National Board of Canvassers. They have already started canvassing the first batch of election returns. They're done with about 13 to 15, and they're doing this in the order of arrival of election returns. Now, the canvassed election returns will be considered as official results. As mentioned earlier, the OnBank or the COMELEC commissioners faced the media this afternoon to answer questions about the problems encountered during the midterm elections. One glitch after the other, from bleeding marking pens, corrupted memory cards, defective vote counting machines to delayed transmissions. But the Commission on Elections still says the midterm elections were a success. Based on COMELEC data, some 1,665 damaged secured digital or SD cards and 961 defective vote counting machines caused delays in several polling places. Here are parts of the COMELEC statement.
Perfect yung aming preparation. Pero yun nga lang, sabi nga namin, talagang nangyari yon, lalo na sa SD cards. Sobrang dami nung pumalya. At dahil sa pumalya, although 1.9% lang yan, pero you are talking about 1,008 SD cards din. Yun nga lang, yun yung hiningi namin ng unawa at pasensya sa mga tao. But sa part namin, sa tingin namin, successful pa rin ang election natin because yung rate nga, masyado pa rin mababa para sa amin.
Ang suspect namin doon is while on transit, while pinadala yung ating machines papuntan doon sa polling centers, baka naalog yung ating machines and then yung ating SD cards is parang naging maluwag and then nagkakaroon ng unsynchronized. So those are suspected problems or issues that we are going to investigate.
The number of defective vote counting machines and SD cards are higher than in those of the 2016 presidential elections, despite a higher budget for the poll body. This is also the fourth automated elections held in the country. COMELEC says this could be the supplier's fault and the result of a procurement law. But these will still have to be reviewed. Now, instead of leasing them, COMELEC purchased the vote counting machines used in the 2016 elections from Smartmatic, which are old and require a system upgrade. COMELEC points to these technical problems that resulted in a 7-hour delay in the transmission of election results to the poll body, citizens, armed and media outfits. The sudden drop in election return transmissions, according to COMELEC, was due to a JavaScript, or simply put, a technical error which was resolved by restarting the application used to receive transmissions. But the poll body is quick to point out there was no failure of election. They assure that all problems encountered would be investigated. COMELEC Chairman Sharif Abba says he will ask for a review of contracts with suppliers, while the glitches raised questions for many. COMELEC insists the integrity of the polls was not compromised and that the election results are accurate. Pia.
Trisha, can you tell us, there just wasn't a delay in the updating of the numbers, but also a delay in an explanation last night by the COMELEC, in spite of the fact that, yes, James Jimenez was speaking at around 11:30 in the evening, but we were looking for the COMELEC chairman or any of the commissioners, especially COMELEC Commissioner Casquejo, who is in charge, hindi ba? So, ano yung paliwanag nila kung bakit ang tagal bago sila nagpaliwanag as the NBOC, as the COMELEC and Bank?
Well, Pia, their explanation was it's like they likened it to Manila traffic. Like, for example, there's a toll gate. The problem was that time, while there was no problem with the transparency server, they had a problem with the transmission in terms of the bulk of the data coming in. They said it took a while for these data to actually enter the transparency server. So that's why there was a delay. Now, the glitch that happened earlier this morning with a sudden drop in the number of election returns reflected in the transparency server, they were explaining that it was just a technical error. They had a problem with the JavaScript that caused these sudden drops in the number of election returns. Pia?
Trisha, yes, I got that explanation earlier, but I'm sorry, maybe I should make it clearer. Now, my question was, why was there a delay in an explanation, for COMELEC to come out as a commission with the chairman himself, for example, or Commissioner Casquejo, who is commissioner in charge? Why didn't they come out last night? At bakit ngayon lang? Bakit ngayong araw lang na to?
Yes, they were explaining to us that it took them a while to come out because they were collating data, and they were also observing last night. What they were doing, according to them, was they were monitoring what was actually happening in the transparency survey. They were also trying to figure out what actually happened, especially with the delayed transmission of the election returns via the transparency servers. And it took them actually more than 12 hours before they appeared. And when they appeared earlier, they had these complete data telling us about what actually happened, the exact numbers of the vote counting machines that were actually affected. Pia?
So they were trying to figure out what had happened last night. All right, Trisha Terada there reporting from the PICC, where the COMELEC is, holding forth as the National Board of Canvassers. Some opposition senatorial bets have accepted defeat, but as the results of the midterm elections continue to unfold, the Ocho Derecho is praying that at least two of its strongest candidates can still make it to the so-called Magic 12. Our Tristan Odalo reports.
An unforgettable journey, this is how some opposition bets describe their 3-month campaign for the midterm elections.
There's a universe of possibility for unknowns na wala kaming name recall. Hindi kami dinastiya, hindi kami mga kasama sa mga, veterano or yung mga malalaking artista. And it's the youth who gave us that confidence na what matters is what you stand on, principle.
Millennials and the academy may have put them high on their lists. Clearly, this was not enough to put Ocho Derecho candidates Samira Gutok and Erin Tañada in the Senate's Magic 12.
Dapat hindi madismaya ang ating mga kabataan. Kung titigan nga po natin, ang kabataan ang nagsimula ng lahat.
They never gave up hope on us, and we never gave up hope. Kahit ang liit ng resources, minsan isang araw wala kaming gastos. And so it's the youth who propelled us. They're the ones who gave us that number, that top 12 feeling na nandun may posibilidad pala.
First to concede is election lawyer Romy Macalintal. Though dealing with harsh reality, he tells CNN Philippines that election results mirror democratic choice.
Wala akong samaan ng loob. Actually, okay, tinatanggap ko agad ang pagkatalo. As early as 2 o'clock in the morning, sabi ko sa misis ko at sa mga anak ko, okay na tayo.
Former Solicitor General Florin Hilbay took to Twitter to thank supporters for sharing his journey, appreciating acts of generosity from those who believe in him. Magdalo Representative Gary Alejano calls the election a good fight, while Liberal Party President and Ocho Derecho campaign manager Senator Kiko Pangilinan reserves comment until after COMELEC gives an acceptable explanation for election day's glitches and delays.
So let us wait. We want to complete the process, and then we will take it from there.
Then there are last two men standing. Senator Bam Aquino and Mara Rojas are the only ones within striking distance of the winner's circle. Despite the opposition's poor showing, Pangilinan urges supporters to remain vigilant and continue the fight for their convictions beyond the elections.
Meron tayong pinunla at darating ang araw tayo ay aanihin natin yung pinunla natin.
But if no one from the opposition bets make it to the 18th Congress, the burden of checks and balances will weigh heavy on the shoulders of 4 sitting opposition senators. Tristan Nodalo, CNN Philippines.
Vico Soto, a 29-year-old political newbie, ends the 27-year reign of the Eusebio clan in Pasig City. He was proclaimed mayor of the city this afternoon. Our correspondent Jeline Fula tells us more.
Vico Soto heaves a sigh of relief. After almost 12 hours of waiting, the youthful politician is proclaimed new mayor of Pasig City. Soto defeated incumbent Mayor Bobby Eusebio, toppling a political dynasty which ruled Pasig City for almost 30 years. As of 9 this morning, Soto, the son of actors Vic Soto and Connie Reyes, received a total 201,028 votes against Eusebio's 116,414 votes. 96% of votes have been canvassed.
At ang laban na to, hindi lang po ito laban ng isang Vico o ng Soto, pero laban po ito ng bawat isang Pasigueño na sumisigaw ng pagbabago.
The 29-year-old incoming mayor visited the canvassing site at the Pasig City Hall at around 2 a.m. today as his lead against Eusebio widened. He had hoped to be proclaimed early and appealed to the local COMELEC to lower the threshold of proclamation to 96% of canvassed votes. The Board of Canvassers acted on his appeal only before 2 this afternoon. Soto is a nephew of Senate President Tito Soto, whose son Gian also won as Vice Mayor of Quezon City. Jeline Fule, CNN Philippines.
Let's have a quick look at some of the likely winners in the regions. In Batangas Province, Vilma Santos is leading the congressional race based on partial and unofficial results. If she wins, this will be her second term. Ormoc City Mayor Richard Gomez also set to keep his post. He is on top of the mayoralty race against former Mayor Eric Codilla. Lord Legarda in Antique is also poised to win. She ran for the province's lone legislative district. Legarda is ending her second term as senator. Another outgoing senator, meanwhile, has sealed his victory. Cheese Escudero has been proclaimed the next governor of Sorsogon. In a tweet, he thanked his supporters. His wife, actress Heart Evangelista, also posted a photograph of Escudero's proclamation saying, quote, "Your fan since 2007. Isko Moreno has been proclaimed the new mayor of the country's capital. Moreno has defeated 2 political giants, incumbent mayor and former president Joseph Estrada and Alfredo Lim, who was Manila mayor for 12 years. Moreno got more than 340,000 votes. Estrada got nearly 200,000 votes. Lim received over 130,000 votes. Moreno's running mate, incumbent Vice Mayor Maria Sheila Lacuna Pangan, also won. This is a special presentation of the Filipino Votes. We'll check on the situation on the ground with our correspondents, and later we'll speak to a panel of experts to discuss the partial and unofficial results of the midterm polls. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. Be right back. Over in vote-rich Cebu, President Duterte's endorsed bets have secured seats. Our correspondent Makoy Popioco has the details. Makoy?
That's right, Pia. The president's allies dominate the local polls here in Cebu. Controversial Cebu 3rd District Representative Gwen Garcia, who faced a number of graft charges just months before the elections, is returning as governor. The ombudsman has earlier ordered Garcia be perpetually disqualified from holding any public office. However, just last week, the Court of Appeals reversed the anti-body's order, allowing Garcia to proceed with her candidacy. She was here earlier to attend the proclamation of some of her colleagues. However, her proclamation has been postponed as Provincial Board of Election Canvassers deal with a number of SD card or defective SD cards in different parts of Cebu. In an interview, she said that she feels vindicated from all of what she calls false accusations thrown at her. And she said that, Cebuanos weren't swayed to vote against her. In the city, it's a double win for the president's bet. Both the mayor and the vice mayor are now allies of the president in this election, considered by many as among the fiercest in the city's history. Incumbent Vice Mayor Edgar Labella has successfully unseated longtime Mayor Tommy Osmeña, who's a critic of the president's war on drugs. The days leading to the polls have been full of tension here in the city, with Osmeña accusing the police of involvement in politics. He alleges that Labella, who's endorsed by the president, and the city police chief, Senior Superintendent Royina Garma, who was a former commander in Davao City and was assigned by the president here, are ganging up against him. Well, both Garma and Labella have denied this, and now that he has won, Labella is calling for unity. Well, critics say that Duterte's influence in the city is still arguable because, while the mayor and the vice mayor are his bets, those who won in both the first and second districts of Cebu City are allies of Osmeña. Pia.
Makoy Popioco there, reporting live from Cebu. Abby Binay gets to keep her post as mayor of the city of Makati here in Metro Manila after winning against her younger brother, Junjun Binay. But her father, former Vice President Jejomar Binay, not so lucky. He lost to Kid Peña, who served as acting mayor in Makati in 2014 in the race for Makati's 1st district representative. Joy Silas has the latest.
It was a landslide victory for Makati Mayor Abby Binay. She won against her brother, former Makati Mayor Junjun Binay, by a wide lead of about 80,000 votes. The city of Makati has 452,000 registered voters, but only 320,000 or 70% actually voted on Monday. Abby's running mate, Monique Lagdamea, also won by a large margin against Junjun's running mate, Monsur del Rosario. Luis Campos is returning to the Batasan in the 18th Congress after winning by a wide lead against Councilor King Yabut in the Makati 2nd District Representative race. They were proclaimed as winners at around 4 in the morning. The Binay Campos couple, however, were a no-show in the proclamation. The canvassing of votes was delayed due to several technical errors in the transmission of results and faulty SD cards. Meanwhile, former Vice President Jojo Binay was beaten by his staunch critic, former acting Makati Mayor Kid Peña, in the Makati 1st District congressional race. It was a tight race, with Peña winning by a slim margin, or just 5,806 votes. During the proclamation, Peña did not look very excited when he arrived at the Makati Coliseum. When asked why, he just said he wants to show respect. He admits he has always considered the election an uphill battle.
Hard work. Nag-campaign lang kami. Laging respeto.
During the proclamation, the Binay camp tried to move for the deferment of proclamation of Peña due to the null votes in District 1, which supposedly totaled to about 8,000 votes, and the alleged disenfranchisement of voters due to alleged vote buying incidents and the numerous blackouts that happened on Election Day. The Makati City Board of Canvassers, however, rejected the motion.
Considering the timeliness and orchestration of these events, Your Honors, we actually move for the deferment of the proclamation of Kid Peña.
There are only two issues that can be raised during the canvassing. Yun nga, yung illegal composition of the board of the members of the Board of Canvassers, and number two, the illegal proceeding committed by the board.
Binay's camp insists they will file a pleading questioning the proclamation of Peña. But the board chairman, J.V. Villagracia, says that because the canvassing is now over, all pleadings should be filed before the Commission on Elections. Joyce Ila, CNN Philippines.
The Marcoses retaining their hold in the family's bailiwick. A third-generation Marcos has been proclaimed the next governor of Ilocos Norte. Our George Cahilas is live from Lawag City. George, tell us more about the victory of Matthew Marcos Manoto.
Well, Pia, better health care for Ilocanos. That will be the priority project of incoming governor of Ilocos Norte, Matthew Marcos Manoto. During his proclamation this afternoon. Manotoc says he will work to prioritize improving public hospitals in the province and making medicines affordable to his constituents. Manotoc ran unopposed after 1st District Representative Rudy Fariñas withdrew his candidacy during the last stretch of the campaign. His running mate and relative Cecil Araneta Marcos also won in the vice gubernatorial race. 30-year-old Manotoc, son of incumbent governor and senatorial candidate Amy Marcos, says they are happy with the people's support to his family. Amy Marcos is in the winning circle of the senatorial race based on partial unofficial results. Manotoc jokes that if his mother wins in the senatorial race, she will not be so much involved in local affairs. Manotoc also thanked President Duterte, who he said put his family in a better light. And Amy Marcos in the winning circle says it only shows that the support of the people is not exclusive to Ilocos Norte. Meanwhile, Ria Fariñas, who will replace her family as representative of the 1st District of the province, and brother Rodolfo Christian, who won as board member, had a separate proclamation ceremony with the Board of Canvassers. Congressman Rudy Fariñas joined them in their proclamation. Despite political differences, the Fariñases and the Marcoses said that they are willing to work together to serve the province. Pia.
George Quiles there reporting live from Lawag in Ilocos Norte. The COMELEC had a series of technical glitches during the midterm elections which delayed the disclosure of partial and unofficial tallies. But COMELEC Commissioner Marlon Casquejo says these will not affect poll results. But before we show that statement of Commissioner Casquejo, we are going to go first to
a few people.
All right, Shell Diokno speaking live in Cubao in Quezon City. Let's listen in.
I will tell you a story about isang Pinoy na gustong kumandidato hindi dahil sa sarili niya, kundi dahil meron tayong ipinaglalaban. At ito ay itutuloy natin kahit na ano pang mangyari. Ito pong kampanya has been very empowering, not only for me, but I think for everybody who has been involved in this campaign. Ako mismo, ang dami kong natutunan dito sa kampanyang ito. Ang dami ko rin ng naging experience na talagang nakakataba ng puso. I will never be the same after this campaign, and for the rest of my life, I will never forget the love and the support that all of you have given this effort. Unlike typical campaigns na ang pinaglalaban lang nila ang kanilang personal na interest, walang nagbabago sa kanila pag natapos ang kampanya. Pero sa atin, alam nyo, all of us, I believe, became better persons after this campaign. At yun ang talagang kailangan ng ating bayan. I am not at all sad at the outcome of these elections. Sa akin ganun lang yan. It really doesn't matter to me. And I have said this from the beginning. What is important is the light that we have shown in the darkness. Alam niyo, nung nagsimula itong kampanya, dalawa lang ang pinagpasyahan ko sa sarili ko. Sabi ko, unang-una, parati ko magsasalita ng kung ano lang ang makatotohanan. Tungkol sa anumang issue. Tungkol sa death penalty, tungkol sa panghihimasok ng China, etc. etc. At pangalawa ay ako ay magpapakatotoo. Wala akong gagawin na papalitan sa aking itsura, sa aking ngipin, o kung ano man. Dahil ang gusto ko makita ng taong bayan, kung sino talaga ako. And I am so happy that I have been able, with your help, to stick to those two principles. And kaya ko sinasabing napaka-empowering nitong kampanya, yung inyong presence lang ngayon ay, this is so, grabe yung energy na nararamdaman ko ngayon. Wala tong ganito dati. Di ba? When we started this campaign, there was no such thing as this much of enthusiasm from all of you. At alam nyo yung sabi natin na empowerment, palagay ko hindi lang naman yung mga volunteers, kundi lahat ng nakausap natin because of what we've been doing and talking about ay na-empower din. Kasi ang talagang nasa ilalim naman nitong kampanya ay yung katotohanan. Yun lang naman ang gusto natin mangyari, di ba? And that truth has a power of its own. Napakalakas ng power ng truth. Kaya nga nung una, di ba, sabi ng father ko, truth is the power of the powerless. Binago ko ng konti yun. Sabi ko, truth is the power of the people. At binago ko pa ulit yun. Sabi ko, youth is the power of the people. Yes. Because power is all about relations. Kung meron oppressed, meron nag-o-oppress. Di ba? Okay. Pero kung tayo ay magising at mamulat at maging woke, magpapa-oppress pa ba tayo? Yun. And that is what we have planted. Yan po ang itinanim natin sa ating kampanya. You know, being here with all of you is really so inspiring. Yung nakikita kong mga tweet, wag naman kayo mag-sorry. There's no need to be sorry for anything. We did our best and we did well. Akala nila ay takot tayong lahat. Akala nila walang lalaban. Akala nila walang maninindigan. Aba, nakailang million votes tayo. 6 million ang nanindigan dyan. There are so many things I want to say to all of you that are talagang, as I mentioned earlier, hindi ko talaga makakalimutan itong nangyari sa atin. But this is not the end of it. This is only the beginning. Kasi marami pa tayong gagawin, di ba? Oo. Marami tayong gagawin. At ako'y handang-handa na makaisa sa inyo. Hawak-hawak tayong magkamay-kamay, mag-hug-hug. I think we all deserve a hug in this room. Group hug, Pwede kaya yan? Okay yan. Kaya magbabasa muna ako ng ilan mga tweet, kasi ako'y natawa. Ito, gustong-gusto ko to. Hi, magandang araw po. I'm 16 years old po. Bata pa po, pero napapansin ko po kasi walang gaanong bumoto sa inyo. Okay lang. Pero kayo po yung kailangan namin para ma-improve itong ating bansa. We're praying na sana maraming tao yung bumoto sa inyo kasi marami na po kayong nagawa and maganda po yung pakay ninyo for our country. If di man kayo pala rin sa botohan ngayon, please, I'm begging, tumakbo po kayo ulit. Ay, wala ka sinabi, Sasabihin ko po sa mga mas nakakatanda sa akin na kayo po yung iboto. Sorry po ako po nagsasorry kung bakit ganito po nangyari sa botohan. Pero karamihan po sa kabataan ngayon is kayo po yung gusto. Hintayin niyo po kaming lumaki dahil karamihan po sa amin ay hindi pa pwedeng bumoto. Don't lose hope. Help us to improve our motherland. God bless po. Meron pa. Namili ako kanina. Sabi to. And us, the youth, will never be tired of supporting you because this is not the end of our journey. We will always stay with and support you because there's hope living within you, the hope that Filipinos need. We believe in you, Attorney Chel, tuloy po ang laban. Okay, I know, isa pa ito, mga kabataan to I know our generation will make this right and that Attorney Chell believes in us. Let us make things right, people. No more criminals in the Senate. Sir, you don't know how much I admire you. Thank you for putting up a good fight. Promise us you will never give up because all the people who believe in you will never get tired of saying that your country needs you. At ito yung pinakagusto ko. Sabi niya, yung 5-year-old kong anak, ikaw lang lagi ang bukang bibig. She knows you and she believes in you like we do. She made sure na number 25 you may shade ko sa balota. Ikaw ang pinakabatang campaign manager ko. Salamat, sana di ka magsawa. So really, this is a time for us to celebrate. Kailangan mag-celebrate tayo ngayon. Wala nang iyak-iyakan. Naman na yan. Dahil bukas na bukas, magsisimula tayo ulit. Yes. Bukas na bukas, kailangan meron pa tayong ibang ma-woke. Isipin natin kung everyday may ma-woke tayong isa. At the end of 1 year, ilan na yung ma-woke natin. At the end of 2 years, doble pa. At the end of 3 years, ay ako wala nang makakaano sa atin. Pigil sa ating ginagawa. I will promise you that I will never give up. This fight will not end until we win. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat. Maraming salamat.
Shell Diokno, one of the Ocho Diretso candidates, not conceding. He brought up several points saying that in this campaign, he will, because of this campaign, he will never be the same. He also said he will never forget many things he experienced in this campaign. He said there were 2 rules that he lived by in this campaign: to speak the truth and to be true to oneself. He also told his supporters there that they have nothing to be sorry about, and that he said, quote, "We did our best and we did well." He said, and we quote, "Akala nila walang maninindigan, but 6 million people voted for him. Not the end, only the beginning." He read some tweets also saying that, the first tweet he read was quoting someone who said, "I'm begging you tumakbo kayo ulit." When the crowd there cheered, he said, "Uy, wala akong sinasabi." And now, of course, my question was, hey, he didn't concede, no concessions. And it's at this point where we're going to launch already into the discussion. We have guests here in the studio, but first I'm going to go straight to Goyola Razabal, former COMELEC commissioner.
Yes, former.
I said former. Former. Yeah. At hindi ka na pwedeng bumalik, ano? Sayang. But anyway, wait.
Okay.
But before that, so it wasn't a concession speech by Shell Diokno, but what? What did it sound like?
That was the launch of his 2022 campaign.
2022 campaign for
whatever position. I think that's clearly he pretty much launched his campaign right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Ana Tabunda has this smile on her face of Ana Tabunda of Pulse Asia. Why?
Well, I think it's a good move on his part. I mean, I admire the Ocho Derecho candidates for going into this very difficult fight.
Yeah.
And for giving our people an option, even as apparently our
They were not
people
chosen.
have not exercised that option in the way they could have. But I like the idea that they're continuing this fight to bring out the issues that should be discussed. That's your several issues, among them territorial sovereignty, among them human rights, the issues that these candidates were
discussing. But apparently the voters didn't, want to even consider. No?
We have a long way.
Hindi nag-resonate, no?
Well, part of it is I don't think the Ocho Derecho got as much coverage from media that they would have in a previous administration. This administration being quite averse to any criticism or opposition, as it's making an example of Rappler, for example, and of this, when you have this issue of the matrix where PCIJ is being linked. It's not easy for, I think there was some form of self-censorship among some media practitioners, and that didn't help a group that had difficulty already encouraging people to run along with them. We have the strong contenders in the re-electionists,
Makino.
Would rather, I mean, those who chose to run as independent, rather than take on rather than incur
the
ire of the president. So I like the idea that the Ocho Derecho, or maybe just Chel Jokto, I don't know. I like the idea that they're going to continue the fight, because this is not just a fight about senatorial seats. This is a fight about bringing out the issues that should be discussed. And if it's going to take quite a while to get our people whose lives are difficult, I mean, our people, many where people are poor and they don't really have that much time and to invest in following whatever the issues are. I'm glad they're not discouraged.
Yeah. Yeah. And well, I guess voters in general, have gut issues that they're more focused on, and would rather not. Parang hindi medyo pinapansin ang issues na nilabas ng Ocho Derecho, right?
Which are strategic, right? They're not. Although they also did raise inflation.
Right.
They also raised the problem of the excise taxes being placed on petroleum. And it's unfortunate that right now petroleum prices are rising, and and yet we have this situation.
Yeah. Okay.
So I like the idea they're going to continue the fight.
All right. We have 3 other guests here in the studio, but we're going to continue that discussion in just a bit, because we already have re-electionist Senator Cynthia Villar on the line. She is topping the list of the 12 candidates that as of 5 o'clock this afternoon are making it to the upper chamber in yesterday's midterm polls. With more, she has more than 24 million votes, almost 24.5 million votes. Ma'am, good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Pia, and good evening to our televiewers of CNN.
Ma'am, what do you think of this? A lot of people say in a midterm election, the one who tops the senatorial race will transform into a possible presidential contender.
Not necessarily. I truly believe this is not bola, that beyond the senatorial race, which you can do through sipag at tiyaga and maybe good advocacies, the presidency is a gift from God. It cannot be something that you will work for. It will be given to you if that is your destiny. So I'm not thinking of that.
Yeah, okay. But, and I guess, it's interesting you say sipag at tiyaga. That was the campaign slogan also of your husband when he ran.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, you of all people know how very bruising a presidential run can be.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult is an understatement siguro, no? Because of the attacks that your husband...
And full of black propaganda.
Okay, so it's something, well, right now you're saying you're not thinking of that, and it's something that you would never ever think of. Ganun ba? Or, somewhere down the line, baka...
I want to go back to agriculture. I think they like me because of that, and they like me because of my advocacy of building livelihood projects. That's what I want to go back to. I'm not thinking of anything except that.
Okay. Well, what was it in your campaign, ma'am, that gave you the, yung nakapuntos kayo? What was it about your campaign that helped you win?
I think it's my
about
advocacy. They
the
like hanap
agriculture.
buhay
Yeah.
because everybody would want livelihood for his family or her family. And then I think they like yung me helping the farmers and fishermen because food is very important to this country. We cannot live without food. And I think my other projects na nagbibigay ng hanap buhay sa mga tao, they like it. And I think that's the reason they like me.
We're showing file video of you when you filed your certificate of candidacy, and with you was your husband's former Senator Manny Villar. He was former Senate President, former Speaker of the House. Would he ever return to politics?
That's not something I can talk for him. It's for him to decide. Any work in politics is very difficult. So if you want to go back there, it's your decision. It cannot be the decision of any one member of your family because you're doing the hard work. So you have to decide for yourself. That's my principle.
Yeah. Well, we're showing, like I said, we're showing the file video, and with you in that video is your daughter Camille. She won as representative in your district.
Yeah, that has been our post ever since. Manny was congressman of that district, and then I took over for 9 years, and then Mark took over for 6 years. And since Mark cannot go back to it, so Camille is going to take over. That is a position which we held. Is always being held by our family. Yeah.
Okay, so you're a dynasty in a way. you are, not in a way. You are, di ba?
Yeah, but in Metro Manila, you cannot say that your dynasty will last forever. You have to perform well also, and you have to do your work well.
Okay.
So I never consider it as a dynasty of our family. I think we win because we really work hard for it.
Because you deliver.
Yes.
So we wouldn't call the Villars a dynasty. We can call
maybe
you
a working dynasty.
A working dynasty.
You have to be more kind to us because we really work hard.
Yes, working dynasty or powerful working political family. Ganon. Yeah. Okay. So, ma'am, you're looking at a 6-year term at the Senate. This is going to be your second term, unless, of course, but yeah, you did say that you're not thinking about running for president.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows? Maybe like VP. Elections are 3 years away. But right now, you're looking at that 6-year term, and like you said, you want to further focus on your advocacy, agriculture, etc. What else can we expect from you?
Because during my last term, I passed yung Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, which is a 10 billion budget for our small farmers to be competitive. I'll do oversight functions for that because I was the one who wrote the law, and that should be implemented well. And then we passed yung 2 bills for the coconut farmers. And they were vetoed by the president, so I have to refile it and make sure that I pass it again this year. Yung disposition of the Coco Levy Fund and then the creation of the Coconut Industry Development Fund. Because PIA, 45% of our farmers in the Philippines are rice farmers, and another 45% are coconut farmers. Between the two of them, they are 90% of all the crop farmers in the Philippines. So if we are able to help them be competitive, be profitable, and lift them out of poverty, then I would say I have done my job well.
Yeah, well, something to look forward to, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what I'm focusing on because that's very important to us.
Okay, so, one last question, ma'am, before we let you go. What do you think happened to Ocho Diretso? Why do you think they were shut out?
I think yung mga kandidato nila there were 8, no?
Right.
6 of them are really not known. You know, you cannot run for a senator na wala kang name recall. That's very difficult. Even those with name recall, nahihirapan pa sila. Lalo na yung may hindi naaala-ala ng mga tao, pangalan mo, paano ka iboboto? Yun ang problema ng 6 of their candidates. Where of course, yung dalawa, si Bam and si si Mar, nagkataon lang, I think, this is a very, Duterte is a very popular president based on studies. So, pag in-endorse niya, malaking point yun eh. So,
well, in the
siguro
latest,
yun ang naging problema nila.
Sa latest tally, medyo naghihingalo pa yung kandidatura ni na Bam and Mar. But what would you advise, I guess, the rest of the Ocho Diretso candidates? Like you said, name recall is so important. Paano ka naman iboboto kung hindi naman alam yung pangalan mo?
They have to do something that will make them familiar to all Filipino voters. Kasi pwedeng familiar ka doon sa Class ABC, but that is 15% of the population. 85% are masang Pilipino. So you have to devise a way na maging kilala ka nila. Kalimitan nga, yung mga movie stars ang natatandaan nila, di ba?
Yeah, well, that's why Bong Revilla and Lito Lapid's there.
Yes.
So among yung sa 6, yung 6 na Ocho Diretso, sino bang who would have promised there? I mean, you've been in politics for so long, if not you as candidate or as congresswoman or senator, your family, so you have a very good pulse for that, no? You know exactly what will work.
I think yung 6, they have to really work hard to be known.
Okay.
In whatever way.
Kung gusto pa nilang tumakbo, ma'am, di ba?
Yung name recall is one, and another one, after you are known or you have name recall, then you will have to work hard for people to like you. That's another phase of the job, di ba? Dalawa yan eh. Hindi naman enough na kilala ka. Pero how can they like you if they don't know your name, di ba?
Okay. So if they work on name recall, and then if they work on, sana yung people will like them. Para naman
you have to do
sila.
Things that people will like you for or will know you for.
So may pag-asa ba sa kanilang 6?
Yeah, kasi si Erin was a former congressman. Hindi ba? And then sino pa ba yung Tanyada, and then Shell Jokno used to be the son, or is the son of a very famous senator. I mean, it's just reminding the people that they are worth looking into. Their personalities, di ba?
Yes. All right. Sige ma'am, final words po.
Nais ko po magpasalamat sa ating mga kababayan for their votes, and I'm very happy because I think they like what I did, so they voted for me. So in behalf of my family, thank you for the support.
Senator Cynthia Villar, the #1 senator in the latest tally, partial and unofficial tally. Ma'am, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Salamat po. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes. Keep it here to get the latest on the 2019 midterm elections. Be right back. Welcome back to this special coverage of CNN Philippines. I'm Pia Ontiveros. We have the latest partial and unofficial results from the parallel vote count of the COMELEC Citizen Arm, the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV. Our Chrissy Matulak is reporting live from the PPCRV Command Center in Pope Pius Central, Manila. Chrissy, what is the very latest?
Pia, as of 5:53 this afternoon, unofficial results from 83,608 out of 85,769 clustered precincts have been transmitted to the COMELEC's transparency server. Cynthia Villar continues to lead the senatorial race with nearly 24.5 million votes, followed by Grace Poe with 21,415,299 votes, Bongo, Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sonny Angara, Lito Lapid, Jaime Marcos, Francis Tolentino, Bong Revilla, who managed to clinch the 10th spot, Coco Pimentel, and Nancy Binay for the 12th spot. Manual encoding of the printed election returns begins today. Volunteer students check and compare data with electronically transmitted results shown on PPCRV screens. PPCRV Media Director Agnes Hervasio says they have additional election returns from Quezon City, San Juan, and Parañaque.
For the election returns, we have additional ERs coming in from QC, particularly in Novaliches. We have San Juan. Aside, Parañaque is already here as well, and the ones that we have received yesterday, Makati, Manila.
Hervasio says they expect data outside Metro Manila to come in early evening. She says some election returns come from remote areas and data transmission takes a longer time. Hervasio says they expect manual audit to end in 2 weeks. PPCRV says it is awaiting data from 2,000 clustered precincts through Comelec's transparency server. The citizen arm has around 300 volunteers on shifts until May 31st. The final shift ends at 10 p.m., while the first shift begins at 8 in the morning. Most of them are students ages 18 to 25. Pia?
Chrissy Di Matulak there, reporting from the PPCRV's command center in Manila. Also, we had, okay, are we going to roll that soundbite of Marlon Casquel, COMELEC commissioner, where he says that the glitches are not going to affect the poll results? Do we have that now? No, we don't. Okay, we're going to go back to that in just a bit. Let's go now to our studio discussion. A while ago, I was speaking to Ana Tabunda, Pulse Asia, Goyo Larazabal, former COMELEC commissioner. The way you look at me, no, parang you're afraid I might introduce you as the COMELEC chairman. Yeah. Edwin Lacerda, Tindig, Pilipinas, and to my left are two IT expert gentlemen, and I'm going to begin by introducing Pierre Tito Galia.
Hello.
And Francis Plaza. He is a MIT software engineer and CEO of 22 Delta Software Consulting Company. Well, let's begin with this. Now, we've heard everything they've said since last night, or did everything they had not said since last night, because mga 11:30 na yung explanation. No? Marlon Casquel, for example, saying that they suspect that there was a problem with the transporting of the SD cards. There were all these glitches with the VCMs. There was that problem with transferring or dumping yung data na nandun sa COMELEC transparency server doon papunta sa media server, etc. Ang daming sinasabi. But in short and simple language, let's begin with the two of you, no? Kayong dalawang gentlemen. Ano ba talaga nangyari?
Sure.
Francis?
So my take on it, it's both a project management failure and also perhaps a software failure.
So two separate things.
Right.
Which one will you explain first?
Sure.
Can you do the software failure muna?
Sure. So without a full visibility of the software, we can't really say which part failed. But I think, we, on the project management side, right, which I guess builds on my argument on software, we know kasi like how big the electorate is.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, when you say project management failure, project management meaning, for example, your project is elections.
Right.
So you have a software setup, you have the AES, the automated election system. So the way you manage it, right, as a set apart from the software itself.
So, right. So software is one thing. You have your devices, and then you have your process, right? When the results are transmitted, counted, and stored. The idea is that you would have to have all your systems tested prior to the to the big day, right?
Okay.
And we know how big how many voters there are, and if everybody were to vote, then we should have expected 62 million data points.
So the COMELEC should have run a test with kunwari 62 plus.
Right. Or they could do like 200%.
Okay. Okay. And then
then they would find out a lot of choke points, failure points, and then they would have enough time to actually fix it.
Okay.
And not do it in
yung sinasabi mong they could have found the choke points or the failure points. Yung nangyari kagabi na they said that in short and simple language, all that data was stuck there, and there was a problem transferring it out. Was that a choke or a failure point?
Well, it definitely reveals the fact that the system wasn't ready to handle that much data. And to put it in perspective, 62 million data points. I'm putting it simply. Let's say one vote is one data point. If you have 62 million data points in your database, that's actually not a lot. That's estimating 1 million would be around 200 megabytes. That's only about 25 if you if you have double a copy.
Correct.
That's only like 4 Netflix movies or maybe 5, right? So that's not really a lot of data.
One Netflix movie. No?
Sure.
Okay. Oh.
So our
Not a lot of
technology is there to actually handle that much data.
Yeah, okay. But, can you explain that to someone who's not an IT expert? When you say, yeah, okay, so 4 Netflix movies, gigabytes, megabytes.
Right. So
can you find a comparison somewhere?
Sure. So the initial thought last night was that there was a huge transmission issue. That's why we're not getting the results in real time. So on that analogy, we all use Netflix, right? We're able to stream contents in real time, right? Like we would watch we would binge watch few episodes in few hours.
Yeah, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. 9 episodes. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, that's more than the amount of data the Comelec is transmitting.
Hindi nga talaga.
Right.
Yes.
So
yung binge watch na yan talaga. Okay.
So you consume more your data in few hours than
okay.
Comelec has transmitted.
Okay. So now I understand. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So I think it's really a failure on testing it because the technology is there to actually accommodate it.
Yeah, okay. We have to interrupt the discussion. We need to go live to Manila right now. Proclamation of Isko Moreno as this mayor of the city of Manila. Let's listen in.
Certificate of canvass of votes and proclamation of winning candidate for mayor. We, the undersigned members of the City Board of Canvassers, do hereby certify under oath that we have duly canvassed the vote cast in 1,502 precincts for the candidates therein for mayor in the election held on May 13, 2019. Attached hereto and forming part thereof is a statement of votes obtained by each candidate for the office of mayor. That after such canvass, it appears that Domagoso Isko Moreno Ascenso obtained 357,000 votes and 925 for the office of mayor, the same being the highest number of votes legally cast for said office. On the basis of the foregoing, we hereby proclaim the above named winning candidates as the duly elected mayor of Manila. In witness whereof, we have affixed our signatures and imprint our thumb marks in the city of Manila. Congratulations, Mayor.
Right, Isko Moreno proclaimed the mayor of the city of Manila. It was a bruising political battle. There were, 8-10 candidates for mayor, but it was really more a three-way fight among Isko Moreno, the incumbent mayor of Manila, former President Joseph Erap Estrada, and former Manila Mayor Fred Lim. So he was, Isko Moreno just proclaimed now as mayor of the city of Manila. This was something that we were waiting for last night, no? And why couldn't they proclaim him last night? What was the issue?
Well, the lowering of the threshold. Normally, in previous elections, the lowering of the threshold to allow winning candidates to be proclaimed. So, like, sometimes it's 95%, 90%. Now, I think the policy is, as much as possible, don't lower the threshold, except in certain circumstances.
Like?
Well, you can request the money.
Yeah.
In fact, the council of a candidate can request, and the city or municipal board of canvassers or provincial board of canvassers concurs, and it's submitted to the PMO for approval. But as a policy, I think it's something that it's frowned upon, because that creates some issues regarding the data. Submitting it to the next level of the canvassing proceedings. Kasi,
How come? What do you mean?
kasi
Parang
if
hindi siya matatransmit in total pag ubat?
What happens is that if you proclaim with 97% or 96% of the votes canvassed, the 4%, ihabol mo yan, di ba? So mas mabuti, bunch it up together and send it at one time. The good thing about this is, you know, we're actually we're witnesses to proclamation of winning candidates. Kasi before, you'll have winning candidates proclaimed at 1 o'clock in the morning, midnight, everybody's asleep. So now, at least, wala na. I think now we can observe it, we can see it. As compared to before na, when you wake up, parang, oy,
siya na pala nanalo.
na-proclaim na. Now, we're seeing it live, which is really good.
Okay.
It's good. Visuals is really good.
All right. Okay. And yung, I mean, di ba minsan, okay, iakyat natin to sa, what do you call that?
So there's a city or municipal board of canvassers, then provincial board of canvassers, then national board of canvassers.
Oh, because it happened in others, like for example, Pasig, no, it took them a while to decide on Vico Soto's case, for example. Why do the municipal or the city board of canvassers usually take a while before they make a decision?
Well,
on this?
There are certain
several
requirements. No? For example, before you can allow or concur, before the board of canvassers allow or concur to do a partial proclamation, you still have to see that first, it meets the threshold of at least, I think, 90 or 95% of the votes votes cast. Second, the lead of the winning candidate is more than the number of remaining votes to be canvassed. So with that too, that's when the board can consider the motion for partial proclamation. But again, it's frowned upon. I think there's only one instance I've seen with do a partial proclamation. And that Pasig City waited for more than 12 hours. Diba? It was si Vico, Vico Soto was there at 2 o'clock in the morning. He was proclaimed 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So he waited more than 12 hours there.
Yeah, okay.
So,
because, minsan may mga, kung mag-isip very, anong tawag doon? There's a term, it escapes me at the moment. Yung,
Malikot.
Ha? Malikot mag-isip. At saka, hindi. It's a worse term na parang, you think very badly about the city or the municipal board of canvassers. Siguro may niluluto. Ayaw nilang mag-proclaim. Yung mga ganun. When actually what they're doing is they're just going by the book. No?
And that goes back to the most basic element of running good elections. Transparency and education, enlightenment of the voters on what's happening. Kasi if, like for example, this is explained, people say, that's why it was delayed, di ba? So when they are informed of the process, they're informed of what's happening, then it inspires confidence in the system. But if you don't talk, if you don't inform the public of what's happening, then the people start to wonder, what's the real score?
So in other words, it's as simple as, para mai-report lang namin ng buo, yung lahat ng boto, galing sa lahat ng ER dito sa syudad na to.
Exactly.
And
like, a case in point is Makati last night, diba? The councils filed their motion for early proclamation, partial proclamation. By the time the motion was concurred by the City Board of Canvassers and it was pending approval, they already finished canvassing all the precincts.
Right.
So the motion for partial proclamation was abandoned and they just proclaimed all the winning candidates.
Okay. Well, at this point, let's go back to the discussion about what happened or what went wrong last night. No? So, kanina, Francis, you were saying that it's a software failure and project management failure. Sige, can you continue?
Right. So, so again, what I said earlier is that the technology, and I am convinced the technology did not actually fail us. It's the institution who had trouble executing that technology.
The institution meaning?
Well, the
Commission on
COMELEC, I guess,
Elections.
in this case, yes. And they had months and perhaps even years to actually do testing, to bombard it with more and more data, even 3 times the size of what we would have expected.
Yeah, okay. So they can't say now na, well, kasi yung pag-transport ng SD cards well, kasi hindi nagmamatch dahil sa procurement law, hindi nagmatch ang papel dun sa ganito-ganyan. Hindi nila pwedeng sabihin yun?
Well, that in itself is the failure of the process. But yeah, I think what the trend was last night was they keep on, earlier nga this morning they said that there's a Java error, as if, they're banking on a jargon to actually sound like they know
that it really was an IT glitch.
Yeah, exactly, which
when actually
I don't even understand what they mean by a Java error, right? Are they blaming the programming language? Are they blaming the programmer? Are they blaming the device? Who knows, right?
Yeah.
So they bank on that fact to actually, parang, I guess, for me, it's really the process.
All right, Pierre, what happened? What went wrong? Ano ba talaga?
Taking off from what Francis is talking about now, we're talking about people, process, technology. Those 3 pillars have to be working all together for a successful system to be implemented. But let's talk about muna yung technology failures. Let's laymanize them. First of all,
was there a technology failure?
Not quite in the way that a lot of groups are beginning to claim.
Okay.
The usual nagkaroon ng dayaan, which I think is complete BS. For example, let's talk about the realities on first why there was a delay on 6:15 p.m. Last night. Why the COMELEC server was throwing to the transparency server, but the transparency server was not throwing to the media terminals. Okay, so first thing, we know that kahit papano bumilis ng konti ang internet ng Pilipinas. Dahil
bumilis ng konti.
Bumilis ng konti. Now, because bumilis ng konti ang internet ng Pilipinas.
Third telco, where are you?
Mas malaki yung tinapon na volume ng information mula sa COMELEC server papunta sa transparency server. Okay? And then,
yun nga yung sinasabi nila, napakalaking data.
Yes.
Na
Yeah,
they couldn't figure out lang how to...
Okay. Right. Now, itong napakalaking data, sana, every computer, may limits yan. Meron siyang tinatawag na computational capacity. Okay? Yung mga naglalaro ng Ragnarok sa mga kanilang mga cellphone, hindi nila pwedeng maglaro sa medyo luma.
Lumang cellphone like
what? For example,
Nokia.
No. Hindi the smartphones, no. You want to run your game on a quad core. Ito medyo single core lang.
Wait, you know what? You lost me there because the only game I play is solitaire on my smartphone.
Well,
sure. Find another analogy.
The machine choked.
Okay.
It was not able to chew it sufficiently and transmit it to the
sometimes on our laptops, on our Mac, nagahang. Yung cellphone mo umiikot.
Yes.
And then what do? You
reboot it.
You reboot.
Which is what
parang you stop it.
Yeah, you
pause, stop, and
press
then
the off button. Then it's not going to affect the data at all.
Okay.
It's just going to reset the calculations that's going on inside the machine and then transmit it normally.
Okay.
Diba? Pag naghang yung PC natin, we reset and then it goes on. Yung sa Java, the Java error that they were mentioning, again, it goes back to the transparency server not having enough computational capacity to calculate. Therefore, naghang.
Okay.
So since naghang siya, again, reset was the solution. This can be verified.
And how could they have preempted something like that?
So
again, you should have.
We go back to what Francis was discussing earlier. When you're sizing a system, you don't size it exactly for a 62 million electorate. You want something that's bigger in capacity, at least twice as big. And then you stress test the hell out of it so that you'll be able to see any failure points that go along the way. Again, we're not merely talking about the transmission failure points or the computational failure points, but also mechanical failure points. These machines were stored for 3 years. There was there was no report whether or not maintenance was done. Like a car, you want to start the engine every few months and so on.
Every few months, every day. I mean, in the morning.
If you're going to store a car, right? If you're going to store a car, every few months you start it. Make sure that the lubricants are
any machine. You need to use it continuously so that it will not
naman
bog
continuously,
down.
but if you're going to store a machine that has moving parts, you want to run it every so often.
It's like rubber shoes. If you don't use your rubber shoes for 6 months and you use it,
well,
then it will fall apart. Ganon.
That's one way of looking at it. But again, to go back to Francis' earlier point about the bigger picture being potentially process management failures. When you're talking about people, process technology, right? Technology, you should size it bigger than what the requirement is, so that when you stress test it, it won't fail. Second, when you're talking about processes, you need to have the contingencies in place in case, for example, if a VCM fails, what will be your contingency plan? You will replace it.
Well, they claimed, like several areas across the country, they would send replacement
Which they did.
Which they did,
yes. And
but apparently that wasn't the biggest problem. Although, during election day itself, ang dami nagre-reklamo. VCM, yung pala may mas malaking issue.
If you look at it, the claim is 600 VCMs failed, and some claims are saying that this is 220% bigger than the number of machines that failed in 2016. I think that's a very misleading argument. If you take 600 VCMs out of the total number of VCMs that failed in this exercise, only 0.7% was the actual failure rate. So sure, it's 220% bigger than the last time, but this is 0.7% failure rate of the number of machines, which is better than the internet connectivity reliability that any one of us has.
You know what? I have to cut you off. There are some things that might not be appropriate in this discussion. Because when you talk about data, you're using the same data patch size as 2010, 2013, 2016, and 2019. There's no difference.
Sure.
You're talking about processes, which is the same. You're talking about infrastructure is the same requirements.
Or better.
Sure, you have more voters, but it's the same setup, same network. In election management, it's pretty common. It's pretty easy to surmise that the best gauge if you have a good elections is you will have less problems as the previous elections. Correct? So the problems in 2010 should not have happened already in 2013 or should have lessened. It's like 2016, the problems should have been less in 2019. The problem here, the concern here is that why are there more machines that have malfunctioned? In fact, in one province, there's about 153 SD cards that malfunctioned. It's, with due respect, I don't think it's really a technology issue. It's a management issue.
Yung project management nga.
Yeah, but not just... You have to take a look at it. COMELEC is headed by the Project Management Office. The personal structure of COMELEC is practically the same as 2010, 2013, 2016, and 2019.
Is it set up for manual elections?
No, it's set up... Right now, you can do manual or automated elections. The point is, if you had less and less problems in the last few elections, why suddenly was there an increase in the number of problems in these elections? With the same support staff, same organic personnel in COMELEC.
But were they the same problems as in 2010? Granted that there was more. I am not contesting that.
No, but the point is that
it's
not about having more problems. It's having less problems and not having new problems which are so basic in running election management. This is what a lot of people don't understand. Many people know elections, other people know IT, but merging the two is a totally different ballgame altogether. There are some nuances in IT that many people in election management don't know, and there are some people in election management that might not be aware of the issues in IT. Kasi when you say elections, a lot of people say, no, elections is legal. No, it's not. It's project management. It's logistics.
Yeah.
That's right.
And that's what they don't understand. See, they look at it, okay, this is running elections. How do you legally conduct elections? No. IT management, logistics. And that's what they don't understand. And I think that's the problem here. Kasi like, for example, machines. All machines, under the procedures, have to have been tested.
Right.
All machines. So why did it happen na after the machines work in FTS, final testing and sealing, suddenly on election day, after a few ballots fed, the machines conked out.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Okay.
there's a problem there in the testing because all the machines should have been fed 1,000 machines. No, sorry, 1,000 ballots before being shipped out.
Yeah, you know, I hate to interrupt now because ang ganda ng discussion, kaya lang pagagalitan ako pag hindi tayo nag-break. So we need to take a very quick break. This is a special presentation of the Filipino Votes, only here on CNN Philippines. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes, midterm elections 2019. The entire country, the entire nation in a waiting game for the final results of the polls. So far, Cynthia Villar still leads the senatorial race with nearly 24.5 million votes, followed by Grace Poe, Bongo, Pia Cayetano, Batot de la Rosa, Sani Angara, Lito Lapid, Amy Marcos, Francis Tolentino, Bong Revilla, Coco Pimentel, and Nancy Binay. In the local races, a number of candidates have been proclaimed winners. The Commission on Elections says the conduct of the polls was a success despite technical glitches and delays. We'll continue that discussion in just a bit, but first, former Philippine National Police Chief Bato de la Rosa making it to the top 5, as we said just a while ago, top 5 winning senatorial candidates in the partial and unofficial count. He now joins us on the phone. Good evening, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Pia, and thank you for inviting me to your program.
Sir, saan po kayo ngayon? Nasa Davao po kayo, ano?
Nasa Davao, nagre-relax.
Nagre-relax, okay.
Nagre-relax, oo.
Ready na po ba kayo maging senador? Naku, sir, ba't kayo nag-hesitate?
Ready na. Ready na. Ready na.
Pwede na. Ready na.
Ready na. Opo.
Okay. Did you expect that you would do this well? Although the surveys said, kung sa bagay, as a survey, nasa 4 to 9 kayo, talagang malakas ang loob nyo. You knew na you would win.
Yes, kahit na hindi ko basihan yung survey, nararamdaman ko sa pag-ikot ko, nararamdaman ko yung tanggap ng taong bayan sa akin. So sabi ko, mananalo ako nito. Mananalo ako. Pero from the start, expected ko, with the President's endorsement, I know I can be somewhere around 10 to 12, maybe. Because considering the big names na I was up to, no? I was up against mga apelido ng mga Marcos, mga pawang mga apelido ng ex-presidents, di ba? Aquino, Sminya, ano pa, ang dami, puro Estrada, puro mga apelido ng mga presidente yun. Si Bato, ano ba naman pinanggalingan ko? kaya sabi ko, malakas yung endorsement ng presidente, maybe I will land 10 to 12 kung susunodin ako.
Mm-hmm. You're going to take office, sir, in June, July, no? So there's going to be like a little bit of a vacation for you. What are you going to do first, before you get down to business and start work?
Dito na siguro ako sa Davao, Pia. Mag-exercise ako. Dahil laki na ng tiyan ko sa kakakain noong campaign period.
Sir, ano yun? Lumalaki. Ano yun, sir? Lumalaki tiyan nyo?
Lumalaki yung tiyan ko, oo.
Diyos ko.
Sa kakakain noong campaign period, masyadong pag na-stress ka, walang tulog, pagod. Nababawi ko sa kain. Kaya ngayon, babawiin ko ito. Mag-workout ako ng gusto para babalik yung dating katawan natin.
What is the first thing you're going to do, sir, as a senator?
Anong gagawin ko?
Yes, what is the first thing you will do as a senator?
Ewan ko kung meron bang seminar dyan o ano bang training dyan para matutunan ko yung paano gawin yung batas. Ano ba ang mga trabaho namin dyan sa Senado? Kung meron ganon, I will take that opportunity na para matuto ako para pag-aralan ko ano yung
seminar
actions. Pero ba seminar, training? Meron ba? I was expecting something like that.
Okay.
Para sa amin mga baguhan.
Saan po kayo mag-a-apply kayo? Magtatanong po ako kay Edwin Lasherda kasi nandito po siya ngayon.
Magtanong ako.
NCPAG daw. Sir, NCPAG, UP NCPAG. Sir?
Hello.
UP NCPAG.
UP. Pag UP, hindi na ako pupunta doon.
Bakit?
Alanganin ako yan sa lugar na yan.
Talaga? Bakit?
Mayroon akong bayan,
may mga nagrarally sa inyo. Against you, ganun ba?
Anti-military ang lugar na yan. Ayaw kong pumunta dyan. Anti-police yan.
So, mamili na lang kayo ng ibang eskwelahan.
Siguro. Kaya
saan ba, sir? Ano bang gusto nyo? Ateneo Lasal? Ano ba? Saan ba?
Wala bang kwan? Wala bang... basta mag-research ko, maghanap ako kung paano ko matuto dyan.
Maghanap kayo. Sir, okay. Sir, may tumawag na po ba kayo tungkol sa proclamation? Siyempre po, may proclamation, National Board of Canvassers. Meron na po bang ganon? Wala pa? Or masyado pong
wala pa naman,
okay. Pero of course, that means na pupunta kayo dito sa Manila para sa proclamation.
Pupunta ako pag ako tinawagan na kailangan ng mag-proclamation. Lilipad ako dyan sa Manila para mag-attend.
Okay. So ano pa po ba ang gagawin ninyo, no? Aside from, well, you said you've been eating, you plan to relax. What else will you, like you said, no, maghahanap kayo ng seminar para to prepare for your work as a senator. What else will you do?
Magtawag ako kina Coco Pimentel, kina JB Ercito, kung ano ba talaga trabaho ng senador, para what do I need to prepare? What do I need to prepare para pagpasok ko? Diyan na si Bato. Marunong na ito, hindi na ito pataka-taka.
Okay.
Dapat alam ko ang dapat kong gawin dyan.
Well, binanggit niyo po si Coco Pimentel and JV Ejercito, medyo nalalaglag po sila sa bilangan dahil po sa inyo. Kasi number 11 si Coco ngayon, si JV number 13, hanging by the thread.
Kaya nga, malungkot na ako. I really feel for them. Talagang, wag ko, paano, magdasal na lang na sana si JB makaakyat, si Coco, wag nang bumaba.
Okay. Pero, sir, pero para maumakyat po si JV, kailangan meron pong isa doon sa Magic 12 na malaglag. So, sino po yung gusto niyo ipalit? We're gonna start a big quarrel here. Okay. Sino po, sir? Mamili po kayo. Kasi number 10 is Bong Revilla, number 11 Coco Pimentel, number 12 Nancy Binay. Sabi nyo, sana umakyat si JV na number 13. That means may isa kailangan malaglag dito. So sino po yung ilaglag dito?
Ayaw kong pumili. Puro ko kaibigan niya.
Kaibigan nyo po si Bong Revilla.
Kaibigan ko rin siya. Kasama ko sa kampanya
Okay.
Si Nancy Binay naman, hindi ko kasama sa partido, pero napakabait rin naman sa akin yan. Kung nagkita kami, masyado mabait, tinulungan ako dyan sa Makati. Tumulong yan. Kaya, yung pala sa...
Sir Bato, have you thought about the composition of the Senate? You know, what is it going to look like? Because dito so far, yung winning circle, no, yung 12, no, dalawa po yung artista, Bong Revilla, Lito Lapid, tas nandyan po kayo, si Bato de la Rosa, may mga dating ng politiko, may isang governor, Marcos, si Amy Marcos, ganun. And then you have the incumbent, yung mga remaining senators. Sa tingin nyo, what kind of a Senate will it be?
Nako, siguro magiging very supportive to the administration. Very cooperative with the administration. Kung matuloy, manalo kami yung siyam. Yung matuloy-tuloy na yung siyam kami na andyan, supportive sa
administration. So, boboto in favor of legislative measures that the Duterte administration will push. Pero meron pong iilang mga opposition doon na medyo may ingay.
Well, karapatan nila yan. Papel nila yan. They have to play their role. Pero sana naman, mag-uupo sila, not for the sake of just oppose and oppose dahil taga-opposition sila. Kahit na nakikita nila maganda yung mission na yan, na it will bring out magandang prospects para sa sa taong bayan. Sana magsuporta na rin sila. Ano pang nandiyan ka sa Senado para naman kabutihan ng taong bayan ang iniisip natin, di ba? Sana hindi lang yung upos ng upos for the sake of opposing.
Okay. Sir, meron po ba kayong final words? Baka gusto po kayong magpasalamat because I'm sure hindi na po kayo malalaglag sa bilangan kasi number 5 kayo.
Well, ako talaga from the bottom of my heart, gusto ako magpapasalamat sa lahat ng sumuporta sa aking kandidatura. The 18 million plus people who believe in me, na alam nila na may magagawa ako na kabutihan para sa ating bansa, din nagpapasalamat ako sa kanila. Doon naman sa mga non-believers, nagpapasalamat ako sa kanila because of them, I become a better person. Better, di bitter.
Better, not bitter. At dahil sa batikos nila, mas lalo pang na-focus yung attention sa inyo. Ganun po ba? So magpasalamat din kayo.
Sa kanila. Dahil sa pagtitira na sa akin, lalo kong nabigyan ng airtime.
Okay. Well, anyway, soon to be Senator Bato de la Rosa. Sir, of course, before I say thank you, I will remember that you said na sana umakyat si JV, which means kailangan may isang malaglag dito. But anyway, sige, we will not try to start a World War V in the Senate. Anyway, thank you very much, Senator. Soon to be Senator. Mali. Yes, wait, sandali lang po. General Bato, Sir Bato, sandali lang. Koyo Larazabal.
I think the one who carried incoming Senator Bato in Makati is Mayor Abby Binay. I think that's si Abby is Abby, the mayor of Makati.
Oh,
si Abby is the one who carried incoming Senator Bato.
Opo. Si Nancy, mabait na siya sa akin.
Si Nancy, medyo hindi sila, they're not on the same side. Anyway. Sir General Bato de la Rosa, soon to be senators, thank you very much, sir, for joining us this evening. Salamat po, sir.
Maraming salamat, Pia.
Okay, well, speaking of Senator JV Ejercito, na sana, sabi ni Bato, umakyat siya doon. We're going to speak to him now on the phone. Senator JV Ejercito, based on the latest tally, sir, you are number 13 in the partial and unofficial count. Senator JV?
Yes, good evening, Pia.
Yeah, hi. Have you seen the latest tally as of 5:53 p.m.? Number 13 po kayo.
Yeah, it's still number 13. I've been monitoring, but not really, because I really want to relax a bit.
Nakaka-stress ba? Nakaka-stress yung marinig mo yung number?
Of course, after 90 days of grueling campaigns, and then this is a situation that you do not want to be in. So I try not to think about it much, but once in a while I ask.
But sir, let's think about it much right now, no? So ano pa nangyari sa inyong dalawa ni your half brother Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada? He's number 15, you're number 13. Your father, Erap Estrada, lost the mayoralty race. Janela, the daughter of Senator Jinggoy, lost her bid for mayor in San Juan. What happened to the Estrada dynasty?
Well, it's a simple case of spreading ourselves too thin. Everybody running for different positions at the same time, no?
Yeah.
Two for national positions.
Yeah.
Two running for the Senate is already quite quite
Takes
a
a
challenge.
heavy toll. Oh.
Yes,
So two for
and
the
then
Senate, and then you have two for
yeah,
mayor
the
of
City
two
Manila
different cities.
and two major cities in Metro Manila. So I, from the start, Pia, you know my position. That's why from the very start, I had a disagreement. Diba? At the start of the campaign, I even left my father's party because I was not really. I did not agree.
You weren't
for us
happy with having Jinggoy running also.
Yeah,
right?
because that will really. I knew that it will affect our winning chances, and I think all of us will be affected, and I think that's what happened.
Yeah. Do you
Because
think
we'll be
this?
spreading ourselves too thin. It's not only me,
Yeah.
but the whole family, the resources, the machinery will be spread out too thin.
Yeah. So do you think it was a mistake in strategy when your father decided to run for mayor of the city of Manila? Because if you already have your political base in San Juan, then parang the logical thing to do was to stay there and then to launch a campaign from there. Ganun ba? Because earlier you said you yourself said so, no? Spreading yourself too thin.
No, but he decided to run for Manila in 2013, but it was Isko Moreno who asked him to run for mayor in Manila because they wanted to remove Fred Lim at that time, if you remember. So they were the tandem. So, but unfortunately, after 2 terms, the relationship turned sour, and then now the very last term,
Yeah.
they had to face one another.
Right, and now it's very sour. Have you spoken to your father lately, like since yesterday?
Actually, not yet because I was down with the flu for 2 days. I just felt really good, better just today. Probably I'll see him tonight. I was down after the campaign, probably because of the adrenaline that was gone. I got sick the following day.
Okay. Right now, Senator JV, 83,608 producers, please correct me kung mali ako, out of 85,679 precincts are reporting, and you are number 13.
Yeah.
Do you still have a chance?
I would think so. Slim, very slim chance. But let's see until the last ballot is counted and until the official proclamation is done, probably.
Yeah.
Because I'm behind by only 200,000. Nothing personal, but of course we owe it to the voters also who voted for us to at least to know the final tally.
Okay. Because if you still have that slim chance, then someone would have to be dislodged.
I know that I'm in a very difficult situation because occupying number 12 is Nancy, who I campaigned with very into 2013. We were like a tandem with Big Subiri.
Yeah.
No? So
Okay.
she's
So
one of the
parang
closest
masakit, no? It wouldn't be. Yung number 11, Coco Pimentel, would that be?
She's also a good friend from the JCI base.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Well, number 10 is Bong Revilla.
Oh, well, he's a friend of my father also. But we'll see. I just want
Everybody's a friend, no, in politics. Well, number 9 is Francis Tolentino.
Well, that's quite far already, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
because if you look
but
at the...
whatever happened, I had a slow start in this campaign. I had too many issues. I had too many problems. I had a slow start. I think I was not really able to prepare quite well because, as you know, we were busy until January working, no, especially with the Universal Healthcare Law and Department of Housing.
Yeah, okay.
We were rushing it. At least meron man ako matapos before.
So it
we
was
adjourned.
it was a campaign and a messaging issue, ganun ba yon?
Yes,
because
everything,
people say
organizing.
you did perform, so it was just a matter of bringing that out, projecting that.
But we had to prepare fundraising, organizing the campaign team. That I did. That was the problem at first. That's why I didn't have any political ads for the first 2 months. That's why my rating from number 8 in January dropped to 16 and 17 in February and March. So when I was able to organize a bit, a lot of donors already came in, started being worried. I'm so thankful that a lot of people really helped voluntarily. From 16, 17, I shot up to 13, 12, and then 9 to 15, the last.
9 to
So
15,
it was
right.
a good, it was a good, strong, I had a strong finish, I would say.
Okay. Senator JV?
Yes.
Okay. O sige. Final words na lang. You know, the way you sound, it's like you've done your post-mort and it sounds like you're about to throw in the towel.
Well, not really, but you know, we just have to accept, you know, things happen for a reason, and probably I have so many. My brother running, him coming out. That really affected my winning chances. There's a reason for everything. No? Just in case I really do not make it, then I'm ready. I can live without politics, no? But I can walk away. What I'm proud of is I can walk away with my integrity intact. That I am quite proud of. And but no, we will see. There's still a slim chance. I owe it to my supporters and voters, no, that they would find out. They would want to find out the final tally, because I think I had a very good momentum towards the end. So that's it. I just like to thank everybody also for the support, especially towards the end. Wow, the outpouring of messages right now from the social media is really, really overwhelming, Tia, and I'm very, very thankful for everybody.
Well, Senator JV Hercito, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Salamat, sir.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue our discussion with the guests. You know, before we go back to the IT, parang naka-ready na tatlo. Who wants to speak first? Wait, IT ba to, or we're going to talk about JV? JV muna.
I'll talk about the three.
Okay.
Cynthia is interesting because she mentioned a while ago that she was for the farmers.
Yeah.
But you know, her business, their family business, is on land conversion. I mean, she has to square it with the fact that while she's protecting
Yung real
the farmers,
estate, no? Building village.
she's buying up so many hectares and hectares of land, and which she converts for residential. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but she needs to square that off because, you know, for one thing, if you want to protect the farmers, farmers need land to farm. And at the same time, you're limiting now the size of farmlands. And so she needs to square that if she decides to run for a higher office in 2022, being the #1 senator-elect. On Bato, you know, former Governor Mario Cuomo, the late Mario Cuomo, has a very famous saying, campaigning in, the way it goes is, you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. You know, it's, Bato all this time has said also that campaigning is entertainment time. We just saw how he's planning to train himself for the Senate, and obviously he doesn't regard it quite as seriously. He regards Senate run as just landing in the Senate and bahala na, I'll get my training somewhere else. He refuses to go to NCPAG, which is a good training ground, out of fear for the progressive left. But he doesn't seem to have the right perspective for running, or the motivation to run for the Senate, that is to make laws. Some people are geared towards being in an executive position, and there's nothing wrong with that. But being a legislator, being a senator, requires you some knowledge of crafting laws. And we've seen a decline in quality in the Senate ranks. Whereas in the 60s and 70s, you've got well-respected senators, lawyers who vie for the Senate. And when you say you're in the Senate, it's something that you'll be proud of. Unfortunately, right now, whether you disagree with that, you've got entertainers, you've got sportsmen who don't seem to have a deep sense of what it is to be a senator. JV, on the other hand, unfortunately, is in the 13th place. He's someone among the three. I mean, JV is someone who's very, very capable. In fact, I've said last night, he's the best mayor in San Juan. And it's unfortunate that he's on the 13th. I would rather have him than the others who are not trained, who are not grounded in lawmaking. It's an unfortunate situation that JB finds himself. I hope he has some qualms in going after the position of Nancy Binay, which Francis Tolentino in 2016 did not have any qualms in suing Laila de Lima in being former cabinet members of the Aquino administration. But I would trade someone who's not qualified for JV who should be in the Senate.
And who would that be?
In the same way that these people don't answer you.
You don't want to answer that question. Okay. Ana Tabunda, this is a good time as any to talk about your May 3 to 6 survey and the way the partial unofficial count is appears. It's almost the same, but para bang ang hindi man rumble, nagkapalit-palit lang ng lugar or placement, yung from Pia Cayetano, Bongo, Revilla, Lito Lapid, De La Rosa, Sani Angara, I mean.
Yeah, there are shifts there. What we're seeing is we do have Francis Tolentino at best rank of 10 and worst at 15. So he's up there now at, is it 9?
9.
9.
Yes.
And this really is telling us a lot about the difference between a pre-electoral survey where you have voters' intention coming in more than anything, and we aren't able to factor in here the ground operations that happen between the last survey and day of elections.
Right.
And by the groundwork, I mean, I'm not speaking just of the national, but also of
the local.
The case of the local. The ground operations will include both legal and, well,
extra-legal
and legal. So
Illegal.
vote buying and so on. We're not also capturing here the amount of ad spent just a few days before Sunday, where May 12, when they could no longer...
Ma'am, sorry, sandali lang po. What we're showing, for those of you just joining us, we're showing in the bottom part of the screen the latest partial and unofficial tally. But we're also going to bring up the May 3 to 6 survey of Pulse Asia para we can make, because that's what we're discussing now, the comparisons. Go ahead po, ma'am.
So we're seeing, well, he's doing a little better. One person we're seeing who's doing a little worse than he did in that last pre-electoral survey is Bong Revilla. In the survey, he was doing a best of 4.
4 to 8.
Yes, 4 to 8. But
pero dito number 10
now
siya.
it's number 10, yes. So it's outside the range. But
Okay.
we did get the others.
JV Ejercito Estrada, he's listed here. Well, in your survey, he is the 12th name, but ranking 9 to 15.
Yes.
No?
He actually entered our top straight rank 12 only in this last survey. As he said earlier, he had a late push going into the top 12. Yes.
Yeah. And like we were saying earlier, like I was asking you about earlier, the way the Ocho Derecho was shut out, it reflects here in your May 3 to 6 survey. It also reflects in the partial and unofficial tally.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go back now to our discussion about what went wrong. No? So, kanina, let's take off from Goyo Darazabal. Di ba? Goyo, you were saying, unless you want to talk about the survey now, pero wag na lang.
I'm good at that.
You're good.
Could I add to...
Yeah, go ahead. Sige.
Actually, this is personal, this is not Pulse. I think we had a lot of difficulty with this COMELEC. They couldn't give us the list of registered voters until late January. So our first pre-electoral survey for the year, we had to fall back on projected voter counts instead of registered voters. Then it was already middle of February, towards end of February. Some local candidates could not yet get a final list of who were disqualified, who were... we were having difficulties dealing with this present COMELEC. So to me, what happened last night, it's not so surprising that there were problems there. I was in another network, and when this thing was coming out, and I had the reaction, what? This is the fourth.
It's the fourth.
The fourth automated election.
Yes. You weren't prepared with the machines, the SDs,
in other words, it's not like we hadn't done this before.
Didn't you test? And I sort of thought, is it possibly because Smartmatic is just backstopping and not exactly the one running.
Yeah, but who's in charge? It's not Smartmatic. It's the Commission on
That's
Elections.
why,
diba?
that's
And
why.
Yeah. Earlier, di ba, Goy, during the break, I think, that was when we were saying na nga na hindi lang naman ito elections. This is like, what?
It's a management issue.
Project management, event coordinating even. It's
Okay,
like
I want
orchestrating.
to add something.
Yeah, sige.
The voter database should have been already ready by November.
Yeah.
By November, because end of registration is October, the ERB submits it to the central office. So by November, at the latest, mid-November, that should have been ready. And in previous elections, it's always ready by November. The list of candidates should have been already posted by December, because December is when you start to configure the ballot phase. So by that time, you should have already had the list of candidates running in this election. So, I mean, small things that I think should have been addressed or should have been available earlier. And like I said, I mentioned this previously, elections is basic perception. If people perceive it to be credible, it will be credible. But if people perceive that there's lack of transparency, there's lack of information, they're not informed of what's happening, they have questions that are simply being brushed off, they're not acting as fast, then the perception might not be as good as some people want it to be. But that's not the fault of the voters. That's not the fault of the public, because the public merely bases their perception on what's happening.
And what happened to them at the polling precincts, for example?
What? Sorry?
What happened to them at the polling precincts?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Or what they watch when the tally comes out.
Exactly. You can say that this is a very good elections. You can say that for 2010, 2013, 2016, 2019. But at the end of the day, it's the voter and the electoral board and the people who participate in the electoral process will tell you if it's successful or not.
That's right.
It's not you who should say that. It's not. That's why I never comment on how the previous elections will compare to the succeeding, no? Because
you were with the COMELEC.
Exactly.
Then. But now you're not with the COMELEC.
Yeah,
so how would you judge this
say,
election?
If I say something, it's always self-serving. I won't say it's successful because that's not for me to say. That's for the voters and the participants.
Pero hindi ka na naman COMELEC ngayon.
Yeah, but
so?
they will, some people they say, he's saying that because he was part of the 2010. He's biased. So I try to be as objective as possible.
Okay, so be as objective as possible. So what nga?
There were some things that were not problems in the previous elections that were problems now.
That could have been avoided?
That could have been simply avoided. My God. For example, the felt tip markers. The felt tip markers were not problems before. The SD cards were not problems before. The vote counting machines were not problems before. From an IT point of view, if you purchase equipment, it's pretty basic that you test it regularly before you send it out.
Correct.
Right.
Diba? Let
Right,
me say, you buy a car, you don't buy a car, just drive it out. You test
When you
drive
buy
it.
a smartphone, you test it.
Exactly. Diba? So there are things that are quite basic that has to be done before you embark on something as big as this.
As big as this. When you say that, as big as this, para bang, was it too big for people handling it?
Okay.
Was it too big for people who handle it?
No, because
Or was it too big for
basically
this COMELEC?
I don't know, because the senior staff is the same, the field personnel is the same.
So what's
and
not
this
the
is
same?
This is the fourth automated elections. But I mean, there are things that can be done and should be done, and there are things there's a timeline. You always, before, what we did is we do a timeline and reverse timeline.
Right. You have target dates.
Yes, target,
that
and we cross-check it with going from the election day to the start. No?
But backwards. You work backwards.
So
okay.
me say that's in everything you do, you have to prepare for it. The
Right.
bigger the event, the bigger the occasion, the bigger the operation, the more preparations you have to put into it.
Right. Project management, event coordination, putting on a show, putting on an event.
It's not it's
Almost.
Kasi COMELEC has two functions, running elections and adjudication of electoral contests, di ba? So electoral contest, that's legal, but we're already in the 21st century, di ba? We're 2019 already now. So you have to adjust to the times.
All right. Okay. We need to take a very quick break. That's our timeline right now.
Yes.
A very quick break. This is a special presentation of the Filipino Votes on CNN Philippines. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Almost all votes are in exactly 24 hours since the polls closed in the midterm elections. The Commission on Elections declaring the political exercise a success despite the problems at the polling precincts all the way up to the National Canvassing Center. Our Trisha Tarada joining us live from Pasay City. Trisha, what is the very latest?
Well, Pia, as of this time, the COMELEC commissioners standing as the National Board of Canvassers are already done with about 20 to 22 election returns. They're canvassing them in the order of their arrival. Now, canvassed ERs or election returns will be considered as official results. It took an hour or an hour later than originally planned before the canvassing started because the commissioners had to face the media to answer questions about problems that were faced during these elections. After the other, from bleeding marking pens, corrupted memory cards, defective vote counting machines, to delayed transmissions.
But the Commission on Elections still says the midterm elections were a success. Based on COMELEC data, some 1,665 damaged secured digital or SD cards and 961 defective vote counting machines caused delays in several polling places.
As much as gustuhin namin, perfect yung aming preparation. Pero yun nga lang, sabi na nga namin, talagang nangyari yun, lalo na sa SD cards. Sobrang dami nung pumalya. Yun yung hiningi namin ng unawa at pasensya sa mga tao. But sa part namin, sa tingin namin, successful pa rin ang election natin because yung rate nga masyado pa rin mababa para sa amin.
These figures are higher than those in the 2016 presidential elections, despite a higher budget for the poll body. This is also the fourth automated elections held in the country. COMELEC says this could be the supplier's fault and the result of the procurement law.
In 2016, bundled yung aming bidding. Ibig sabihin, isang supplier lang, Smartmatic lang lahat yon. So bundled yon. So ngayon, ibang supplier ng makina, ibang supplier ng SD cards, iba rin yung suppliers ng papel and marking pen. So doon yung nakita naming problema, hindi masyadong nagmamatch. Pero wala kaming magawa because that's part of procurement law. Hindi po pwedeng ibabundle mo na lang yun ng ganon-ganon lang.
Since we are applying the GPPB rules, which is the lowest bid, the bidder bid only 29 million. So what do we expect for a 29 million SD cards?
Instead of leasing them, COMELEC purchased the vote counting machines used in the 2016 elections from Smartmatic, which are old and require a system upgrade.
Ang suspect namin doon is while on transit, while pinadala yung ating machines papuntan doon sa polling centers, baka naalog yung ating machines and then yung ating SD cards is parang naging maluwag and then nagkakaroon ng unsynchronized. So those are suspected problems or issues that we are going to investigate.
COMELEC points to these technical problems that resulted in a 7-hour delay in the transmission of election results to the poll body, citizens' arm, and media outfits.
In a normal situations, open yung ating gate. So yung traffic is mabilis lang, mabilis. And then it so happened during the elections, sabay-sabay by bulto. So nagkaroon kasi na parang bottleneck.
The sudden drop in election return transmissions, according to COMELEC, was due to a JavaScript, or simply put, a technical error, which was resolved by restarting the application used to receive transmissions. But the poll body is quick to point out there was no failure of election. They assure that all problems encountered would be investigated.
Pag-aaralan namin kung una, gagamitin pa ba namin sa pangatlong beses yung BCM or maglilis kami ng bago. So, yun ang mga decision points namin. Or, magbabundle kami this time in 2022.
Well, PIA COMELEC Chairperson Sharif Abba says he will ask for a view of the contracts with the suppliers. While the glitches caused many to question the integrity of the polls, COMELEC assures the public that it was not compromised and the results will be accurate. PIA?
Trisha Terrada there reporting from the PICC where COMELEC is headquartered. Right now, there are going to be some corrections that will be made at this point. Goy Larazabal.
What happens is that what the National Board of Canvassers canvasses are not election returns.
Yeah,
these are certificate of canvass. COCs. The election returns are from the precinct level that goes up to the municipal
and city, provincial.
The bundling of the supplies is actually, that was done in 2010, where at that time, Chairman Melo and the NBank, me included, bundled up all the services to just one provider, and the provider looked for other suppliers. So, and we just talked with one. But correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2013, 2016, and 2019, it was all unbundled. The services, the different parts of the automated elections was unbundled by the different commissions. So I think it was only in 2010 that it was bundled, but succeeding elections, it was all unbundled.
Okay. It wouldn't have mattered with proper program management.
What wouldn't have mattered? Yung bundling,
bundling or unbundling wouldn't have mattered. Yeah. For instance, the issue of SD cards.
Yung naalog daw.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, SD cards don't have moving parts, right? And then once you insert it,
yung VCM daw.
It has as much chance of moving inside its slot as the SIM card on your phone, right? So unless you catastrophically drop your VCM, there's no way that those cards would move, no? The more like
So even if you transport it on rough road, on Carabao Road.
Sure. You know, you transport your SIM all the time in your phone all the time in your pocket, and getting up, going down. That's a lot of movement. It's not going to move out of its bed, no. So it's more likely that yung SD card na yon is not, you know, the quality that they sent the COMELEC is not, you know, something reliable. And it's something that they need to review on the supplier's part.
So when you hear Chairman Abbas say na successful pa rin and, you know, pasensya, what do you think? Kayong dalawa, as IT?
I don't know. At best, 7 out of 10, maybe 6. Mataas yung 7. The reason why I am giving it a 7 is because I'm confident that we got the voice of the people here. You know, these are results that we can trust. But as to the performance of the
project management,
as to the program management of the whole thing, you know, there's way too many things to improve. Perhaps even the technology itself that we're using. Maybe it's time that we review if Smartmatic should be replaced, you know. Maybe we could go to Bharat of India, who also does automated election systems, or NADEP of Netherlands, who does the same thing, right? Perhaps there are 3 more years until 2022. And if we want to prepare even longer, maybe we take the full 6 years until 2025 to find a better solution than this. The machines are aging anyway, probably.
Yeah.
And we should move.
Oh, but like you said earlier, Pierre, diba, people process technology.
Right,
so
right.
we improve the technology. We
strengthen
set down a good
processes,
process, diba?
We learn from what happened.
Yeah, but the people who are going to handle that's important too, because that's where your project management failure can come in.
Sure, but here's the thing about in the tree of people, process, and technology. You know, when it comes to people, if you want minimal people error, you have to tighten the process, right? Make it easy. Give them a binder. If X happens, pull out this page, follow these steps, right? Ganun lang. The people that we have in the COMELEC, they're all hardworking, kahit na puyat na sila at everything, they still make the effort, no? And a lot of the current allegations of, for instance, one that I saw is paano yung mga baka pag nag-undervote, baka teacher yung nag-shade, diba, or something like that. So I think it's a very unfair.
Well, that's why you watch as your ballot is fed into the VCM.
Right. So I think it's a very unfair allegation against teachers. Our teachers are very competent, no? And as Goyo, former Commissioner Larazabal knows, no? They are our true force multipliers of the COMELEC. And they're competent at what they do, and they're underappreciated. A lot of people yell at them during the electoral process. Perhaps it's time now we give them a lesser burden. No?
Okay, yes.
I think she's...
Ana Tabunda.
Pierre mentioned 2025. We don't have 2025. We have a presidential election coming up in 2022. And if, as Goya is saying, you have the same stuff, the same process, actually it's midterm, you expect fewer votes to come in compared to, let's say,
midterms is easy. Sorry.
Yeah, it's easy compared to national. Yung
supposed to be easy.
Presidential, oo.
If you have all these things, same staff, then it must be the leadership. It must be the leadership, and I'm concerned about 2022. I think there should be some efforts on the part of COMELEC to address all the concerns. And the thing that you pointed out earlier, that's very crucial. Why was there no one from COMELEC who explained ever since the media realized that everything got
when we stopped getting results at 6:15 in the evening,
and there was no explanation until
11:30.
Yeah, that's important.
That's part of your project management, di ba?
Yes, and
handling a crisis situation or almost a crisis situation.
Yeah,
Goyo.
This is the second elections where the machines generate receipts, right? Voter receipts. And this is elections where a lot of voters are more aware of the importance of the receipt. But I have received reports in Manila in which when the person casts his vote and feeds a ballot to the machine, the receipt included names of candidates they did not vote for. And that's scary because what if that's prevalent and if that happens in 2022, that's going to be disastrous. And I've heard from at least several individuals from the different provinces where they vote for one candidate, but the generated
receipt shows
it's an overvote.
Okay.
So that's highly unusual. Na you shade for only one, but it's an overvote. So
Baka that's because nag-bleed na nga yung...
No.
Hindi rin.
Oh. At least one person was a candidate already. A candidate. So, you expect that person to be careful. And she complained. And in fact, that happened in other barangays in the municipality in which it was considered an overvote.
Okay.
So that's unusual. That's the first time that happened. And I think COMELEC should really look at that.
Yeah, okay. Kanina, Pierre, you were saying no, na, maybe it's time that we look at other providers, di ba? Francis, what do you propose? What do we do?
Right, so actually I have a bigger take on that. What I would say is that we can actually do it in country. We have the talent to actually build a voting system.
In country, so we don't
Filipino.
need to get a foreign.
We have good
provider.
software engineers, and we can even just encourage our technology community, have more people understand. Sure. Kasi to me, what happened here was that the institutions are blaming technology, software here, software that, which now presents to the general public na technology cannot be trusted. And I think it's certainly not the case. In fact, I'd rather have an FB election rather than a manual election. Right? Another is that I believe that we should open source the entire thing, have everyone see how the source code, the software, have people audit it, have people contribute.
So para bang more eyes watching?
Exactly. It makes it. I wouldn't say that closed source are insecure, but open source makes it even more secure and more accountable.
And adds more integrity to the entire process?
Yes, exactly.
There's just one stumbling block there. Way back in 2013, there were some developers who showed me some possible technology, systems. The first thing I said to them, has this system been used in a general elections? No. Has it been used in a local elections? No. The law kasi requires that the system we use has to have been used in the general elections before it will be used in the whole Philippines. So my advice to them before was that please partner up with organizations so this can be used in another country or another state, then it can be used in the Philippines.
Right.
Long-term planning. Unfortunately, I never heard from those developers again. But I mean, you have to, when preparing elections, it's not a let's prepare for 2022. No. If you were to plan, like if I were to say, okay, let's plan right today, we should be planning for 2028, not 2022. With 2028 or the elections after. Why? Because it's pretty easy to see. You have plans, right? You have a long-term development plan of an electoral reform. What do you want to do to improve elections in the Philippines? Make a list of 100 or 10. Then you do it, okay, the first 3, I'll do it in 2022. The next 3, I'll do it in 2025. The 5 after, I'll do it in 2028. So your planning is not haphazard. It's not like it's not short term. It's not like, okay, just for this one. It's long term because people have to understand when you plan for elections, you have to plan long term because whatever you do, it affects the whole country, diba? Correct. If you have good elections, if you have credible elections, that will translate to the economy being better, people are more confident in the people sitting in the elective offices. It has so much impact, and people have to realize that and have to understand the importance of running good elections, incredible elections.
Right.
Okay, we need to take one last quick break. You're watching a special presentation of the Filipino Votes here on CNN Philippines. Be right back. Welcome back to the CNN Philippines special presentation, the midterm elections. Final words now from our guests. But before that, Goy Larazabal, what do we do? Amend the law?
You can amend the law. First off, you have a revised omnibus election code. Then what the ideal thing that would be done here is do a post-election assessment. The JCOC should be convened. They should have been convened before elections. They should convene after. Check we'll get to the bottom of it and plug those loopholes, those holes.
What do we do about the COMELEC commissioners?
I don't know.
I don't know. Yung iba dito may sagot eh, I know. Edwin, what do we do?
Well, the only solution there, if you want to remove them, is impeachment. So they're impeachable officials. But honestly, you know, it's time, maybe you need to examine, do we still continue with this, or do we, like what Francis was saying, can we do open source, which is more accountable, more transparent? But to do that, you need to change, as what Goy was saying, that you need to amend the law. Because we have resources, we have the technical competence to do that. So why not do it in order to just take away all these concerns about?
Yeah, but the sooner it's done, the better.
And you know, again, we like you said, you know, Goyo said senior staff are all people who have institutional memory. Unlike the commissioners, we change every 6 years. But so that's a constitutional problem, because that's in the Constitution. So the solutions can either be both legislative and as well as constitutional. But that's a big, altogether new issue to discuss.
Okay, final words now. Let's start with Francis. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I guess one lesson, and I guess I'd like to also tell everyone, I hope we don't get lost in the jargon.
Sure.
Software is I would say the least of the problem here. In any system, usually it's more likely the people is the weakest link. So, there's a lot to improve. I'm not a fan of the technology they're using, but I guess hopefully we get better next time.
All right, thank you, Pierre.
We really need to, as former Commissioner Larazabal was saying, we need to look at it holistically and from a proper management perspective, and we have to look at it from a long-term perspective. We shouldn't be preparing for the automated elections of 2022, but we should be preparing for far beyond that, perhaps 2028 and so on. When it comes to the technology, we need to review whether or not this technology is appropriate to us. And while I agree with Francis here, yes, we have plenty of talent. What we need is proven technology. So that's, I think, the wisdom of the current law, that we need to look for those service providers that when they deliver something that's going to be credible and transparent to the Filipino electorate.
Tried and tested.
Yes.
In other words, Anna Tabunda.
I'm just so glad these glitches came out during midterm elections and in an election that is not that controversial, in the sense that more or less we were already seeing where the elections were heading.
In other words, there's a general acceptance of the results.
Yes, there's a general acceptance of the results. I'm glad it happened during midterm elections, and I'm praying that they address these issues in time for the upcoming presidential elections. They have 3 years, to prepare for that. Of course, I agree there should be long-range planning, but let's get that one right first. It's too crucial.
Goyo, that is about.
Two things. First off, hats off to the COMELEC senior staff, the field officials. They haven't slept. I've seen them. I've talked with several, and they haven't slept. They're tired. They're still working, fixing the SD cards. Please take time to thank them for all their hard work. And second is, I, including myself, I have issues regarding some aspects of the automated election law and the way it's done. Doesn't necessarily mean we have to change everything. We just have to make it better. How do we make it better? we do a list of what are the problems and try to fix those problems.
Yeah,
to be
eliminate them so that they never
it won't happen
again.
That's the least that should be done.
Okay, thank you. Edwin?
Hats off to the Ocho Derecho candidates. It was a David versus Goliath fight. Unfortunately, we didn't do a David today. Perhaps in the next election, we will do a David.
Thank you very much to our guests tonight. Tindig Pilipinas convener Edwin Lacerda, former COMELEC Commissioner Goyo Larrazabal, Pulse Asia Research Director Ana Tabunda, IT expert Pierre Tito Galian, Francis Plaza, MIT software engineer, CEO of 22 Delta Software Consulting Company. Maraming salamat sa inyo and thank you to our audience. This has been CNN Philippines special coverage, the 2019 midterm elections, the results. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Thanks for watching.
After casting their ballots, Filipinos are watching over the partial and unofficial counts for the midterm polls. Election officials explaining the technical glitches in the process and reviewing what they say is a flawed procurement law. Proclaimed winners celebrating their victories and getting ready for the daunting tasks ahead. Good evening, I'm Ruth Cabal. Welcome to CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Almost all votes are in. Over 24 hours since polls closed in the midterm elections. The Commission on Elections declaring the political exercise a success despite the problems at the polling precincts, all the way up to the National Canvassing Center. Our Trisha Terada joins us live from Pasay City. Trisha, what's the latest?
Well, Ruth, as of this time, the commissioners or COMELEC commissioners standing as the NVOC are already done with more than 20 certificates of canvass. Now, they're doing this in the order, following the order of the arrival of the election returns. Now, the canvass COCs or and election returns will be considered the official results of the midterm elections. It took an hour later before the canvassing opened this afternoon, because the commissioners took the time to face the media and answer questions, and we got explanations with the problems that transpired during the elections.
Perfect yung aming preparation. Pero yun nga lang, sabi nga namin, talagang nangyari yon, lalo na sa SD cards. Sobrang dami nung pumalya. At dahil sa pumalya, although 1.9% lang yan, pero you are talking about 1,008 SD cards din. Yun nga lang, yun yung hiningi namin ng unawa at pasensya sa mga tao. But sa part namin, sa tingin namin, successful pa rin ang election natin because yung rate nga masyado pa rin mababa para sa amin.
Ang suspect namin doon is while on transit, while pinadala yung ating machines papuntan doon sa polling centers, baka naalog yung ating machines, and then yung ating SD cards is parang naging maluwag, and then nagkakaroon ng unsynchronized. So those are suspected problems or issues that we are going to investigate.
After the other, from bleeding marking pens, corrupted memory cards, defective vote counting machines, to delayed transmissions. But the Commission on Elections still says the midterm elections were a success. Based on COMELEC data, some 1,665 damaged secured digital or SD cards and 961 defective vote counting machines caused delays in several polling places.
As much as gustuhin namin, perfect yung aming preparation. Pero yun nga lang, sabi nga namin, talagang nangyari yon, lalo na sa SD cards. Sobrang dami nung pumalya. Yun yung hiningi namin ng unawa at pasensya sa mga tao. But sa part namin, sa tingin namin, successful pa rin ang election natin because yung rate nga masyado pa rin mababa para sa amin.
These figures are higher than those in the 2016 presidential elections, despite a higher budget for the poll body. This is also the fourth automated elections held in the country. COMELEC says this could be the supplier's fault and the result of the procurement law.
In 2016, bundled yung aming bidding. Ibig sabihin, isang supplier lang, Smartmatic lang lahat yon. So bundled yon. So ngayon, ibang supplier ng makina, ibang supplier ng SD cards, iba rin yung suppliers ng papel and marking pen. So doon yung nakita naming problema, hindi masyadong nagmamatch. Pero wala kaming magawa because that's part of procurement law. Hindi po pwedeng ibabundle mo na lang yon ng ganon-ganon lang.
Since we are applying the GPPB rules, which is the lowest bid, the bidder bid only 29 million. So what do we expect for a 29 million SD cards?
Instead of leasing them, COMELEC purchased the vote counting machines used in the 2016 elections from Smartmatic, which are old and require a system upgrade.
Ang suspect namin doon is while on transit, while pinadala yung ating machines papuntan doon sa polling centers, baka naalog yung ating machines and then yung ating SD cards is parang naging maluwag and then nagkakaroon ng unsynchronized. So those are suspected problems or issues that we are going to investigate.
COMELEC points to these technical problems that resulted in a 7-hour delay in the transmission of election results to the poll body, citizens' arm, and media outfits.
In a normal situations, open yung ating gate. So yung traffic is mabilis lang, mabilis. And then it so happened during the elections, sabay-sabay by bulto. So nagkaroon kasi na parang bottleneck.
The sudden drop in election return transmissions, according to COMELEC, was due to a JavaScript, or simply put, a technical error, which was resolved by restarting the application used to receive transmissions. But the poll body is quick to point out there was no failure of election. They assure that all problems encountered would be investigated.
Pag-aaralan namin kung una, gagamitin pa ba namin sa pangatlong beses yung BCM or maglilis kami ng bago. So, yun ang mga decision points namin. Or, magbabundle kami this time in 2022.
COMELEC Chairperson Sharif Abba says he will request for the review of the contracts with suppliers. And while the glitches caused the questions or raised many questions, COMELEC says that this did not affect the integrity of the elections and they maintain that the results are accurate. Ruth?
Trisha Tarada there reporting. Malacanang says the independence of the Senate will remain. A number of administration-backed candidates have secured seats in the upper chamber. Presidential spokesperson Sal Panelo says their winning allies are still free to express dissent against President Rodrigo Duterte, and the president will not take it against them. He adds their presence in the Senate will help expedite the passage of Mr. Duterte's priority legislations. But Panelo asserts the administration's stronghold in the upper house will not erode the checks and balances among the three branches of government.
Not really, because if you notice, the history of the Senate shows members of that chamber independent ever since. No Senate has ever been under any precedent. They always rise above parties and considerations when issues involve national interests, national security, and the interests of the Philippines.
We have the latest partial and unofficial results from the parallel vote count of COMELEC Citizen Armed Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting. Our Chrissy Di Matulak reports live from the PPCRV Command Center. Chrissy, what's the latest tally from there?
Well, Ruth, Cynthia Villar continues to lead the senatorial race with nearly 24.5 million votes. She's followed by Grace Poe with 21,415,299 votes. Bongo, Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sonny Angara, Lito Lapid, Amy Marcos, Francis Tolentino, Bong Revilla, who managed to clinch the 10th spot, Coco Pimentel, and Nancy Binay for the 12th spot. As of 5:53 this afternoon, unofficial results from 83,608 out of 85,769 clustered precincts have been transmitted to COMELEC's transparency server. Manual encoding of the printed election returns begins today. Volunteer students check and compare data with electronically transmitted results shown on PPCRV screens.
For the election returns, we have additional ERs coming in from QC, particularly in Novaliches. We have San Juan. Parañaque is already here as well, and the ones that we have received yesterday, Makati, Manila.
Gervasio says they have received election results from Cavite early this evening. She says some election returns come from remote areas and data transmission takes a longer time. Gervasio adds they expect manual audit to end in 2 weeks. PPCRV says it is awaiting data from 2,000 clustered precincts through COMELEC's transparency server. The Citizens Arm has around 300 volunteers on shifts until May 31st.
Volunteer po ako kasi I want to help and have an experience din po and give more knowledge din po about this. And I'm so honored po kasi nag-help din po ako sa nation.
The final shift ends at 10 p.m. while the first shift begins at 8 in the morning. Most of them are students ages 18 to 25. Ruth?
Christy Di Matulak reporting. Re-election Senator Cynthia Villar is so far leading the partial and unofficial results of the midterm elections. Our chief correspondent, Pio Ontiveros, spoke with Senator Villar, who talked about her winning game plan in the polls.
I truly believe this is not bola, that beyond the senatorial race, which you can do through sipag at tiyaga and maybe good advocacies, the presidency is a gift from God. It cannot be something that you will work for. It will be given to you if that is your destiny. So I'm not thinking of that.
Yeah, okay. But, and I guess, well, it's interesting you say sipag at tiyaga. That was the campaign slogan also of your husband when he ran.
Yeah.
And I was going to say, you of all people know how very bruising a presidential run can be.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult is an understatement siguro, no? Because of the attacks that your husband...
And full of black propaganda.
Okay, so it's something, well, right now you're saying you're not thinking of that, and it's something that you would never ever think of, ganun ba? Or, somewhere down the line, baka...
I want to go back to agriculture. I think they like me because of that, and they like me because of my advocacy of building livelihood projects. That's what I want to go back to. I'm not thinking of anything except that.
Okay. Well, what was it in your campaign, ma'am, that gave you the, yung nakapuntos kayo? What was it about your campaign that helped you win?
I think it's my advocacy. They like hanap buhay because everybody would want livelihood for his family or her family. And then I think they like me helping the farmers and fishermen because food is very important to this country. We cannot live without food. And I think my other projects na nagbibigay ng hanap buhay sa mga tao, they like it. And I think that's the reason they like me.
We're showing file video of you when you filed your certificate of candidacy, and with you was your husband's former Senator Manny Villar. He was former Senate President, former Speaker of the House. Would he ever return to politics?
That's not something I can talk for him. It's for him to decide. Any work in politics is very difficult. So if you want to go back there, it's your decision. It cannot be the decision of any one member of your family because you're doing the hard work. So you have to decide for yourself. That's my principle.
Yeah. Well, we're showing, like I said, we're showing the file video, and with you in that video is your daughter Camille. She won as representative in your district.
Yeah, that has been our post ever since. Manny was congressman of that district, and then I took over for 9 years, and then Mark took over for 6 years, And since Mark cannot go back to it, so Camille is going to take over. That is a position which we held. Is always being held by our family. Yeah.
Okay, so you're a dynasty in a way. you are, not in a way. You are, di ba?
Yeah, but you know, in Metro Manila, you cannot say that your dynasty will last forever. You have to perform well also, and you have to do your work well.
Okay. So if you-
I never consider it as a dynasty of our family. I think we win because we
Because
really
of
work hard
performance.
for it.
Because you deliver.
Yes.
So we wouldn't call the Villars a dynasty. We can call
Maybe
you
a working dynasty.
a working dynasty.
You have to be more kind to us because
Yes.
we really work hard.
Yes, working dynasty or powerful working political family. Ganon. Yeah. Okay. So, ma'am, you're looking at a 6-year term at the Senate. This is going to be your second term, unless, of course. But yeah, you did say that you're not thinking about running for president.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, who knows? Maybe like VP. The elections are 3 years away. But right now, you're looking at that 6-year term, and like you said, no, you want to further focus on your advocacy, agriculture, etc. What else can we expect from you?
Because during my last term, I passed yung Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, which is a 10 billion budget for our small farmers to be competitive. I'll do oversight functions for that because I was the one who wrote the law, and that should be implemented well. And then we passed yung 2 bills for the coconut farmers, and they were vetoed by the president, so I have to refile it and make sure that I pass it again this year.
Vico Soto, a 29-year-old political newbie, ends the 27-year reign of the Eusebio clan in Pasig City. He was proclaimed mayor this afternoon. Our correspondent, Jadine Fule, tells us more.
Vico Soto heaves a sigh of relief. After almost 12 hours of waiting, the youthful politician is proclaimed new mayor of Pasig City. Soto defeated incumbent Mayor Bobby Eusebio, toppling a political dynasty which ruled Pasig City for almost 30 years. As of 9 this morning, Soto, the son of actors Vic Soto and Connie Reyes, received a total 201,028 votes against Eusebio's 116,414 votes. 96% of votes have been canvassed.
At ang laban na to, hindi lang po ito laban ng isang Vico o ng Soto, pero laban po ito ng bawat isang Pasigueño na sumisigaw ng pagbabago.
The 29-year-old incoming mayor visited the canvassing site at the Pasig City Hall at around 2 a.m. today as his lead against Eusebio widened. He had hoped to be proclaimed early and appealed to the local COMELEC to lower the threshold of proclamation to 96% of canvassed votes. The Board of Canvassers acted on his appeal only before 2 this afternoon. Soto is a nephew of Senate President Tito Soto, whose son Gian also won as Vice Mayor of Quezon City. Jeline Fule, CNN Philippines.
We're taking a short break. This is a special presentation of the Filipino Votes. Stay with us. Welcome back to CNN Philippines special presentation of the Filipino Votes. At this point, we'd like to talk to Senator Coco Pimentel, who's on the line, sir. Good evening, sir. Senator Coco.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Sir, from the tally that we're having right now, you're part of the Magic 12. Ano pong masasabi nyo?
Yes, of course, I'm glad to be part of the winning circle. But that's the unofficial partial. So we hope, and I have been informed that the official canvassing has already started. So we can just urge the COMELEC to proceed immediately and with dispatch so that the official canvassing will be done over soon so that the proclamation of the winners can also be.
Senator, ang sinasabi po kasi ngayon ng ibang kritiko ng administrasyon, syempre marami pong nakapasok na mostly allied with President Duterte. How can you ensure yung checks and balances pa rin po sa Senate?
Una sa lahat, should have something bet.
Senator, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Okay, babalikan po natin si Senator Coco. Are you there? We're having problems with the line. Okay, babalikan po natin maya-maya lang si Senator Coco Pimentel. Some opposition senatorial bets have accepted defeat, but as the results of the midterm elections continue to unfold, the Ocho Diretso is praying that at least 2 of its strongest candidates can still make it to the so-called Magic 12. Archista Nodalo reports.
An unforgettable journey, this is how some opposition bets describe their 3-month campaign for the midterm elections.
There's a universe of possibility for unknowns na wala kaming name recall. Hindi kami dinastiya, hindi kami mga kasama sa mga, veterano or yung mga malalaking artista. And it's the youth who gave us that confidence na what matters is what you stand on, principle.
Millennials and the academy may have put them high on their lists. Clearly, this was not enough to put Ocho Diretso candidates Samira Gutok and Erin Tañada in the Senate's Magic 12.
Dapat hindi madismaya ang ating mga kabataan. Kung titigan nga po natin ang kabataan ang nagsimula ng lahat.
They never gave up hope on us and we never gave up hope. Kahit ang liit ng resources, minsan isang araw wala kaming gastos. And so it's the youth who propelled us. They're the ones who gave us that number, that top 12 feeling na nandun may posibilidad pala.
First to concede is election lawyer Romy Macalintal. Though dealing with harsh reality, he tells CNN Philippines that election results mirror democratic choice.
Wala akong samaan ng loob. Actually, okay, tinatanggap ko agad ang pagkatalo. As early as 2 o'clock in the morning, sabi ko sa misis ko at sa mga anak ko, okay na tayo.
Former Solicitor General Florin Hilbay took to Twitter to thank supporters for sharing his journey, appreciating acts of generosity from those who believe in him. Magdalo Representative Gary Alejano calls the election a good fight, while Liberal Party President and Ocho Diretso campaign manager Senator Kiko Pangilinan reserves comment until after COMELEC gives an acceptable explanation for election day's glitches and delays.
So let us wait. We want to complete the process and then we will take it from there.
Then there are last 2 men standing. Senator Bam Aquino and Mara Rojas are the only ones within striking distance of the winner's circle. Despite the opposition's poor showing, Pangilinan urges supporters to remain vigilant and continue the fight for their convictions beyond the elections.
Meron tayong pinunla at darating ang araw tayo ay aanihin natin yung pinunla natin.
But if no one from the opposition bets make it to the 18th Congress, the burden of checks and balances will weigh heavy on the shoulders of 4 sitting opposition senators. Tristan Nodalo, CNN Philippines.
We have back on the line re-electionist Senator Coco Pimentel. Again, good evening, Senator.
Ruth, good evening.
Sir, yung nabitin po tayo sa question kanina, I was saying, how would you ensure yung checks and balances, especially now na karamihan po ng nakapasok sa top 12 ay allied with President Duterte?
Well, don't worry, the Senate will remain to be independent. And as a matter of fact, there's already built-in opposition in the Senate. There are 4 opposition senators there who were not up for re-election. So that's a big number. 4 out of 24 is already a big number for opposition. And then there are independent senators, Grace Poe and Nancy Binay, who were not supported by this administration. So they can really take a very, very independent stance. So 4 plus 2 is 6. That's already 1/4 of the Senate.
Okay, Senator, matanong ko na lang po kayo, ano po yung inyong isusulong na priority legislation sa pagbabalik nyo ngayon sa Senate po?
Well, I will concentrate on our justice system, look for ways to improve it, and then I will pursue business-friendly policies because sa tingin ko, we need jobs. Pag may negosyo, may trabaho.
And then let's check on the prices of goods, especially food stuff. Gawin natin abot kaya ang presyo ng pagkain. And I also promised the barangay officials the Magna Carta for the barangays because I will have to update and modernize the local government code, which is the legacy of my father, Senator Nene Pimentel, to the Filipino nation. So, saluhin ko na po yan. Ako na po ang sasalo sa local government code.
Okay. Senator, matanong ko na lang rin kayo kasi kanina po yung ibang mga medyo baguhan dito sa Senate na nakapasok sa Magic 12. Like we have si PNP Chief Bato and then you have Bongo. They're like your allied with the President, your party mates. Medyo maganda yung kanilang faring dito sa senatorial elections. Ano pong masasabi nyo na naging factor din dyan sa magandang better performance ng inyong mga kapartido dyan sa senatorial race?
Well, kasama na rin dyan kasi yung personality. Very interesting personalities kasi sila. Like si Bato, si Bongo, siguro ganun na. What is important, but that's for the campaign. What's important now is for the senators, they'll now concentrate on legislation. So, in short, there were lots of better campaigners than me. So, they placed well and better funded also.
But at the same time, Senator, meron ding criticism na they might not be prepared for the job. Kanina si PNP Chief Bato was saying na magtatanong nga daw po siya doon sa mga ibang magiging bagong kasamahan niya sa Senado.
Oo nga, tama naman yun. Then magtanong din siya sa akin. Then matutulungan ko po siya, bigyan ko siya ng advice. Nag-usap na nga kami kaninang umaga. So, ganun lang po yun na it will take time for them to adjust to their new role, but ultimately they will learn. It's like going back to school naman yan. Ako nung naging senador ako, nung na-realize ko, it's just like being in school. But unfortunately, it's like being in law school. Lawyer ako, kaya familiar ako sa law school. Yung mga hindi nag-law school, yun lang po sila, medyo mag-adjust po sila.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Coco Pimentel. Thank you for taking our call.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we'll be back after a quick break. This is a special presentation of the Filipino Votes. Stay with us for more updates. Welcome back. He may have garnered the support of the millennials, but it was not enough for opposition candidate Chel Jokno to win a Senate seat. In a press conference in Quezon City, Jokno thanked his supporters and said that joining the senatorial race is life-changing.
Unlike typical campaigns na ang pinaglalaban lang nila ang kanilang personal na interest, walang nagbabago sa kanila pag natapos ang kampanya. Pero sa atin, alam nyo, all of us, I believe, became better persons after this campaign. At yun ang talagang kailangan ng ating bayan. I am not at all sad at the outcome of these elections. Sa akin ganun lang yan. It really doesn't matter to me. And I have said this from the beginning. What is important is the light that we have shown in the darkness. Alam niyo, nung nagsimula itong kampanya, dalawa lang ang pinagpasyahan ko sa sarili ko. Sabi ko, unang-una, parati ko magsasalita ng kung ano lang ang makatotohanan. Tungkol sa anuman issue. Tungkol sa death penalty, tungkol sa panghihimasok ng China, etc. etc. At pangalawa ay ako ay magpapakatotoo. Wala akong gagawin na papalitan sa aking itsura, sa aking ngipin, o kung ano man. Dahil ang gusto ko makita ng taong bayan kung sino talaga ako. And I am so happy that I have been able, with your help, to stick to those two principles. And kaya ko sinasabing napaka-empowering nitong kampanya, yung inyong presence lang ngayon ay, this is so, grabe yung energy na nararamdaman ko ngayon. Wala tong ganito dati, di ba? When we started this campaign, there was no such thing as this much of enthusiasm from all of you. At alam nyo yung sabi natin na empowerment, palagay ko hindi lang naman yung mga volunteers, kundi lahat ng nakausap natin because of what we've been doing and talking about ay na-empower din. Kasi ang talagang nasa ilalim naman nitong kampanya ay yung katotohanan. Yun lang naman ang gusto natin mangyari, di ba? And that truth has a power of its own. Napakalakas ng power ng truth. Kaya nga nung una, di ba, sabi ng father ko, truth is the power of the powerless. Binago ko ng konti yun. Sabi ko, truth is the power of the people. At binago ko po ulit yun. Sabi ko, youth is the power of the people. Really, this is a time for us to celebrate. Kailangan mag-celebrate tayo ngayon. Wala nang iyak-iyakan. Naman na yan. Dahil bukas na bukas, magsisimula tayo ulit. Yes. Bukas na bukas, kailangan meron pa tayong ibang ma-woke. Isipin natin kung everyday may ma-woke tayong isa. At the end of 1 year, ilan na yung ma-woke natin? At the end of 2 years, doble pa. At the end of 3 years, ay ako wala nang makakaano sa atin. Tigil sa ating ginagawa. I will promise you that I will never give up. This fight will not end until we win. Yes. Thank you.
Chel Jokno got netizens' attention as hashtag Salamat Chel quickly became the top trending topic on Twitter Philippines. Twish says there is a time to lose, but there's also a time to celebrate victory, and that she hopes that time will come for Chel and for the country. She adds maybe not this year, but at a better time. The student believes, quote, "We lost a diamond because you chose a stone." Renz, meanwhile, says we lost another chance to have a great mind in the Senate. And Tracy says Jokno is still her champion because she knows he will continue to fight for the country. Administration bets sweeping the Senate race in the partial and unofficial tally of votes. Presidential spokesman Sal Panelo says the so-called Duterte magic separated President Duterte's bets from opposition candidates. None of the members of the Ocho Derecho slate has so far entered the Magic 12 circle, the closest being Bam Aquino in the 14th spot. Panelo says most voters heeded the president's call to elect those who would help him pass laws for the marginalized. He adds voters do not believe in the negative propaganda against the administration.
The victory of the administration's candidates and the shutout of the Ocho Derecho candidates sends a strong message that our people yearn for stability and continuity of the genuine reforms that this administration started.
Only 2 candidates not endorsed by President Duterte made it to the Magic 12 in the unofficial count, re-electionists Grace Poe and Nancy Binay. Over in Cebu, President Duterte endorsed bets have secured seats. Our correspondent Makoy Popyoko has the details. Makoy?
That's right, Pia. The president's allies dominate the local polls here in Cebu. Controversial Cebu 3rd District Representative Gwen Garcia, who faced a number of graft charges just months before the elections, is returning as governor. The ombudsman has earlier ordered Garcia be perpetually disqualified from holding any public office. However, just last week, the Court of Appeals reversed the antibodies order allowing Garcia to proceed with her candidacy. She was here earlier to attend the proclamation of some of her colleagues. However, her proclamation has been postponed as Provincial Board of Election Canvassers deal with a number of SD card or defective SD cards in different parts of Cebu. In an interview, she said that she feels vindicated from all of what she calls false accusations thrown at her. And she said that, Cebuanos weren't swayed to vote against her. In the city, it's a double win for the president's bet. Both the mayor and the vice mayor are now allies of the president in this election, considered by many as among the fiercest in the city's history. Incumbent Vice Mayor Edgar Labella has successfully unseated longtime Mayor Tommy Osmeña, who's a critic of the president's war on drugs. The days leading to the polls have been full of tension here in the city, with Osmeña accusing the police of involvement in politics. He alleges that Labella, who's endorsed by the president, and the city police chief, Senior Superintendent Royina Garma, who was a former commander in Davao City and was assigned by the president here, are ganging up against him. Well, both Garma and Labella have denied this, and now that he has won, Labella is calling for unity.
We're willing to work with even those who were not with us during the elections, but who have the best intention for the development and growth of the city. It's that kind of governance. Whether allies or political opponents, we are willing to work with them for as long as they are willing to work with us. We have so many things to do.
Well, critics say that Duterte's influence in the city is still arguable because, while the mayor and the vice mayor are his bets, those who won in both the first and second districts of Cebu City are allies of Osmeña. Pia.
That's Makoy Popioco there reporting. You're watching CNN Philippines special presentation of the Filipino Votes. We'll be back after a quick break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to our special presentation of the Filipino Votes. It's a close fight for re-election as JV Ejercito, who comes in 13th so far in the senatorial race. Ejercito admits his chances to make it to the Magic 12 is slim. Here's a portion of our chief correspondent Pia Ontiveros' interview with him.
Yeah, it's still number 13. I've been monitoring, but not really, because I really want to relax a bit.
Nakaka-stress ba? Nakaka-stress yung marinig mo yung number?
Of course, after 90 days of grueling campaigns, and then this is a situation that you do not want to be in. So I try not to think about it much, but once in a while I ask.
But sir, let's think about it much right now, no? So, ano pa nangyari sa inyong dalawa ni your half brother Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada? He's number 15, you're number 13. Your father, Erap Estrada, lost the mayoralty race. Janela, the daughter of Senator Jinggoy, lost her bid for for mayor in San Juan. What happened to the Estrada dynasty?
Well, it's a simple case of spreading ourselves too thin. Everybody running for different positions at the same time, no?
Yeah.
Two for national positions.
Yeah.
Two running for the Senate is already quite
Takes
a
a heavy toll.
Yes,
so two for the Senate, and then you have two for mayor of two different cities.
And two major cities in Metro Manila. So from the start, I know my position. That's why from the very start, I had a disagreement. At the start of the campaign, I even left my father's party because I was not really. I did not agree.
You weren't happy with having Jinggoy running also.
Yeah,
right?
because that will really. I knew that it will affect our winning chances, and I think all of us will be affected. And I think that's what happened.
Yeah. Do you
Because
think
we'll be spreading ourselves too thin. It's not only me, but the whole family, the resources, the machinery will be spread out too thin.
Yeah. So do you think it was a mistake in strategy when your father decided to run for mayor of the city of Manila? Because if you already have your political base in San Juan, then parang the logical thing to do was to stay there and then to launch a campaign from there. Ganun ba? Because earlier you said you yourself said so, no? Spreading yourself too thin.
No, but he decided to run for Manila in 2013, but it was Isko Moreno who asked him to run for mayor in Manila because they wanted to remove Fred Lim at that time, if you remember. So they were the tandem. So, but unfortunately, after 2 terms, the relationship turned sour, and then now the very last term.
Yeah.
They had to face one another.
Right, and now it's very sour. Have you spoken to your father lately, like since yesterday?
Actually, not yet, because I was down with the flu for 2 days. I just felt really good, better just today. Probably I'll see him tonight. I was sitting down after the campaign, because of the adrenaline that was gone. I got sick the following day.
Okay. Right now, Senator JV, 83,608 producers, please correct me kung mali ako, out of 85,679 precincts are reporting, and you are number 13.
Yeah.
Do you still have a chance?
I would think so. Very slim chance. But let's see until the last ballot is counted. And until the official proclamation is done, probably.
Yeah.
Because I'm behind by only 200,000. Nothing personal, but of course we owe it to the voters also who voted for us to at least to know the final tally.
Okay. Because if you still have that slim chance, then someone would have to be dislodged.
I know that I'm in a very difficult situation because occupying number 12 is Nancy, who I campaigned with in 2013. We were like a tandem with Big Subiri.
Yeah.
No? So
okay.
she's
So
one of the
parang masakit, no? It wouldn't be. Yung number 11, Coco Pimentel, would that be?
She's also a good friend of mine from the JCI base.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Well, number 10 is Bong Revilla.
Oh, well, he's a friend of my father also. But we'll see. I just want
Everybody's a friend, no, in politics. Well, number 9 is Francis Tolentino.
Well, that's quite far already, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
because if you look at
whatever happened, I had a slow start in this campaign. I had too many issues. I had too many problems. I had a slow start. I think I was not really able to prepare quite well because, as you know, we were busy until January working, no, especially with the Universal Healthcare Law and Department of Housing.
Yeah, okay.
We were rushing it. At least meron man ako matapos before.
So it was a campaign and a messaging issue, ganun ba yon?
Yes,
because people say you did perform, so it was just a matter of bringing that out, projecting that.
But we had to prepare fundraising, organizing the campaign team. That I did. That was the problem at first. That's why I didn't have any political ads for the first 2 months. That's why my rating from number 8 in January dropped to 16 and 17 in February and March. So when I was able to organize a bit, a lot of donors already came in, started being worried. I'm so thankful that a lot of people really helped voluntarily. Around April, I was able to bring out my political ads, and probably that's when I rebounded, my ratings. From 16, 17, I shot up to 13, 12, and then 9 to 15, the last.
Isko Moreno has been proclaimed new mayor of the country's capital. Moreno has defeated 2 political giants, incumbent mayor and former President Joseph Estrada and Alfredo Lim, who was Manila mayor for 12 years. Moreno got more than 340,000 votes. Estrada got nearly 200,000 votes, while Lim received over 131,000 votes. Morena's running mate, incumbent Vice Mayor Maria Sheila Lacuna Pangan, also won. Bato de la Rosa getting ready to take his fight to the Senate. More details after this quick break. You're watching CNN Philippines' special presentation of the Filipino Votes. Stay with us. The former National Police Chief looking forward to starting his new role as Senator. Ronald Bato de la Rosa is currently in the top 5 of the partial unofficial tally of the midterm elections. Speaking to CNN Philippines, de la Rosa says he was confident he would win because he had President Duterte's support.
Good evening, Pia, and thank you for inviting me to your program.
Sir, saan po kayo ngayon? Nasa Davao po kayo, ano?
Nasa Davao, nagre-relax.
Nagre-relax, okay.
Nagre-relax, oo.
Ready na po ba kayo maging senador? Naku, sir, ba't kayo nag-hesitate?
Ready na! Ready na! Ready na!
Pwede na? Ready na?
Ready na. Opo.
Okay. Did you expect that you would do this well? Although the surveys said, kung sa bagay, as a survey, nasa 4 to 9 kayo, talagang malakas ang loob nyo. You knew na you would win.
Yes, kahit na hindi ko basihan yung survey, nararamdaman ko sa pag-ikot ko, naramdaman ko yung tanggap ng taong bayan sa akin. So sabi ko, mananalo ako nito. Mananalo ako. Pero from the start, expected ko, with the President's endorsement, I know I can be somewhere around 10 to 12, maybe. Because considering the big names na I was up to, no? I was up against mga apelido ng mga Marcos, mga pawang mga apelido ng ex-presidents, di ba? Aquino, Sueña, ang dami, puro Estrada, puro mga apelido ng mga presidente yun. Si Bato, ano ba naman pinanggalingan ko? Kaya...
And this has been a CNN Philippines special coverage of the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Visit cnnphilippines.com for more stories. Thanks for watching. I'm Ruth Cabal. Good evening.